Good morning, everyone. Let's call the meeting to order for today. Welcome back. We finished the staff presentations yesterday on the chum salmon bycatch issue. We had and took public testimony. We had one testifier left that we wanted to circle back around to if they are available. And I don't see Brooke Woods online, so we did our best. So I think we'll go into our discussions now. And so I'll just sort of, because it's, kind of complex and we had divided this up, I'll just kind of give a roadmap for how we'll cover that for everybody to be clear. Just to reiterate, our primary role here is to assess whether the analysis is sufficient to inform the council's decision making. So keep that in mind. As we go through different sections, feel free to comment on that from your perspective, but we'll circle around at the end to sort of the bigger picture, whether, cumulatively we still think that it's, either good to go or not. We'll start with just briefly characterizing public testimony, and Ian will be doing that. We then will go through the individual sections as we had, assigned leads to the different sections and finish our discussions on each of those sections. If you have comments on other sections, just hold those for those sections. I know there's certainly some overlap. We'll just, deal with that as we go along. And then at the end, we can circle back to anything that we didn't cover or that we want to circle back to. So just to outline the way we had sort of broken it up for purposes of our discussion, we'll first cover, like I said, public testimony, then the general biological, ecological impacts, kind of and how, and if the analysts responded to our previous comments on that. And then the more socioeconomic impacts and how the analysts responded to our previous comments on that. Then a review and any recommendations we might have on the quasi-AEQ and impacts, and then any comments and recommendations we might have on the alternative 5 methodology, and then we can circle back around to see where we land. So with that, I will first turn it over to Ian to characterize public testimony.
Okay, we received extensive public testimony on this item, including both written testimony and oral testimony. I'm not going to read the entire list of names, but we'll note them in our report. As the C2 item represents influential scientific information, public testimony is required to be characterized and responded to during the SSC deliberation. So I'll characterize here, and we can refer back to public testimony as we go through our deliberations. Public testimony in general suggested several specific improvements to the analysis in the DEIS, including investigating the effects of the pollock fishery on crab and crab habitat, including an evaluation of alternative 5 in relation to crab distribution and seasonal patterns. Also including the effects of alternatives on individual vessels, including both smaller vessels that are unable to travel longer distances and larger vessels with differing production needs. It was noted that under the co-op structure, bycatch caps would likely translate into vessel-specific bycatch allotments and could result in a race for fish. Also, the impact of alternatives on the performance of the IPAs, specifically the potential for reduced rolling hotspot information that might lead to reduced ability to identify areas of lower chum bycatch. Also, more evaluation of the non-monetary value and costs of the alternatives to Alaska Native communities, and replacing the Bethel Test Fishery Index for alternative 3 with an index based on the Kuskokwim sonar count. Pollock industry participants highlighted potential costs from hard caps that could create economic hardship for the pollock fishery participants, CDQ programs, and dependent communities. Public testimony highlighted the economic importance and dependence of harvesters, processors, and communities on the pollock fishery, especially with recent reductions in the crab fisheries. Particular concern was raised of the effects on the CV fleet if closures affect areas that are easily accessible to smaller vessels. Interactions between chum, Chinook, and herring bycatch caps in management were identified as likely to change incentives and potentially resulting behavior. Changes in global hatchery fish production were flagged as an uncontrollable factor that would also affect performance of alternatives. There was support for a narrower or more target corridors associated with the clusters in Alternative 5 and support for Alternative 4 to provide flexibility in responding to chum encounters through existing IPA and rolling hotspot approaches. Public testimony also identified the need to protect chum salmon in migratory pathways and supported Alternative 5, Option 1, a Cluster 1 cap. Many comments highlighted the uncertainty in AEQ calculations, impact rates, and the conservation benefits that might accrue. Some highlighted that the AEQ approach was insufficient, not capturing the impacts to discrete spawning populations or impacts due to the waste of sentient species. Testimony emphasized that every fish returning increases the likelihood of bringing back chum salmon stocks, and the low impact rates do not translate into low effects on stocks and communities promoting the subsistence way of life. Cumulative impacts of fishing on the marine ecosystem and interaction with climate change were also raised as significant concerns. Testimony also questioned the treatment of potential impacts to Western Alaska Native communities, suggesting that those impacts were not given equal consideration as to those of the pollock fishery. Finally, many comments reflected the critical reliance of Alaska Native people on chum salmon for social, spiritual, psychological, educational, and cultural needs.
Thanks very much for that excellent summary. As we go through the discussions, if you do, respond to particular comments or issues that were raised here, if you think about it, you can refer back to the public comments where appropriate. Then we'll go into the individual sections now, and we'll start with Kristen on sort of general response to our previous comments.
Yep. Thanks, friends. And good morning. Where are my notes? Okay. I'm going to start with a couple of opening comments / remarks. Just a reminder to all of us, I think, the couple of things that were pertinent from our April 2024 minutes that we wrote. The first one was that the SSC recognizes that establishing new management lines based on historical data can be problematic for many reasons, particularly when climate change is leading to changes in migration and distribution for many marine species. So I just wanted to highlight that was something that we wrote in April, thinking about this topic. The second recommendation that the SSC had in April that I thought was worth reviewing here and just bringing back up, it says the SSC recommends scheduling a performance review of any new management measures to reduce chum bycatch relatively soon after implementation. So I just thought that was something that we highlighted as important in April and I thought should be brought back forward today. So I'll also begin this morning by suggesting that the SSC should suggest that this report is sufficient for final action, with a few recommendations that could help communicate the contents in it to the council and to the public to make as an informed decision as possible. So I'm just going to start there for all of us to kind of chew on as we hear and go through everyone's comments this morning. But I would suggest that the document is currently sufficient for final action with some recommendations. Next, I really would like to thank the authors. You guys did an amazing job taking all of our comments and updating the material over the last few months. It was really quite impressive, the amount of effort and time and care you put into that. Excuse me. And you've really encapsulated most of all the general comments that we've had. I do have two general recommendations that I hope the intent is to improve the communication and the effectiveness when this goes to the council. The first one is to make sure to be explicit in all future presentations that the comparisons of the status quo option that are based on 2011 to 2023 are clear, and that this potentially masks that marked change in the IPA and the fleet behavior in 2022. I recognize that there's only 2 years since this change, but it has been seems to have a fairly marked impact on both chum and Chinook bycatch. So I think being clear about that consistently, that the status quo is a little awkward from 2011 to 23 with that change in the last couple of years. So I think that will just be helpful to communicate that clearly and consistently. The second major kind of thing that to think about is to further refine and combine and condense the chum salmon removals and present them in one place as reasonably possible. Currently, bycatch, commercial catch, subsistence harvest, and Area M removals are all in different sections. You've done a pretty good job condensing a bunch of it, but I think there's really some utility in getting it all condensed in one place. So we and the audience can see all of the removals of all of those different places. While I recognize that they may not all be standardized to one another and have their own caveats, I think it will help to have them together and on as similar scales as possible. For example, just as an example here, down in the document, I think in chapter 5, maybe if I remember correctly, the Area M harvest is 1.2 million chum in 2023. And while the genetic stock structure is not really available, there's some estimates that you guys provide of between 13 and 30% of that is Western Alaskan chum. So that provides some context to the whole picture of what's going on. So I think that would be really helpful for the audience and the council to recognize what that is. A similar approach should be taken for the upper mid Yukon stock as part of the AEQ. And I think Dr. Harris will talk about that a little bit. But again, getting all of those removals in one place to see them, not just the removals from bycatch, would be super helpful. The one other thing I'm going to put out to consider, and this is, I think, a lower priority. And for me, this came up, it's like, I would consider separating each of the 5 regional areas that you have. So you have Kotzebue, Arctic, all the way down to Bristol Bay, to really see where the main issues are. The conglomerate of what you showed is masked a little bit by the removals in Bristol Bay. And that is a little, I'm going to say misleading, but that's too strong of a word about the magnitude of the issue in and around the Yukon proper, that there's been really almost no removals from that standpoint. So I don't think it's absolutely necessary, but I think it helps paint the broader picture of not doing the whole region as a conglomerate, but showing it as a conglomerate, but also showing where the more impacted places are within the whole Western Alaska area. So consider that. And then my last, and I would even consider this slightly a soapbox, there's really no mention at all of the potential magnitude of chum bycatch in international trawling fleets. You've referenced in the report where chum salmon migrate to in off seasons, and they're in the North Pacific in international waters. There's lots of information about the effort of international fishing in those waters, in those places. So it's one of those things that we don't have data necessarily for, but I think it is a place for removals, and just noting that it's out there provides the full context of all the things of where removals are. Again, not a big deal. It's something that I've noticed is lacking when we think about the fact that fish are moving, not just along the coast, but out into international waters and have other places, other vectors to being removed from the system. Those are really my general comments. Again, you guys did an amazing job addressing lots and lots of SSC general comments, and you'll get some other feedback on the AEQ and the alternative 5 from the other group. And I'll pass this over to my co-leads. Thanks.
Okay, thanks for that. I think Rob is next.
Okay, yes, thank you. Yeah, thanks, Chris. Definitely support everything you said. And I think we coordinated enough ahead of time that I'm not sure we're going to leave anything for Ali. But again, thanks for the authors on this and addressing all the SSC concerns. A couple things that I just thought of mentioning is one along the lines of kind of more efficient the efficiency in transferring information that Chris mentioned. So there's a lot of information that's presented in bar and line graphs. And there's times when I was kind of catching myself, okay, this bar went up, this one went down, this line went up. And in these situations, it would be, at least for me, nice to just have a simple correlation might put your point across more efficiently and reduce some of the text needed to explain what was going on. For example, figure 3-17, a simple correlation between total annual number of chum and Western Alaska chum, just to show how strong that correlation is and what years are outliers. And then also similarly in supporting the use of prior year's data, for example, run size for decision-making in a subsequent year, providing some type of autocorrelation analysis just to show how much a one-year lag affects, or how correlated a one-year lag, or you can even go multiple year lag if you want to look at the autocorrelation structure, which is probably too much for this, but at least a simple one-year lag correlation would help inform or transfer information as far as whether relying on a previous year and what that might mean for the subsequent year. And then also kind of throughout, consider whether presenting the median is more appropriate than the mean or the average. There's a lot of mean and averages in there. And for example, at the average at the bottom of table 3-12, it seems like a median would be more appropriate there. And just throughout, kind of consider distribution of the data presented when choosing one over the other. Likewise, table, and this kind of speaks to what Chris also mentioned about recent abrupt changes in a lot of these metrics. So table 4-36 presents a 10-year average, but how useful is a 10-year average when we have this major step change in 2021? And then also just one final note on regarding public testimony. There was a note of one potential problem with a fixed cap is an increase in production of hatchery chum in Russia. And your figure 3.4 or 3-4 shows that there's an increase in hatchery production in Russia, but it looks like there's a decline in Japan. So kind of a no net change overall. But that's certainly important to track if there's, what Asia, especially Russia, does with hatchery production as if you are considering an in-season caps. That's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Rob. And Ellie is next on that one.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I would also like to thank the analysts for their work to advance this document. And I'd also, one thing we haven't mentioned is I'd like to thank the public testifiers as well, both those that provided written testimony and those that came in person to testify. Big picture, I'm not going to repeat your guys' comments, but I do agree that I think the document is sufficient to inform council for decision-making, and with probably some recommendations that could see some minor improvements in the document. So, but I think the analysts have been very responsive to previous SSC comments, and the document is improved from the previous version that we saw in April last year. I agree that majority of our requests were addressed to the extent practical. Thank Kate and Sarah and Pat for their presentation that really focused on that. So that was very helpful for our review. I'm just going through, I don't need to repeat. I am supportive of reiterating our April statement regarding a performance review. We had some comments on that in April, and I think it would be, given the uncertainty in the potential impacts to Western Alaska salmon stocks, I think it would be really important for the council to think really hard about when they might review this program, and if it is implemented, to evaluate its efficacy. I think I'm gonna mess with Franz's organization here, but I did want to note that I really appreciated the sections and the appendices that were prepared by the two tribal entities, one of which testified yesterday. And I think aside from the benefit that was provided to the management action document, which was substantial, I think this can provide a bit of a model for future management actions to better incorporate traditional and local knowledge into the council process. I think that's all I have. Thank you, Franz.
Okay, thank you. Other comments on this particular sort of section or topic, which is a little difficult to kind of disentangle from everything else, but we can always circle back around later. Okay, not seeing any. I'll actually summarize it at this point too, so I don't have to summarize everything at the very end. We'll extend our thanks to the analysts for being very responsive to all our previous comments, and appreciate the concise presentation yesterday and answering all our questions. Our report may again sort of highlight the complexity of these issues, and we also highlight or reiterate our previous recommendations for a performance review not too long after implementation. So far on, from the perspective of reviewing this section, we felt the report was sufficient for final action, but again, we'll circle back around to that at the end. We appreciate that, most of our April comments that we provided last year were adequately addressed, but had a few additional comments that we'll capture in a minute, and that includes being a little more explicit in the analysis about the impact of the recent changes in fleet behavior. We'll have some language around that. We recommend further refining the presentation of bycatch in the context of all the different chum salmon removals and present them in one place in the document. Where appropriate, we encourage the analysts to consider providing simple correlation measures to highlight some of the relationships among trends, including lagged correlations where appropriate. Consider in some where it might be more appropriate, presenting medians rather than means. We also recommend considering further highlighting the differing trends across this broad Western Alaska region, and highlighting where within the overall region that biggest impact occurs, because this analysis includes areas from Bristol Bay to Kotzebue, which have different, very different trends. Then we will also recommend noting removals in other waters, including international waters, beyond the Bering Sea, and might have some additional comments on specific figures and trends. I'll also highlight Ali's comment here, that we appreciate the addition of these appendices from the cooperating agencies, and incorporating information from that also directly in the document, that could perhaps provide a model for how to address complex issues like this in the future. So I think next we'll discuss the sort of economic social impact assessment aspects. No, this one's switched. I think for that, we have Kaylin, Mike, and Sarah. So
No,
Oh, sorry.
I'm confused.
Sorry,
Lawrence.
I-
Or do you want me to
Yeah.
talk? I've been confused because I guess when originally I was assigned economic and social, I thought
Yeah.
it was across the responses to the prior comments. Yeah, I'm confused. I can talk specifically about responses to the prior comments if you want me to do that, or do you want me to talk about the?
No, actually, sorry, this was probably my fault because it's in a different order. It was in different order in our internal schedule than sort of some of the presentation we got. So we'll stick with the order in the schedule. So we'll do the AEQ analyses next, and then we'll cover the chapter 5, and then your comments. I think that was the order in the schedule, just so we don't get too confused because we had it different in our schedule. So that means we have the AEQ analysis next, and I think that will flow better anyway then, because this is sort of the basis for a lot of the analyses. So we'll take up the AQ analysis and methods and impacts and start off with Brad.
All right, thanks, Franz. So the SSC received a presentation on the adult equivalency analysis, or AEQ, for chum salmon. And the analyst reminded us that the goal of this analysis is to estimate the number and the impact associated with the number of bycaught salmon that may have otherwise survived in the marine environment and returned to natal streams. This approach, as we know, has been applied to Chinook salmon with analyses back in 2015, and an early attempt to look at this with chum back in 2012. When we reviewed this in our April meeting, we noted quite a number of uncertainties associated with the base information needed to construct a full AEQ, but felt that it would be valuable to have what we're terming a simplified or quasi AEQ. And so from the outset, we identified substantial limitations, and then we gave guidance to the authors in terms of some recommendations as to how to approach that. So first off, from my standpoint, I think the team of analysts and the author, Dr. Barry in particular, just did an excellent job of responding to our comments and working with the information that they had to construct an analysis that, while it definitely has some limitations, is informative from my standpoint. We appreciate, or I appreciated in particular, really careful consideration to characterizing these many sources of uncertainty, including conditions of oceanic maturity and survival, which is really the essence of what we have in terms of how this might affect the number of returning fish. In river age compositions, estimates, stock of origin, and ultimately context for impact, which is the run size. So I am not going to repeat or even go through a list of the specifics in terms of how they address those certainties. I think they're laid out in the document really well. In our minutes, we'll just direct the council to the location of some of those key points. But in terms of the big takeaways, from the 2011 to 2019, the simplified AEQ estimates for the Central Western Alaska chum group accounted on average for about 1.4% of total removals. And then later in the time series, there was a spike up around 4.5% to 5% of removals. For the upper middle Yukon reporting group, again, the range was below 1%, so down around 0.2% early on, and then up in the 4 to 5% in 2021. And we had quite a bit of discussion about what might drive that bump that we saw, and identified that the actual amount of bycatch hadn't changed that much in the latter years, but that this was a function of the estimate of the run size, which makes sense given that this is a ratio. So the key takeaways here are that the expected number of fish returning after accounting best we can for oceanic mortality is that somewhere in that range of, 1 to 4%. I'm noting that there is substantial uncertainty and that based on the simplified approach to these calculations, putting real confidence bounds around those estimates is quite difficult. So moving forward into some recommendations, I think it's important to start by just noting that, and this is consistent with what we heard in public testimony as well as what the analyst pointed out, but the NAEQ analysis is not a complete assessment of the potential impact of bycatch removals of chum salmon. We appreciate that this has been reiterated at many appropriate points throughout the analysis, and I think the SSC concurs with the comments that we heard in public testimony about a number of things that are quite important, but that AEQ just doesn't address. And so the authors provide quite a nice quote, I think, in bold that we may include in our minutes as well, that just says the data are provided here are only meant to contextualize the magnitude of PSC removals of chum salmon attributed to the Central Western Alaska Reporting Group, and that these data shouldn't be used in lieu of an impact rate as a determinant of annual run sizes. And then where we do have information on run size for the fall Yukon, we still have substantial uncertainty, but we'll get to some recommendations about that. Ultimately, from my standpoint, the AEQ and the impacts analyses are helpful in developing realistic expectations of salmon savings that are associated with either the status quo or the policy alternatives in terms of scale. And it's really constrained to the numbers of salmon as opposed to some of the other effects that may carry forward. So from my viewpoint, what we have in front of us is probably about as good as it's going to get. We identified quite a number of potential areas of refinement. The authors did a great job of kind of even mapping a road or a path in terms of what could happen going forward if they had more data. So I think the AEQ analysis as it stands and the way that it's integrated into the evaluation of the alternatives and options is ready to move forward. With some minor recommendations from the SSC to improve clarity. First, uncertainty. Given the run size, uncertainty is really important for the interpretation of AEQ impacts. The SSC requests that the analyst incorporate the available run size uncertainty information, which actually is presented in an addendum, table 81, in the form of a coefficient of variation estimates. This is for the fall Yukon AEQ impacts analyses. And our recommendation or request is that those uncertainties be included both in the graphics that are presented, as well as to the extent possible in the analyses themselves to help provide some additional information in interpreting those rates. We do note that some of the CV estimates seem quite low, well below, say, 15% in recent years for for the Yukon fall information. And so we request that the CV estimation methods be provided in an appendix, so we have a better sense of how errors associated with that were actually calculated before they were included in the ratio with the mean. So the aim of this is really to provide the council with an understanding of how likely a given reduction in chum bycatch is to be detectable in future run reconstructions and in river monitoring, as well as to achieve the likelihood that it would achieve the desired policy outcome. And this is to support a fuller exploration of the trade-offs that the council will be considering in the context of practicability. The next thing SSC requests is information about other removals be put into the same units. So for example, to provide a figure or a table that includes the commercial and subsistence catch as a proportion of run size, to provide context for the AEQ interpretation, which is put into that same framework as a proportion of run size. And so this would be in addition to the information they've already provided in figure 3-16. Next would be timing. We request the analysts, to the extent they can, explore the potential impacts of allowing BCs and bycatch savings to accrue to escapement in the same year. It's something Dr. Cunningham brought up. It's one of the sort of internal assumptions within the analysis. It's possible that this has impacts on the apparent high impact year in 2021. But important to just note that this is not practical in terms of the timing for those fish to make it back to the river. Additional clarification in terms of some key vocabulary or terms in the analysis that are used to indicate stock size. For example, run reconstruction, what's included, area M harvest or not. So there's run reconstructions. Sometimes it's referred to as returns. Sometimes it's referred to as returns to natal system. Also might be referred to as escapement or drainage-wide escapement. And so I think there are differences in terms of what's meant by these specific words. And so it would be helpful for the analyst to just examine the consistency that they're in terms of where they're used in the analysis to potentially avoid confusion. Finally, there were several instances where potential new data or decision support information may be forthcoming. So the SSC is encouraged by this. Several potential news sources that include both the BBSRI initiative to produce in-season chum genetics information that may well be useful in terms of decision support in a near-time fashion, as well as work underway at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center in collaboration with ADF&G to develop new genetic marker panels with low coverage whole genome sequencing. So it'd be helpful to the extent possible that if the analysts provide an update in terms of the status of those.
Thanks very much, Brad. We'll go to Ian next.
Yeah, thanks, Brad. I don't have much to add to that. I agree that the AEQ and the impact analyses were helpful with the uncertainties and caveats noted, and that this part of the analysis is ready to move forward with some minor adjustments. I would suggest with regard to uncertainty, particularly for the Yukon fall chum, where we've asked that to be brought through to the impact analysis, I would suggest that the authors consider you reporting it as a 95% confidence interval rather than a CV, just to make it really easy to interpret the low and the high bounds of that range, rather than people needing to do some math to figure out that range. Including that uncertainty in the impact analysis, I think, would allow the authors to comment on the question that came up during our discussion, which is, does the impact rate tend to have been highest when the stock was lowest? I think that's a critical question and would be worth commenting on whether there's actually support, given the uncertainties in the data, whether there's actually any support for that. I note that for the Yukon summer chum uncertainty that's reported in the addendum, the CVs in a range of 3 to 4% seem unreasonable. And I would think we should caution against assuming that level of precision until the methods for developing those estimates are described, which we've asked for. And then finally, I may be off here, and maybe I'd look to Curry for a clarification, but with regard to the timing, I think that the assumption was that the bycatch effects were assumed to occur in the year that the bycatch occurred. And we would be asking for an evaluation of whether it would make sense to push those to the following year. But anyway, we'll want to clarify that wording. Maybe I just heard it wrong, and that's all I have.
Okay, thanks, Ian. Do you want to comment on that right now?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. And I think our recommendation can be fairly general, that we would look for a general description of what's known about the timing of bycatch within the season, the location of bycatch, as well as the timing of escapement in river for fall run chum salmon, to identify summer and fall run, to identify the extent to which they could be co-occurring in the same year as is assumed in the AEQ analysis, or if that assumption doesn't quite align with the realized timing of when fish are at the southern end of the shelf edge in the Bering Sea and when we expect them to be returning in river.
Okay, thanks for that. On the same topic, yeah. Go ahead.
Thinking about this, I just think about the physical distance between a return to Bristol Bay, some one of those rivers versus a Kotzebue River or a long run up the Yukon, they may be different for some stocks. It may be the same year in some stocks and different years in other stocks. It'll add complication to that, not whether we want to get into that or not. Thanks.
Also on the same topic?
Yeah, just to clarify, I agree with Curry. We don't need to suggest a specific analysis, but just an evaluation of the topic, I think would be fine.
Okay, I think then we go into Pat for this.
Great, thank you. So I was pleased to be able to take a look at the adult equivalent presentation. I valued the presentation by Doctors Patrick Berry and Diana Stram. I valued the attempt to quantify all the mechanistic steps that occur between avoiding being caught through until returning to stream of origin. And I appreciated the simplification, but as the questions from the SSC indicated, there is always something that one might worry about influencing the findings. That being said, the exercise was useful in seeing where the process of fish returning to streams was most influenced by factors affecting mortality. Something to consider for future exploring is potentially correlations between returns relative to bycatch levels and pollock stock harvest rates. I'm reminded of the review by the National Academy of Sciences on improving fish stock assessments, which was back in 1998, but I think the recommendations still hold. They talk about using alternative models to compare how different quantitative perspectives can shed light on system performance. And in this case, I think simple correlation or even some regression models using environmental factors in addition to drivers such as pollock harvest rates or bycatch levels might be insightful to explore in this context. I did have some issue with regard to how the AEQ was used in the end to compute the impact factor. We spent a lot of time on figure A4-8. I thought what was provided was useful in a broad sense, but it tended to be swamped out by the much larger stock size index. And I thought it might be useful at some point to try to link the return numbers to the factors listed in section 4.3.3.2 on the importance of some chum salmon for indigenous peoples in the Yukon and Kuskokwim regions, which is on page 284 of the report. I struggle myself with how to relate metrics such as AEQ with what is happening ecologically and culturally in those regions where the fish eventually return. Naively, and I hope my naivety didn't spill over into anything else in terms of like our understanding of the extensive information that is provided by the indigenous groups that worked on this project. But naively, I hoped that my questions during the public testimony period where this came up would help facilitate a bridge between different ways of knowing. And as an aside, I was thinking about Wittgenstein's talks about private languages and how we use language, how language influences how we understand ourselves and others. So one of the languages I work with is, for better or worse, quantitative. And often, though not always, this is the language used in setting quotas in management. So I hope we can continue to talk and perhaps establish a bridge between how the local communities see their impacts relative to what we're trying to see as coming out of this type of analysis here. So thank you.
Thanks, Pat. I want to open it up to other comments on this, the AQ analysis in general. Curry, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I also want to commend the authors and the analysts for putting this together. I think this is something that the SSC has asked for routinely. I think it does help place some perspective in terms of the magnitude of bycatch removals relative to return size in this context. The only other comment that I would add is that it might be helpful in the discussion, given the sensitivity of these results to assumptions about natural mortality in the ocean, to dig a little bit deeper into the origin of those estimates. I realize it came from the 2012 analysis, and there was some sensitivity testing done, and that is mentioned in the document, but perhaps expanding that description a little bit, just for the benefit of the reader.
Thanks for that. Just one question to Pat, maybe, on the, specifically so you talked more about sort of considerations for future analyses, specific to this document. Can you clarify what you mean in terms of incorporating correlations between, say, environmental factors, harvest rates and so forth to the AEQ measures?
Sure, we had a number of different opportunities to see some correlations, and one might look at like the simple correlations, like the bycatch levels relative to what actually returned to the stream, or the pollock harvest rates relative to what actually returned at the stream, or the bycatch rates. I don't really care for rates too much, but bycatch rates relative to what actually returned in the stream. When we talk about a correlation regression, conducting a regression is a kind of way of mapping correlation. And if one was doing it in that way, then one potentially could include other environmental factors, such as space or habitat or temperature or gear or industry type and so forth. And these things are relatively easy to do, and it would be interesting to see what level of variation would occur in looking at those simple correlations relative to. I just want to make this comment. I really valued the analysis that Patrick did on this, but it's actually more complicated than most stock assessments that I've seen. And we typically, in that situation, actually ask for external reviews of the entire thing, right? And so, but one thing we have in our or his toolkit is basically just to do some correlations and regressions to see to what extent they are similar to what actually comes out of a more complex analysis.
Okay, thanks. So I think similar to some earlier comments about maybe just presenting some of the trends in terms of correlation. So I think may have to provide some specific examples for where that might make sense.
Very good. Thank you.
Rob?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Chris, did you have a comment too, or were you just pointing at Rob? Yeah, go ahead, Rob, then. I don't know who was first.
Okay. This is stepping back a little bit, but still related to AEQ. I was just trying to find this figure while we had the discussion a little bit earlier. So it's regarding the, as far as which fish in a given year with the AEQ are going to escape into a river that year versus a subsequent year. And I think something that would be, as we were thinking about this a lot yesterday, I was looking at figure 3-29, and it shows the weekly salmon bycatch rates. And I think that's a perfect example of where I was looking at that graph trying to come up with kind of like a cumulative curve, right? So you could say along the weeks, if it was cumulative chum bycatch or even Western Alaska chum bycatch, if that was possible, what week are you assuming within the AEQ that those fish are going to escape into the river versus likely go escape the following year or even later, depending on their age? So that's just an easy way to describe exactly what we're asking.
Jason, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess getting back to Pat's comment about the correlation, I'm still a little confused as far as what the purpose of that would be, given the amount of analysis that was done for the AEQ and what the intent that would add to the analysis. So if you could clarify that, that'd be great. Thanks.
Sure, I can try. In looking at correlations, in some sense, one's making fewer assumptions about what's going on in the system. And I find that if the signal is strong, it will come through. If it's not, it won't. We make lots of assumptions in setting up the mechanistic connection between what's happening in the bycatch arena and what happens when the fish eventually gets to the stream. So quite often one might ask, to what extent is this noise versus actually a strong signal that's coming through? So throughout my years in doing stock assessments, and I see this analogous to that, quite often I would use much simpler models to see if the signal was any different than what came through the more complex, although maybe more sophisticated models. And so I'm just suggesting that in this case, some simple correlations and regressions might be sufficient. When we look, I forget which figure it was that we were looking at, but it was the one right before we did the impact analysis, right? That was looking at the bycatch rates relative to the AEQ. There seemed to be some strong correlations there. To what extent it's because of the one is based on the other is an open question, but it kind of begs the question as to whether there's any other correlations that might be found. For example, one might find that temperature is the main driver of what you're seeing showing up in the streams, regardless of what bycatch is. Well, that would be interesting to know. Hopefully that was helpful.
Yeah, I mean, thanks for the clarification. I mean, I welcome other comments on that, but I'm not sure if we want to ask for, bringing in, there's a lot of complexity to the potential environmental drivers. I was thinking you were more referring to just looking at some of the trends that were presented, the data that is in the document, to look at correlations.
If I may, I wasn't really suggesting that for like right now. I was just suggesting that there's other ways to look at the data than the way it was considered.
Okay, we'll separate so maybe longer term considerations from comments on the specific analyses here. Curry, do you have a follow-up? Okay. Okay, any other comments on the AQ? Oh, Chris, sorry.
Just in line here. Yeah, I really appreciate the work that was done on this. This is something the SSC really likes to see. Fundamentally, we want to make sure the information in front of the council is going to help them understand what the trade-offs are. And this provides a couple of important pieces of information. It provides the context that the Western Alaska chum catch amounts are a fairly small amount of the total return. It also provides the context that an awful lot of these fish would survive back to the river. So a fish that is saved here is fairly likely to get back to the river. My only sort of comment or thought about refining the analysis is to think more about the best way to handle 2021 within the broader context of the analysis. We started to go down the road and thought a little bit about why 2021 was such an outlier, but it might still be worth going to look and see the extent to which that extremely high level of overall chum bycatch is spread across sectors, fleets, weeks, areas, just to see if that's associated with something, and maybe more importantly, thinking about the way it's presented and discussed. So right now there's a couple tables that call out 2021 in particular as an example of almost a random deviate that makes it hard to project into the future. And that makes sense if it's sort of truly a random deviate from a pretty constant data generating process. But we know that the incentive system has changed and changed in a very big way in 2022. So that the way we're relating fishing effort to chum bycatch has changed. And I'm not sure that over focusing on 2021 as a sort of regular example of a random deviate that makes this hard to model is sort of the fairest way to present results. So I think I just advise some caution around how to talk about 2021.
Okay, thanks. Any other comments on the AEQ portion? Not seeing any, I'll briefly recap that. The SSC appreciates, again, the responsiveness to our request to provide some kind of simplified AQ analysis, acknowledging the limitations and uncertainties in that. We'll note that we generally found the analysis and very informative and with a careful characterization of the uncertainty, and we have some comments on how that can be improved, in terms of some of the inputs and how to better characterize uncertainty. But we feel that it does provide good context for impacts, considering potential impacts. We had a bit of discussion around the apparently high impact rates in the recent years, and particularly in 2021, where the AEQ stayed relatively high while abundances decreased, and then particularly in 2021, that pronounced spike, and asked for some clarification in that regard, and a discussion around kind of characterizing how real that spike is, and or whether much of it might be attributed to random variability given the uncertainties. We'll highlight and note, and also note that it is extensively discussed in the document that this does not support a full analysis of impacts, but simply kind of conceptualizes or contextualizes the potential magnitude. Despite the substantial uncertainty, it is helpful to this analysis was helpful to kind of characterize the scale of potential savings, and we with regards to the AQ analysis, we do feel this is also ready to move forward with perhaps some minor improvements, and we have might note a number of suggestions of what could be improved in terms of the uncertainty. We would request that the analysts incorporate the run size information and figures, and that the uncertainty is included in the figures of the run sizes, and also some characterization of how that uncertainty was determined. And we suggest specifically to present some of the uncertainties in terms of a 95% uncertainty or credibility interval rather than CV or plus minus standard errors. I already commented on, adding some discussion on whether impact rates are indeed higher recently, and also noting that some of the CVs in recent years seemed unrealistically low, and ask for some clarification on how those were computed and if they characterize the full uncertainty, or what what uncertainty is actually captured in those. We also suggest to providing subsistence and commercial catch information on subsistence and commercial catch as a proportion of run size, in addition to the information as it's currently provided. We ask for some discussion of the timing of the bycatch in the bee season by week, relative to when the fish return to the streams, in particular to clarify the potential of the bee season savings in the latter part of the season to return to the rivers in the same year. At least some discussion around that. We will note or ask for some clarification in the language around the different ways in which escapement is described, and some consistency in the wording to make sure that the wording is consistent for where there's currently different terms being used. We'll also ask for noting in the document some of the new or updated data that as it's being developed right now in terms of genetic marker panels, to at least have that noted in the document that is coming forward. And then given the sensitivity of some of the analyses to mortality and maturation schedules and all that, we ask that the analysis discusses where those numbers came from originally, in the, provide a little more detail on the 2012 analysis and how those numbers were developed. Then we'll have some comments on sort of maybe longer term considerations, how some of this may be able to be presented in a simplified fashion in terms of correlations and regression analyses, to maybe characterize potential impacts in a simpler way. And let's see. We appreciate the, well, that's more of the impact. We'll get back to that later in terms of how these AEQ analyses carry through in the impact analysis. So I'll leave it at that. Hopefully didn't miss anything major.
Can I suggest something? So you talked about the correlations to do the approach simpler, but my intention with that was to provide a contrast to the more sophisticated method as a sort of diagnostic.
Kerry, you have a comment on that?
I guess I'm a little unclear on what we're correlating with what. So are we correlating the total bycatch number or bycatch apportioned by the genetic stock composition with the return abundance in a given year? I'm trying to figure out exactly what X and Y are in this context.
No, that's fair. And I don't know that I understand the genetic stuff well enough to know whether that should be what gets used. I was thinking more things like bycatch rate relative to returns, or pollock harvest relative to returns, or some pushback on this, environmental factors relative to returns. Where I'm going with this is that this is a complex approach, and quite often it's useful to have simpler approaches that just look broadly at the data. Maybe even correlations with time would be a useful thing to look at. But if this is too vague, then I'm willing to strike it.
Yeah, I mean, my sense is that unless we have sort of specific specific correlations or regressions in mind that help improve the document that we have right now in terms of kind of informing the alternatives or choice between alternatives, we can include that, but I'm not sure if I'm seeing that here.
Okay, fair enough. Then let's strike it.
Okay, I think that brings us to the next section, and that's the analysis of the alternative 5, including the fleet movement model that they attempt to use for that. And Curry will kick us off.
Yeah, thank you. I think we should first and foremost highlight our appreciation for the analysts in terms of, I think, clearly describing the benefits and associated costs to the extent practicable for implementation of these 3 alternative in-season corridor cap alternatives, both in isolation under alternative 5 and then in conjunction with the other options and alternatives, which is really important as we think about how alternative 5 might interact with something like an overall cap under alternative 2 or an overall cap associated with abundance indices under alternative 3. The DEIS does provide, at least from my perspective, very clear descriptions of the considerations among the alternative potential corridors in terms of large differences in bycatch rate, right? Recognizing that between cluster 2 and cluster 1 and Unimac, there's really large differences in total chum bycatch rates per unit pollock. As well as the average genetic composition differences between these areas, and of course the realized utilization of these different clusters or corridors by the different fishery sectors, all important considerations in this context. As you alluded to, the DEIS does describe the development of a fleet movement model similar to what was developed for the Bristol Bay Red King crab EA. For evaluating the impact of redistributed effort on a weekly basis, using data from at the hull level from catchers, catcher processors, and motherships. I think in terms of the approach that was taken, the analyst rightly thought about, okay, how do we redistribute effort? Is it proportional to PSC rates in the surrounding areas? Is it proportional to target catch per unit effort? Kind of the 2 fundamental things that, or at least 2 of the things that might fundamentally be driving spatial behavior and movement behavior. Ultimately, at the end of the day, kind of the efficacy of that fleet movement model was limited by the fact that particularly for the shoreside sector, as well as motherships, there were particular weeks within years in which they only fished within a particular corridor. So you can't predict what their behavior would have been if other members of that sector weren't fishing elsewhere. But I think that's fine. I think we should commend the analysts for their diligence in exploring the feasibility of this more complex tool for addressing this question, and also highlighting where the data end and where at some point you aren't going to get a better answer by continuing down that path towards complexity. As an alternative to the explicit fleet movement model, there were very clear descriptions of what reallocation of effort amongst these different corridors might look like in terms of displaced pollock landings, in terms of PSC rates, not only for chum, but also for Chinook and herring, 2 other key considerations. And I think the descriptions and tables that were provided do a great job of contextualizing what might happen if individuals are displaced from a given corridor, depending on where that cap is specified. At the end of the day, the analysts suggest that cluster 2 being the option for kind of potential closure, depending on whether or not that in-season cap is reached, provides the least risk of adverse outcomes, which I had to sort of read through this a few times to understand kind of what seems counterintuitive, but at the end of the day, it's this idea that if you exclude vessels from cluster 1 or Unimac, you end up moving them into an area with 4 times the overall chum salmon bycatch rate. And so at the end of the day, I think this is a really useful way of exploring what the implications would be depending on which of those corridors were selected, if they were selected. I think it's important that the SSC highlight, as was also highlighted in public testimony, that the behavioral response of the different sectors, either preemptively prior to achieving a cap if alternative 5 were selected, or following the closure of a particular corridor if alternative 5 were selected, are likely to be really sector and vessel specific. We heard in public testimony that you have different impacts even within the shoreside fleet, depending on the size of the vessels, their ability to move, and the constraints in terms of product form and processing under which they operate. And so I think this is fairly clear, but in terms of our recommendations for the analysis of alternative 5, I think to the extent practicable, we can ask that the analysts at least provide some comment or consideration of variation in the size and capability of vessels participating in the shoreside sector, and what this means in the event of either a cluster 1 or Unimac closure if those options were selected. I think that the analysis at present does a great job of breaking out impacts by sector, but it's a little more consideration, or at least acknowledgement, that there is heterogeneity in vessels, particularly within that shoreside sector, might be important. It need not be long-winded, though. The other recommendation that I have, and this gets to this idea that behavioral responses might be spatial and they might be temporal, given that under alternative 5, if a particular corridor would close, that closure would end on August 31st. In any of those figures that are showing kind of the both pollock catch as well as the PSC rate or total PSC across years and across weeks on the x-axis, it's really important to clearly highlight where that endpoint would be in the event that effort does shift later in bee season as a response, either preemptively or after a corridor cap goes into place. So simple additions to those figures, I think, would help clarify that for me. But I'm curious to hear thoughts from others.
Thanks, Gary. We'll go to Bob next.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Curry, for a thorough analysis. I agree with what you said, and won't repeat. I will emphasize a few things. In particular, thank the authors for a thorough analysis, and an analysis that I think is currently sufficient for council decision making. I appreciated that the staff did consider the previous analyses that and SSC requests relative to red king crab on the movement, the potential for a movement model, and agree with Curry that clear rationale was provided for not moving forward with the movement model. And I really appreciate that we did not take that a step too far, that we manage expectations on how far these data can go, and that what we had available to us in a more qualitative response was sufficient for the council to make decisions. A couple of things with respect to the data that are available overall for this alternative is that it's clear that there are the data are limited because they're retrospective. We're trying to predict behavior in both the temporal and spatial scales, as Curry mentioned, and that impacts our ability to assess what the overall impacts would be. However, and I guess with respect to that, it's not clear that that the hard corridor closures would have an impact on chum bycatch in a particular direction because of the unknown and the displacement of effort. And that was clearly borne out in the analysis. There is a high risk, as was noted, for the potential to create higher bycatch, specifically in the cluster 2 area. based on the information that we have. We heard in public testimony the high probability of avoidance behavior. And while that is unknown at this time, it's probable that there will be a lot of behavioral shifts away from what we have seen in the past. And so our ability to predict that is limited. It is not clear how well the previous information that we have available to us is predictive of future ocean conditions and future patterns that we've seen in bycatch, both temporally and spatially, and therefore its value for predicting impact and fishing behavior is also unknown. We had public testimony on the manner of how bycatch works in more large events as opposed to spread out like Chinook, and that is again adds to the uncertainty in our ability to understand how these clusters or how the fishermen would react to the changes in these clusters. As was just mentioned, the effects on the inshore and the CV sectors is likely to be disproportionate due to their tie to their processing sectors. It was suggested in the considerations for how alternative 5 could be used with other alternatives that alternative 4 could be linked with alternative 5. I think we had a good discussion highlighting that prior to hitting a cap, there's a likelihood that some of the alternative 4 behaviors could be valuable in negotiating an area-specific cap. However, I don't think that, and I would ask that the authors consider further in the final write-up whether or not it's worth identifying the fact that there would be likely limited information and benefit from combining alternative 4 and 5 when you have an even smaller area with which to implement the methods that have been currently have been already implemented and are listed in alternative 4. Let's see. We did note, or the analysts did note that the impact on Chinook, again, while unknown, is likely high in terms of changing the temporal behavior of bycatch, but also from a spatial perspective, moving fisheries into areas where fishermen have already worked to move away from Chinook. So a couple of general comments and in addition to what I've just said. So general table 3.38, 3.44 is really the crux, I think, of the analysis. And I would just ask, and I'll provide some just minor edits for a more clear comparison of those two graphics, what those graphics mean, what the colors mean on those graphics in terms of comparing pollock harvest to either chum or Chinook PSC and PSC rate, because it really does define why it is difficult to communicate what would happen between cluster 1 and cluster 2 in particular. All this said, we had some excellent public testimony. I want to thank the public testifiers all around. And I would ask that in the final write-up, the authors recognize the following topics, some of which have been said. We heard that as currently written, the document suggests that there is no effect on crab species. And I think we heard some compelling testimony on the potential for there to be impact in clusters 1 and clusters 2, probably related to tanner crab in particular, on crab habitat. So noting that, I think is important. Also noting that there was quite a bit of testimony acknowledging that within cluster 1, that there is the potential for some extremely clean fishing. So having an entire area that also incorporates areas that could be cleanly fished. There was some agreement from both the catcher vessels as well as the CPs on there being clean fishing in there. However, it also highlighted the difference in those sectors, acknowledging that it works if there's enough fish in that particular sector. So noting that even within a cluster right now, there's some resolution that could be important to tease out. Again, in the final document is important. And then last comment here, as Curry mentioned, looking at the effects on individual vessels is critical. And I would ask that the authors work with industry in terms of writing that up. Again, keep it short. It's just identifying that having a more refined understanding of how these clusters, how this alternative is impacting vessels at the individual vessel level is important. So just identifying that is important and is an additional impact to this potential alternative. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Bob. Go to Chris next.
Yeah, I sort of start off broadly supporting the comments that Curry and Bob have made here. I think this is a really nice, well thought out sort of heads up approach to this request from the SSC. It would be lovely to have the data to figure out where effort's going to go, but you kind of look at it and you realize that we have no basis to predict where data would go because nobody fishes there, at least in the important segments of the fleet. And instead, what the analysts did is sort of step back and say, what's the council really need to know here? And there's a couple of important lessons that come across pretty clearly. Right. One is that it's going to be the inshore sector that's really affected, especially with closures in Cluster 1 or Unimac, if caps are triggered. And it's less likely to affect the offshore fleets. And second, that closures are going to make it likely, present a significant risk of displacing effort into places where there's more likelihood of encountering Western Alaska chum, possibly inadvertently leading to higher Western Alaska chum bycatch mortality. There's also a significant risk of pushing the season later, increasing Chinook bycatch. So the analysis makes this clear even without a quantified predictive model, which is really nice. Let's see. I sort of have two things to add, which might just be suggestions for more slightly different discussion. The first is that I think, so we have data from 22 and 23, and there's folk knowledge, but not analysis of 24, on how the IPA programs are working and how that's changing the encounter rates of chum. And I think it might be worth including some discussion about the likelihood of triggering the closure at these different cap levels, or at different cap levels, given the presence of these IPA programs. And this may be where there's sort of the best chance of getting traction of characterizing the impacts of this alternative. So less about where effort goes and more about the likelihood of trying to avoid these caps. And my concern here would be, especially by the time this comes around to the council again, that the decision may end up sort of being made with folk knowledge of what's happening there, because it hasn't been captured in the science. So here, our data and our analysis is going to kind of lag a little bit what public testimony and folk knowledge is going to provide to the council. So to the extent that we can represent that for final action alternative that would stage, that would be nice. The other thing I've noticed is it came up in public testimony a couple times that there are safety risks to these to the corridor closures, and it would be nice to. I would suggest we acknowledge this and put in a better characterization of what the safety risks are associated with making, in particular, the small boats in the inshore sector go out a little bit further, just so that that's part of the record. And that would be my, those are my primary suggestions here. But overall, nicely done.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Do we have other comments specific to the alternative 5? And here, go ahead. And I realize this is going to be, there's
No, this is
tricky
just
overlap.
really quick, and I will tie it into the next section too, just to respond a little bit to what Bob was raising around the individual vessel effects. There actually is in an appendix a pretty detailed kind of look at some of the individual vessel impacts. And then I will touch on it because that was something that we asked for in the past. And I don't know how far down that road we want to go. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, it wasn't presented. So just to flag for people, you know, I had looked at it in the context of everything but alternative 5. And I just said this to Chris as well, but I guess maybe a question is what's done, some of the qualitative discussion and then the appendix work, is that sufficient for 5? Or are there more specific things people are looking for? Because for all the other alternatives, I was not thinking of asking for anything additional.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I guess that's a question to the rest of the committee. If there are, additional things that could be done beyond what's currently in the appendix, go ahead.
I'll just, which appendix are you, of the 345
Yes,
pages?
I know people have been busy. So here, and to give people some time, I mean, I think if we wanted to ask, it might make sense to ask across the alternatives. So maybe we could bundle this in with the next section. And so, yeah, this is discussed in the document qualitatively, 3.2.4.2.6. 4.2.2, Appendix 6, Section 4, Section 6.4, which looks more like a kind of SIA, but actually the individual impacts are at the back there. And then I guess I did have a big picture comment that, you know, maybe other people want to chime in on. I did wonder if maybe for cases where there are revisions and we're focusing on revisions, if maybe just 1 or 2 slides could be presented about generally where things are in these big documents, because there are 2 items I'll talk about that were really heavily came up a lot in public comment, but actually there are aspects of these public comments that were addressed in the report, and it would have been really helpful to hear people comment on the report text and analysis as it stood rather than ask for it. So I never know exactly how to handle that in public comment either, but maybe that could just, I think it would be something beyond the table of contents, because it would be providing a little bit more information on the analyses that are done and where people might find them.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I guess we can note that now or circle around to that later too, in terms of the structure of the documents and recommendations. I mean, I've found that difficult too. We kind of made our own table of appendices just to know where the appendices are, because there wasn't, like in the document, there was no actual table of appendices that made it easy to find those sections. Kerry, you look like you had a comment on that, or?
No, I'm still trying to find it.
Do you want me to email it? I will email it to you all under the alternative.
We can look through if it's sufficient describing potential impacts.
I think it's a question that you all should weigh in on. I don't know how far we want to go.
Yeah, go ahead and help us with that one.
Mr. Chair, thank you, SSC. For the record, Sarah Marion, Council staff. I think what Kalen is referring to is in Appendix 6. There's a part of that analysis that pairs with Chapter 4, the social and economic impact analysis that looks at vessel level impacts. So I didn't present about this. This was an AP request specifically. So I used this example to address the AP request. I could do more of this. I could do it differently. We heard in public testimony some interest in vessel level impacts. And it seemed like most of that testimony was focused around alternative 5. So just to give you a high level of what that appendix shows, I used the vessel level Chinook allocations that are made by the IPAs. So those are not made in regulations. The industry takes their apportionment and internally makes decisions about how to apportion that out at the vessel level. Each group discounts an amount off the top and then apportions it down to the vessel level. So I looked at that and then considered all of the internal transfers that go on and then applied that proportion to each vessel. And with all of the chum, salmon, PSC limits and apportionments that were being considered. And I just did this for the inshore sector as an example because their information was presented easily in the IPAs in a way that I could do this. And so you can see in Appendix 6, there are some figures there that show at the cooperative level, the vessels that might have gone over their vessel level apportionments. And one of the takeaways from that exercise was that even in years and PSC limits where a sector might not have reached its limit, there are some vessels that could have reached their limit. And I think that's another point that the industry was bringing up in their public testimony regarding alternative 5, when you break that limit down to the vessel level, what that looks like and whether it's viable or not. So that's the point in relation to the vessel level analysis. And if the SSC wants to ask for more and additional information, you can think about that methodology and if you'd suggest something different or more there.
Yeah, thanks for that. That really helps. So I mean, I'm not sure if we can fully sort of digest what's in there right now, and so our comments may be somewhat general to make sure that to the extent possible there's some consideration given to the individual characterization of the individual vessel level effects in the document. Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks for that, Sarah. Appreciate that. And I did see some of that information, and what I was asking for based on public testimony was a bit more general in terms of not trying to quantify the number of individual vessels that would have gone over in a particular scenario, but addressing the fact that there's more resolution within a sector that is presented in the overall analyses, and just communicating to the council that resolution is important. So you've got size differences within a particular sector that are going to drive the behaviors that are probably driving what's in the table in Appendix 6. So I think if the analysts can work with industry to define that the general considerations for, again, being clear that sector is too big of an aggregate to communicate like what impacts would be, I think that's enough from my perspective.
Through the chair, if I may respond, I could certainly emphasize that more in the economic section. I would also point out, though, that in the analysis of alternative 5, we do have table 426, which breaks out CVs by length and the distances they've traveled, and has some discussion about the variability and the diversity especially in the inshore fleet and what that means in terms of their potential ability to move outside of especially cluster 1, understanding that could be about 80 nautical miles just to the edge of cluster 1 to then begin to travel and find areas for fishing and what that means within the fleet. There's some of the CVs that are well equipped to go much further than that, and they're more efficient, and they have the throughput and the economies of scale to be able to prosecute further out, and there's some that don't. And we did have some other suggestions from the SSC yesterday about connecting that with community information, or there could be some other types of vessel characteristics we could pull out. If the SSC has recommendations for how in-depth to go on that vessel level, I don't expect that I can profile each vessel and characterize what they can do, but if there's further depth there, we could certainly add that.
While we have the analysts here, are there any more questions for the analysts first? Okay, thanks again. Go ahead, Kaylin.
With the idea of consistency again, one of the other things I liked about some of the qualitative characterization of vessel impacts in these other sections, not necessarily alternative 5, but maybe we could be consistent. Everything you said, Bob, but then there's a little bit more discussion also around, would we expect some exit of vessels? Would we expect some leasing? What are some of the more some of these economic outcomes or indicators, and how might those potentially change just from a directional sense? And for some of these other alternatives, I thought that was really nicely done. And so maybe just doing a little bit more of that, adding to that qualitative kind of discussion to mirror some of these other alternatives as much as possible. That would be something I'd be very supportive of.
Thanks very much, Chris.
Yeah, thanks. Just one comment thinking about alternative 5, and it harkens back to my first comment this morning, and that's our general concern that we mentioned back in April about establishing new management lines based on historical data, and the fact that animals and distributions are changing over time. We have currently a couple of examples thinking about the red crab savings area and the herring savings area that we've been trying to either add to or move or consider whether they're in the correct place or not. And adding, I think having just a comment and thinking about establishing new static, basically closure areas for things that may be changing over time may be, detrimental to the goal of this. And additionally, thinking about the fact that it may be detrimental, thinking about, where if indirect effects of closure areas like the herring savings area, where if that's closed, you may have negative impacts on chum and Chinook without actually doing much positive benefit to herring. So these are issues of static closure areas that we already have, and adding another one, I would just, I want to bring that out to the group. Thanks.
So just to be clear, so adding for kind of additional discussion to the extent that it's not in the document of sort of the cumulative impacts of multiple static closures. Other comments on this section? I'll Brad, go ahead.
So this is related to what Chris was just mentioning, but maybe something a little bit simpler, more discreet. We did hear in public testimony what was effectively a recommendation to potentially consider shifting the date of the winter herring savings area from a September to October in a way or as a pathway to open up additional movement capacity within the fleet. And so it would be helpful, I think, if the analysts have time to just sort of summarize the timing. And then we heard information in terms of just the amount of herring that's being encountered in that month, what that might mean. And so to Chris's point, if there is flexibility to even alter the date as opposed to, move the boundaries, that could potentially be relevant in a alternative 5 evaluation.
Okay, other comments on this? I think not seeing any. I'm actually, I'll do my best to just sort of summarize some of the high-level comments on this. And there may be a couple of things that will come up again. But generally, with respect to the analysis of the alternative 5, we appreciate the characterization of the potential impacts of the different options on this alternative, including a clear description in the bycatch rates and genetic composition data that's critical to that. We do appreciate the consideration of the fleet movement model to assess impacts of redistributing the catches, but we agree with the analysts to not move forward with the approach given the data limitations. We do find that there was, instead a fairly clear characterization in the document of the potential impacts of the displacement to the extent that the data support it. That provides good context for the potential impacts. We've had some discussion around the fact that these impacts are sector and vessel specific, as they all operate under different constraints. We do note that there is some discussion of vessel specific indices, vessel specific characteristics in the appendices. But we specifically recommend that the document sort of maybe better characterize some of the heterogeneity at the vessel level, and what the impacts of that might be. And I don't have good wording for that, but we'll have some wording in the document around that. And we had recommended in that context too sort of a better characterization of the spatial versus temporal shifts and where effort might be relocated, and including that in some of the figures. We might highlight again some of the unintended consequences and kind of the high uncertainty in those unintended consequences in terms of Chinook impacts on Chinook bycatch, for example, and the difficulties around sort of characterizing behavioral shifts or changes in behavior. We will also note that these retrospective analyses may not necessarily reflect behavior under sort of future different ocean conditions, distributions of pollock and or salmon may shift. We'll highlight that I think we had some general comments on how the alternatives might work in combination, in particular alternative 4 with the other alternatives, and the with alternative 5 in particular, but also with the others, and characterizing kind of the limitations of how effective that may be. We'll ask for some specific clarifications on some of the graphics to help, again, distinguish the options. We'll recommend adding some discussion of effects on crab habitat. And then, and this I might ask for some clarification on too, and yet we typically don't comment on the alternatives themselves or how to structure the alternatives, but we had some public comments suggesting that there is a lot of spatial variability within these clusters in some areas that provide for cleanup fishing, and some discussion yesterday both in public comment and today in terms of potentially the potential for refining the the clusters to be more effective, but I don't know if we want to comment on that. I mean, we typically don't, suggest alternatives, but we can highlight the potential is there for improving that. I see. For considering that anyway. Curry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to refine our recommendation for the CV vessel heterogeneity request.
Yeah, why don't I, if it's not to this specific point, I'll go ahead and then you can chime in. Yeah, I kept that fairly broad. Let's see. So I think we're good then, was just, highlighting there is a potential for kind of improving the effectiveness of a corridor. I'll hold other notes I have here on the individual vessel and maybe individual vessel level considerations and have you chime in on that. Then we had some comment on particularly on the how to maybe better characterize or utilize the information that's inherent in the recent changes in fleet behavior in 22, 23, and so including some discussion, or expanding some of the discussion of the likelihood of triggering closures given that existing IPA program and the changes that we saw in 22, 23 that could perhaps be better represented to the council. And then also had a kind of comment on highlighting the safety risks of the corridor closures. And then final point that I had on just adding some discussion of sort of the cumulative effects to the extent that it's currently not in the document of having, additional static closure areas on top of a number of other closure areas, and both in terms of where they're located in space and also in terms of the dates of when those might be effective or triggered. So some discussion around both the timing and the location of the cumulative effects of the timing and spatial distribution of different static closures. So if I'll go to Curry to maybe expand a little bit on the individual vessel level.
Yeah, and thanks to Sarah for, who I think is left, for clarifying that. So there is a fairly good description in section 4.2.4.2 on page 257 of vessel heterogeneity and movement distances. I think we can just recommend that that's linked back in section 3.2.4.4, which starts on page 127 to make that connection clear.
Yeah, thanks. And I think we will have some additional, comments on how that could better be characterized in the main document. I'm tempted to take a break right now, and because that other section might take, or let's see, what time is it? People seem willing to continue. Do you need a bathroom break? Yes. Okay, we'll take a quick break until 10 o'clock. Okay, if we could take our seats again, we'll continue. Okay, if you could please take your seats, we'll continue our discussion. Okay, we have sort of one section left, and then sort of overall general comments that we want to get back to that weren't covered. So we'll go to the social impact assessment and economic kind of impact analyses, and start off with Kaylin.
Great, thanks, Franz. So overall, I thought that this was a really excellent job, especially on these revisions, given the timeline and the complexity of the issues. And I personally would support, like others have indicated as well, that this is ready to move forward with for council decision making with just a few revisions. And I guess in terms of the economic and social analysis section, especially the economic side of things, I don't see a need for any new analysis that's really substantive. So that being said, I have a couple high-level suggestions related to mostly language and detail in the report. So the first thing is related to unintended consequences. So this is all following up on prior comments. And so the first comment that I have under this bucket is language. And so I think for alternative 2 and 3, and it sounds like a lot, occasionally 5 as well, so I would put these in the same bucket. I think it's important to use the term impact or something that is agnostic in terms of direction. And I think that terms like that better characterize that the impact could be an increase or a decrease in terms of Western Alaska chum bycatch. And in particular, I would suggest that we ask the analysts not to use potential benefits, because potential benefits suggest positive impacts, and if the direction is unknown, I think a term that's more consistent with that uncertainty would be more appropriate. And in particular, I think the reason I would suggest these language changes is that there's uncertainty in the direction of the impact. So this is not a case where we're uncertain about the magnitude of the benefits. We're literally uncertain about the direction of the impact, whether it would be a benefit or a potential cost. So similarly, and along these same lines in terms of unintended consequences and characterizing potential impacts is, so table 1.5 in the executive summary indicates that a cap of 100,000 under alternative 2 is associated with a likely positive impact. So this would be Western Alaska chum savings. As far as I could tell in the report, I don't see a justification for that arrow in figure 1-5. And in particular, I can't reconcile, based on the detail in the report currently, why with the 100 100,000 cap, the expected chum savings would be positive, and for larger caps, the direction could be positive or negative. So essentially, the direction of the impact is unknown. So based on some of the back and forth and the questions that came up during the presentation yesterday, I suggest we encourage the analysts to think about expanding section 3.2.4.2.5 to more explicitly highlight some of these discussion points. I think this is important because this section is where the discussion of uncertainty occurs, and uncertainty is feeding into the interpretation of the analysis. So figure 1-5 indicates positive Western Alaska chum savings at the 100K cap, but uncertainty over the direction at the higher caps. But if you look at the actual analysis, there's positive expected chum savings with all of these caps. And so it has to be the uncertainty, and that's why I think this should be discussed under the uncertainty section. So one potential direction is to highlight that the benefits are from Western Alaska chum, not the total chum. And as came up in the discussion, the challenge here is that it's a very blunt instrument. So this is made even more challenging because we're thinking about the expected impact in the future, and this is going to depend on a lot of social and environmental conditions. And in considering this uncertainty, there are challenges with this retrospective analysis that assumes no fleet response and uncertainty in how a blunt instrument related to aggregate chum translates into an impact on Western Alaska chum. So at a very high level, ecological and fleet uncertainty are impacting what we know and expect about the percentages and total Western Alaska chum bycatch. So one potential path forward is for analysts to consider an expanded discussion of how the potential for unintended impacts decreases with the cap. And I think I agree with where they ended up, but I have some thoughts about how to justify these arrows and the overall conclusions in the executive summary. So we can think of this extreme case. So if the overall cap were set at a very low level, lower than historically seen in terms of the Western Alaska chum, then the alternative would be a likely improvement over the status quo, so long as we use the status quo as a benchmark. A key driver of the uncertainty in terms of the relationship between the overall chum harvest and the Western Alaska bycatch is that there is variability between years in the proportion of bycatch from the Western Alaska chum over the observed period. And so we can use this past variability as a reasonable starting point. And if we do that, it's possible to make several assumptions and look at past Western Alaska chum bycatch to better understand the performance of the caps relative to the status quo. So again, I'm trying to think about the justification for why we would expect with the 100,000 cap, the Western Alaska chum savings would be positive. So if we consider the extreme high case of 25.1% overall chum, 25% of the overall chum bycatch being Western Alaska, if we take this rate and we apply it to the 100,000 cap, then the Western Alaska chum bycatch would be 25,100. We can look back over that recent history and see that there would be an improvement of Western Alaska chum bycatch in all but 2 out of the 13 years. And I think then it would be reasonable to claim an improvement over the status quo. So taking a big step back, I think at a minimum, there needs to be justification for that table 1.5 cap of 100,000. I think that there's a way and the associated likely positive increase on Western Alaska chum, and I'll put forward one way to potentially justify that arrow. So the next revision that I think we should comment on is the request to provide additional evaluation of alternative 4. And we had requested that because we noted the last couple years, actually, alternative 4 like IPA provisions were implemented in practice. So based on the back and forth yesterday, I think that a sort of constraint is that the baseline or alternative 1 has to be current conditions, and so we can't change alternative 1. And then this is challenging because our goal is to characterize the impact relative to the status quo, but although there's a lot of retrospective analysis here, the real goal is forward thinking and thinking about impacts of alternative 4 in future years. So I saw this noted in some places in the text, but I think right now the text is not necessarily consistent with some of the figures and tables around the likely direction of change in terms of benefits and costs associated with alternative 4. And that point is that there's some probability that some or all of the 6 provisions will be removed. So when we think about alternative 4, I think that we should characterize alternative 1 as having some probability where these alternative 4 provisions are removed. So alternative 4 then reduces the probability of removing some or all of the provisions to 0. So then in our forward-looking characterization of impacts of 4, we would be eliminating the probability of change from the current approach. This would mean that the fleet continues to incur the costs associated with avoidance with certainty. So right now, when alternative 4 costs are characterized, they're characterized as not costly, but I think that we could reframe that, or the analysts could reframe that to note that costs would continue to be incurred with certainty. And so moving from alternative 1 to 4 results in positive costs and expectation if we think there's some probability that these provisions would be removed. And then the other impact of alternative 4 would be that any potential benefits would be continued into the future with certainty. And so, like I said, starting out, I think this is an issue with reconciling some of the text with the tables and figures. So one of the other things, and I guess this could be for general discussion, and Chris, I think you were noting some potential issues along these lines, but again, back to this idea that there are about 2 years now where this IPA has been operating. And as we understand it, in terms of analyzing alternative 4, we're constrained in terms of how we characterize alternative 1. But I think the SSC potentially separately from the analysis in our notes could note that alternative 4 measures, they have been implemented, not for many years, but given this available information, the SSC emphasizes the value to looking at these recent years. And I think these recent years highlight some important potential concerns around unintended impacts. So looking at 2022, we have an example of lower chum bycatch overall and a huge effort by the fleet, as we understand it, to reduce chum, but actually an instance where there's higher Western Alaska chum. I think we have a Chinook example in our general understanding of some of these alternatives, likely pushing fishing later in the year and potentially increasing Chinook. And I'm kind of looking at Chris, and potentially also some issues around herring as well. So I guess I would just highlight that as I understand it, there's a constraint in terms of what the analysts can look at in terms of the impacts of these alternatives, but there is this really interesting couple years, and interesting, maybe not for formal analysis around the alternatives, but when thinking about the potential for some of these unintended outcomes. Another broad comment that I suggest we make relates to the presentation of different types of impacts, and especially following up on comments from last time on the depth that's offered in the report on potential benefits of a reduced bycatch. And I'll note that this is another place where we heard a lot of public comment, and some of the public comment seemed to indicate that there was nothing in the report on some of these aspects, or maybe or maybe I didn't completely understand things, but I do think that there's more depth this round on the potential benefits of reduced bycatch. And so along those lines, I wonder if we might consider some suggestions around how to make sure that this is clear within the report and consistent across the report. And it is hard because this comes up in multiple different sections. So one of the things I think would be helpful is a more clear definition of benefits and very consistent use of the term benefits. And I'm very supportive of things like indirect benefits, but that the benefit is really derived from Western Alaska chum savings. So not just an aggregate reduction in chum. And there's a lot of discussion around the environmental impacts. But in addition, there are a variety of different potential social and economic benefits derived from any savings. And so I do think this is a pretty interdisciplinary kind of question. And I do think that there are some examples in literature available that could help us characterize as best as possible these benefits, and particularly benefits that I think, based on current best practices in academic literature, but also in policy domains, that are not necessarily appropriate to quantify or monetize. And so these are really difficult benefits, I think, to get a hold of. And so one of the approaches is to use some kind of visual aid so that some of these more quantitative economic benefits are appearing in the same space as other types of benefits. And so one example is actually table 3.1 in the report, where different types of environmental components are highlighted. And so I think similarly, we could highlight different types of benefits. And I'll leave it to Sarah if she wants to go into this or just drop a reference in. But I did ask her, and she said, yeah, there's some work that's been done to bring together and group different types of benefits, beneficiaries, and that includes more qualitative within the same table or figure as more quantitative economic outcomes. So I would support, whether for this report or the longer run, movement in that direction to make sure that, in addition to this great work that I think folks have been doing on some of the qualitative text, that we're also presenting some of that work in different tables and figures. And then I don't know if this goes here or somewhere else, but I think some of this could fall in the AEQ section, but also potentially in section 4, and that's to compare these AEQ numbers to subsistence. And there is figure 316. I've heard other people comment on it, but it's really hard to see from that figure. And I think in terms of the text itself, the AEQ numbers are noted to be small relative to commercial harvests. But I think that if we take this broad view of benefits, it's really important that we also be looking at those numbers in terms of, for example, subsistence harvests, which then are characterized within this broader effort to characterize different types of benefits associated with any Western Alaska chum savings. So another comment that is somewhat related to the AEQ, but I think hopefully it could find a home in section 4 is this idea that as long as we have instances where subsistence and or these directed fisheries are closed, then any bycatch not caught through time, if we assume a population grows, would contribute to population growth. And so I want to look at Chris to make sure you were the one that made the point that this is conditional and most relevant for cases where these fisheries are closed. But that has been what's happened in recent years. And so I think right now there's some reference to benefits more broadly, but I think it could be a little bit more explicit, not necessarily to do any additional quantitative analysis, but to highlight the potential benefits through time, and particularly in the future that might accrue and support different types of social and economic benefits if bycatch reductions resulted in stock growth over time. And then I just have two other, I think, quick comments. The first is that in the combined effects section, I think that some of these other comments that I made about unintended consequences, how to talk about and frame alternative 4, and then any changes related to benefits, these should carry through and apply to that combined effects section as well. And then the last is the individual operator or vessel level impacts. And I would support, I think, some of the language that Bob put forward and that I added a little bit too related to the alternative 4. In general, I thought that the qualitative characterization in the document related to alternatives 2, 3, and to a lesser extent 4, that seemed like it was sufficient to move forward. And in particular, I really appreciated the some of these higher level points about what might happen in general in terms of potential vessels exiting the fishery, but most likely they would do something like lease some of their quota. And so there could be some distributional issues there, but that it was unlikely that the pollock, for example, would not be fully harvested, at least based on the analysis that was put forward. So in general, I was supportive of that. But if anybody wants to add a little bit more, and I think especially on the distributional side, I would support that. But in general, would know, I think this is challenging to do, and I wonder about the benefit in terms of weighing the different alternatives. And certainly in this case, I think with co-ops as sort of an intermediary here, whether there's a broader benefit to additional staff analysis versus what's being brought forward in public comment already. So that's all I have.
Thanks for that overview. And then Mike.
Thanks. And I'm going to start with, I'm going to cover mostly the social impact type of content, but I do want to react to one thing that you said, Caitlin, and that is when you were talking about benefits, I think if I heard correctly, you were confining that to be used for Western Alaska chum salmon. And one thing that's a little weird, has always appeared to me a little weird about the way we write these documents, is that the summary of the national standards and how the action comports with national standards is left till the very end and not filled out until a final alternative is chosen and so on. But clearly, under National Standard 9,
where the goal is to minimize bycatch to the extent practicable, is another way of measuring benefits in terms of, regardless of what else happens, unless you inadvertently create problems, the reduction in bycatch is a benefit under the national standards, basically. And I think, in terms of this action is explicitly, not an allocation in terms of under National Standard 4, it's the beneficial impacts to the subsistence fishery are indirect or like an incident, like any action can have incidental allocative effects, even though itself is not an allocative action. Those would be sort of those beneficial indirect impacts that you're talking about. So I think we shouldn't lose sight. National Standard 9 is involved too when we talk about benefits. Sorry, that was a much longer-winded way of saying that than I needed probably. But okay, on to my points. It's my recommendation that we say something to the effect of the authors have addressed the major April 2024 SSC comments on the earlier social impact assessment, including the request to synthesize key portions of the SIA into the main body of the EIS to make that information more accessible to decision makers when they're reviewing the main document. One remaining point that could usefully be further clarified, I think, relates to the following SSC comments from April regarding how conditions in other fisheries would potentially influence potential impacts on the proposed action alternatives on communities substantially engaged interdependent on the pollock fishery. And we said back in April, conditions have evolved with the closure of major crab fisheries, declines in Pacific cod, downturns in halibut and sablefish fisheries, all of which create uncertainty for processing operations in the communities in which they operate. These sector and community context conditions have the potential to substantially influence the nature, magnitude of potential direct, indirect, and cumulative impacts related to the proposed action alternatives. So that's our quote. Out of that, today, I would like for the SSC to recommend that the analysis further develop this issue, as it is important to the qualitative, if not quantitative, characterization of vulnerability and resilience capacity at the community level for fishing communities substantially engaged interdependent on the Bering Sea pollock fishery. This would be especially valuable for communities with substantial support service sector activity and infrastructure that supports multiple pollock fishery sectors, as discussed during the staff presentation and noted in public testimony. So I'm recommending that be expanded to the degree possible, given the known data limitations, and treated qualitatively, if not quantitatively. And specifically, further request that the analysts edit table 4-2 to put the discussion of potential crew spending impacts in perspective relative to other potential community impacts, and explore the potential differential distribution of social, economic, and community impacts across communities based on different catcher vessel length categories noted in table 4-26 within local fleets, and proximity to the alternative area and time closures, including potential safety at sea considerations. Because I think we noted in the questions with the authors that there are differences on how different vessel classes of CVs likely will be able to adapt more or less successfully to different components of the various alternatives being considered. I think our overall findings should be, with revisions based on the comments provided, the social and community components of the analysis presented at this meeting sufficiently respond to prior SSC comments and recommendations on earlier versions of the analysis. Additionally, I would very much like us to incorporate a statement that says something to the effect of the SSC acknowledges the breadth and depth of the incorporation of LKTKS information into the main body of the EIS, as well as the usefulness of the LKTKS information that has been provided in a new series of appendices in this version of the document. This information, in combination with public testimony, is crucial to understanding the nature and magnitude of potential risks and benefits of the proposed action alternatives to Western Alaska subsistence chum salmon reliant communities. The SSC further recognizes that these efforts represent concrete progress toward the larger goal of providing these types of information for consideration and use in council decision-making processes on a regular basis. In other words, I do see the nature, the volume, the content of the traditional knowledge that we've seen in writing, that we've heard in public testimony, moving in a direction that was contemplated with the formation of the LKTKS task force, the looking for on-ramps for this type of information into the council process. This is a substantive example of how that information can be brought to bear on the decision-making process, and acknowledging, as Dr. Sullivan noted, that there's always challenges in integrating quantitatively oriented information with qualitative information that has quantitative aspects in some conditions, but nevertheless represents fundamentally important issues, ideas, impacts, benefits that are crucial to understand in terms of understanding the consequences of a particular management action. So I'd like to commend both the authors, the cooperating agencies, and the members of the public who gave public testimony. I think it's very worthy of us recognizing that in our report.
Thanks, Mike. And Sarah is next.
Thanks. I just have a couple things to add. I want to thank the authors for providing a thorough and insightful analysis, particularly the inclusion of the social cultural dimensions. This is really a complex and evolving issue, and I'd like to emphasize the value of the social analysis in informing this, as well as the inclusion, as Mike said, of LK and TK in this document that supports a broader understanding of the issues and the impacts involved. I also really want to thank the inclusion, both the cooperating agencies as well as the analysts, for the inclusion of this broader interdisciplinary analysis. I think it really helped to provide valuable context in understanding the alternatives. I know it makes things much more complicated to do that, but I think it's effort really well spent. Within the SIA, I appreciated the thorough narrative descriptions. I think they provided really important context. I do agree that with Kaylin that there may be an opportunity here and in future analyses to use existing valuation frameworks and methodologies that have been developed and are pretty established in the literature and in scholarship to categorize social impacts and explore the scope of impacts and the variety of impacts for this type of analysis. This could also allow for continued assessment and monitoring of changing impacts in the future as we continue to learn more and continue to face some of these same issues. This would also be able to inform additional vulnerability and resilience work that may come in, that may intersect with some of this conversation. This would also enable the identification of critical elements over time, which we could then pull out and continue to monitor. In terms of discussing individual level impacts, as noted, there's a great deal of uncertainty through the document. As noted in the document, there's a great deal of uncertainty in thinking about potential behavioral shifts within industry as well as among community members, fishing communities. In the literature, cooperative behaviors have been shown to increase in some cases. And I just want to reflect that this in itself is a disciplinary branch that could really shine some light into some of these analyses. The vessel-specific characterizations are appreciated in order to also reflect on some of the differential impacts. And I would just say that similar uncertainties are around. I think I didn't put the page number, but where it's very impossible to determine which communities may receive some indirect benefits from potential bycatch reductions. I think similarly in being able to hone in on some of those differential impacts would be helpful. I also think that that is fills or aligns with some of the uncertainties that we're already dealing with in this document. And so moving forward to address those uncertainties as we can, and as cautiously as we can, given what we heard from the public testimony as well as within the analysis. For Western Alaska communities that are reliant on chum, these are substantially affected communities by this low chum returns. And of course, the stakes are quite high, as we heard. So considering that within the context of the uncertainty, I think there's a balance there that takes some reflection. That's all I had.
Thanks, Sarah. Just a couple clarifications for you first, Sarah. So, I mean, you noted, these frameworks and methodology to better approach some of this, but I think you were talking more about long-term not specific to this analysis.
No, really more just to mention, highlight, since I'm coming into the process at this point, highlight that there are some tools that we might be able to rely on in the future, but this analysis as it stands seems sufficient to me.
Thanks, I appreciate that. And then one clarification for Kaylin, maybe, or from Kaylin. I'm a little unclear on the and I guess it relates also to Mike's follow-up on the benefits. You had asked for sort of changing the language maybe to talk about some of these in terms of impact, and was that rather than benefits? And was that specific to the cases where there was a left-right arrow, or more broadly? I mean, we want to characterize benefits, right, where possible.
Yeah. Actually, thanks for clarifying that, Franz. Yeah. So these relate to very different parts of the document. So so I think that for many of these alternatives, there's uncertainty around whether Western Alaska chum bycatch would increase or decrease. And so I think in those instances, we shouldn't talk about potential benefits because that is suggestive of benefits when for some of these alternatives, and for example, some of these caps, we could end up in these cases where there's actually higher Western Alaska chum bycatch. But then within the economic and social impacts section, there is language that characterizes types of benefits to communities conditional on Western Alaska chum savings. And so the general framing of those sections is around, say chum savings occur, then what are the different types of benefits that we might expect? And that part, actually, I felt like Sarah said much more elegantly than me in terms of a potential, like some potential frameworks to categorize different types of benefits. But yeah, Franz, that section is conditional on this thinking that these Western Alaska chum savings would occur.
Go ahead, Mike.
And just a clarification question, it's not only predicated on that the Western Alaska chum savings would occur, but that it would occur to the point where those chums not taken resulted in more chum being available for subsistence use in the river systems. Because there's intervening variables, you may save some level of chum, and that may not move the needle in terms of returns within the specific river systems that you're interested in.
And I think that's me who didn't say that right, not the report. I think those sections, is that right? Although I have your comment, Mike, on National Standard 9, and just to make sure that the language used, again, Franz, this would be in the sections further down where we're talking about potential, I guess, outcomes for, yeah, I mean, it could subsistence, commercial, et cetera, chum, that this would be beneficial indirect impacts. Yeah, okay.
Okay, thanks. Other comments on this section? Well, not seeing any. My notes are a little over, so I'll try to at least highlight some of the main points. We will again thank the authors and the cooperating agencies for the thorough analysis in this section. Overall, we found this very responsive to our previous comments and great improvement over the previous version we reviewed. The SSC will recommend that, or I guess we can revisit sort of the overall picture in light of all the different sections, but I think we've been consistent so far that we recommend that the analysis is ready to go forward to final action after incorporating some additional recommendations. And for this section in particular, and I'll keep this pretty high level, we had some suggestions on the language used in the document in terms of impacts and benefits, and in particular when the potential benefits are highly uncertain, and to kind of reconsider the wording as appropriate there, and specifically with respect to one of the tables, table 1.5, we had some comments on that to kind of better deal with the challenges around how impacts on Western Alaska salmon savings under the different alternatives and options are characterized. We had so some points here kind of overlap with some previous discussions. We'll ask for some additional clarifications of the analysis on the benefits and costs of alternative 4, in particular relative to alternative 1, to kind of reframe the characterization of the cost differences between the two. and how those are characterized. We also previously commented on, and so we'll kind of coordinate between the sections to not duplicate too much of that. But we note that the IPA has been operating for a couple or 3 years now, and the SSC notes that the alternative 4 measures that have been implemented, or we note the measures that have already been implemented and highlight some of the potential unintended consequences in terms of pushing fishing late in the season, for example, for like Chinook and herring, and we comment on that in other sections as well. We'll have some comments on the presentation of the different types of impacts, and here I'll probably keep it very high level. We acknowledge that the description of the potential benefits of reduced bycatch is much improved, and suggest some clarification kind of across the report to clearly define what the specific benefit is that's being discussed in the different sections. And others will have to fill in the details here. Also, some suggestion to perhaps attempt to better characterize the non-monetary benefits, including some visual aids. And again, I'll leave that up to others to flesh that out. We commented here again and earlier on comparing the AEQ numbers to subsistence, and I think that's actually probably captured in the AEQ analysis. And then we would also ask for some characterization of, or better characterization perhaps than is currently in the document, of the kind of long-term conservation benefits in terms of the salmon populations, benefiting from any additional fish that make it back to the spawning grounds under different levels of salmon savings or potential savings that might be realized. And then another comment that we also brought up earlier, and was regards to the individual vessel level impacts. In particular, what might happen to vessels was a kind of a small apportionment of PSC that may lease their quota or respond in other ways to the challenges. And these aren't very well integrated, but again, on the SIA, on the social impact assessment, we feel that the authors did address all of our major comments from last year, and in particular appreciate the inclusion of the key outcomes in the main body of the document. Remaining comment would be that the cumulative impacts on other communities could be further developed for the communities that substantially depend on the pollock fishery to the extent practicable, and had some specific recommendations with respects to impacts on crew and so forth. But overall, we find that the document does sufficiently respond to our previous comments. Then we'll include some comment expanding on something that Ali brought up earlier, some comment on acknowledging the depth and breadth of incorporating the LKTKS information into the body of the document and including it in the document, as that information is crucial to understanding the impacts of different alternatives. And we kind of appreciate the progress that has been made in that regard towards the SSC's long-term goal of sort of better incorporating LKTKS into council analyses, or the SSC and council's goal of doing that. So this could serve as an example of how the information can be brought forward to informed decision-making despite all of the challenges. We had some kind of perhaps longer-term considerations, but we highlight the opportunity to use some existing frameworks and methodologies to better characterize social impacts, and we can include some references as appropriate that could also inform future work on vulnerability and resilience and help with future monitoring of socioeconomic impacts. Similarly, with regard to individual vessel impacts, there are established methodologies focusing on sort of cooperative behavior that could be considered for better characterizing the uncertainties around the individual level of responses to some of the alternatives. And I think I'll leave it at that unless anybody has any clarifications or additional comments. We had we were going to circle back around if there's anything that was kind of not covered in these sections, as well as to the overall questions. I think there was consistency across all the leads that we essentially feel that the analysis is ready to go forward with consideration of the recommendations that we made to the extent practicable. We'll have some wording along those lines. That's everybody seems to agree to that. Are there other things that came up that we have to circle back around to? Chris, go ahead.
We talked a little bit yesterday about the index options and the demonstrating the extent to which prior year runs are indicative of future year outcomes. And I think it would be useful to suggest that there be some inclusion of some assessment about why we think that might be true in the analysis. I think this is particularly important in the context of potentially losing the Bethel test fishery information and consideration of other places that there might be in-year information available if the year-lagged measures are not insightful or sufficiently insightful.
Thanks, Chris. Curry?
Yeah, I think I'll build upon that, and not a specific recommendation for inclusion, but I think it's important that we highlight that there are other measures of chum salmon juvenile abundance in the marine environment that could provide a forward-looking assessment of how many fish might be out there, potentially be encountered as bycatch or returning in future years, hopefully. I didn't see any mention of that in the document, and it seems like a key source of information that we should at least highlight it for consideration in the future. Not that that's on the table now, but just to highlight that there are additional pieces of information that might inform this sort of floating bycatch cap under alternative 3.
Yeah, thanks. And we might actually refer back to our minutes from last April. I think we just had some discussions around that and the possibility. And I don't know if it's captured in this document, but I thought that the authors did respond to that to some extent. Can you clarify that if there was a, if not, that's okay.
I believe that we did respond to that with some clarification of, but we can go back and check and make sure that we reflect I know we talked about the potential for juvenile abundance index that obviously not available right now, but we'll go back and check to make sure that we include all of that.
Yeah, that would be great in terms of just, providing, again, additional rationale for, the indices that are being used, the previous year indices. Ian, did you have a comment?
Yeah, different topic. I realize this is not in concordance with our usual operation, which is to ask for more all the time. I think to make this document more accessible to the council and to the public, I think we should encourage them, after making all these changes and seeing where things have ended up, to go back and rework the executive summary. I think 33 pages is maybe too much for an executive summary. And I think with some of the high-level figures that we've suggested, comparing things like potential impact rates to each source of mortality, some of that can be condensed into just a very few figures. And so I would suggest that, I know it's easy to say and hard to do, but I think it could benefit from a shorter executive summary.
Yeah, thanks. I think they'll have a challenge to fit that within the page limits that are in these documents, not whether that doesn't apply here. Well, not the executive summary, but the document overall. So is the executive summary, is that part of the 150 word? Okay, yeah, and it doesn't necessarily matter to us, but yeah, some streamlining of of any of those sections would be great. I have actually one other maybe question to the SSC, and that's with regard to the Bethel test fishery. I don't think that necessarily came up. We may have commented on that on one of these sections. I don't remember, but if do we want to add anything in addition to, we commented broadly on the indices, the Three River Index versus just the Yukon last time in our last April 24 minutes, was a continuation of the Bethel test fishery. We may just want to note that if that option is being carried forward, that might require some additional analyses. I don't know if we need to be involved in reviewing that if this goes forward. Are there any thoughts on that, Curry?
Yeah, I think hopefully we can highlight our appreciation to the Intertribal Fish Commission for conducting those analyses, which do show a fairly high correlation between the sonar abundance estimates and the Bethel test fishery, at least over the relatively short range of years we have. So it does seem promising, and I mean, a lot of credit to them to going out and pursuing that, so we can actually see that as a viable option.
Yeah, so we might just have some comment on that too. That would we didn't review that obviously, but that it looks promising, and we look forward to how that index works, regardless of whether it's carried forward or not. Any other comments that we didn't cover yet? I'm not seeing any. That concludes chum salmon bycatch, I think. So we can wrap that up. Let's just take a very quick bathroom break while the Cook Inlet salmon bulks get set up, and let's meet back at 11:05. Oh, sorry, 11:10, I meant to say. 10 minutes. Okay, if you could take your seats, please. We'll continue with C1 Cook Inlet salmon presentations. Okay, I think Diana is gonna kick us off.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the SSC. For the record, Diana Stram, council staff. We're on C1 Cook Inlet salmon. The actions for the SSC at this meeting then are to review the preliminary salmon stock assessment and the safe report for the Cook Inlet EEZ. Review and ideally approve the safe report. And then you're recommending the final harvest specifications for 2025, including the tier level for each stock and the buffer, your overfishing level, and your acceptable biological catch. And then this year, because this is the second year now that you are reviewing this safe report, you also will be looking backwards for your status determination criteria for the 2024 fishing year for your overfished and overfishing status in relation to your status determined criteria. I will note there is a revised action memo that's been posted to your agenda item. The only revision then is a change in the aggregate coho MSST in for 2025, and that is changed from 38,600 to 38,800. So that change has been made on your memo as well as in draft tables that we're compiling to help the SSC with your specifications process. Under this agenda item, Dr. Richard Brenner and Aaron Lambert will be providing you the overview of the SAFE report. That presentation is posted to your agenda item. And with that, I will just turn it over to them.
Okay, thanks for the intro and just a quick outline of the process for this one too. So we'll take the presentation. It's time for questions. And then for the specs, we have broken it out by the two tier 1 species and then the other species, but we'll hold those discussions until the very end because we'll take the presentation, all the questions, then public testimony, and then our discussions on those two separate components. Go ahead, Martin.
Yeah, just a question. It looks as though you had the tier 1 as influential, but the rest of the salmon stocks not influential. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that is incorrect. I think they all fall under influential scientific information on the whole. So yeah, it was just mislabeled in our internal schedule. Sorry about that. Yeah, and then just one other note on public testimony. Just reminding everyone that the SSC does not take public testimony and policy or management decisions, only on the scientific recommendations, which is what we're covering here. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Brenner.
Thank you, and thanks to the chairs and members of the SSC. For the record, my name is Rich Brenner with the National Marine Fisheries Service, and I'm also joined up here by Aaron Lambert with the National Marine Fisheries Service, Alaska region in Juneau. And online, we have Dr. Lucas DeFilippo with the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. And online also is Adam Zaleski with the National Marine Fisheries Service, Alaska region, Adam is the in-season manager for the Cook Inlet EEZ fishery. And also here in the room to take questions are Assistant Regional Administrator Gretchen Harrington, and Doug Duncan with the Alaska region will also be providing a overview of progress towards a tribal fishery, which might be a new topic for some members of the SSC. So to start off with, this is the presentation outline for you. We'll start off with a overview of the 2024 Cook Inlet EEZ fishery and postseason stock status relative to the status determination criteria. And then we'll go over the SSC's recommendations from 2024, which are applicable to the fishery management plan, as well as to the 2024 safe and harvest specifications, and then also applicable to this 2025 assessment and harvest specifications. We'll then go through each of these seven stocks, these seven federally managed stocks that are defined in the Salmon Fishery Management Plan. And as we go through that, similar to last year, we will explain or re-explain status determination criteria. So when we hit the tier one stock, the first tier one stock, which will be Kenai late run sockeye, we'll provide an overview of status determination criteria for that stock. And then we'll do the same thing as we get to the first tier three stock. Let's see, then we'll provide an overall summary of our recommendations, and Aaron Lambert will be providing an initial overview of a proposed Bayesian Tier 1 OFL model, which it speaks to one of your recommendations from 2024 in reference to, I believe, that the P-STAR approach. As I said previously, Doug Duncan will provide a tribal fishery update, and then we'll provide some considerations for the 2026 assessment and possible future FMP changes. So, and please also feel welcome to ask any questions throughout. So these are the seven federally managed stocks in the Cook Inlet EEZ that are described in the Salmon Fishery Management Plan. In 2024, both the Kenai and Kasilof sockeye salmon, as per the SSC recommendation, were tier one stocks, and then the remainder determined to be tier three stocks, and that includes the aggregate other sockeye salmon stock complex, and then aggregate stock complexes for Chinook, coho, chum, and pink salmon. Let's see. And in terms of the assessing the 2024 Cook Inlet EEZ fishery, and our recommendations, and you'll find those in the SAFE report, are that no overfishing occurred for any stock during 2024, and that no stocks were overfished. And this table provides a way you can look at that. So with the status determination criteria and comparing the for instance, maximum fishing mortality threshold against the EEZ harvest rate for the tier one stocks to assess overfishing, and then comparing the minimum stock size threshold against the cumulative escapement for the most recent generation to assess overfished status for the stocks. And we will have some enhanced discussion about the coho salmon stock complex and data available to assess that stock as well. And then for the tier three stocks, overfishing is assessed but by comparing the overfishing limit, which we will describe in a bit here, against the cumulative harvest for the most recent generation. So in terms of 2024 Cook Inlet EEZ harvest versus the harvest specifications, no TACs were exceeded in 2024. The TACs for all of the sockeye stocks were aggregated into a single TAC of 492,100 fish, and the realized catch for 2024 was 324,837 sockeye salmon. For aggregate Chinook salmon stock complex, 31 Chinook were reported harvest in the EEZ. For the aggregate coho salmon stock complex, 4,432 coho were harvested. For the aggregate chum salmon stock complex, 28,832 chum salmon were reported harvest. And for the even year pink salmon stock complex, 6,249 even year pink salmon were harvested. So getting to the SSC's recommendations, from 2024 and changes from the 2024 to the 2025 SAFE report. A real big difference is that we now have a federal fishery that's been implemented. And so 2024 was the first year where we had known harvests in the Cook Inlet EEZ area as defined in the salmon FMP. Whereas previously, and you saw this in the EARIR that accompanied Amendment 16, as well as in the SAFE report. Previously, historical harvests in the EEZ were estimated based on the methods in the EARIR. In 2024, the Tier 1 status determination criteria was calculated using the point estimate of SMSY, and for 2025, and I'm sure there'll be some discussion about this. The assessment team recommends using the lower bound of the escapement goal range for the 25 status determination criteria calculations. So let's see, another recommendation from the SSC from 2024 that's applicable to 2025 assessment is that buffers are presented to you that represent the relative reduction from the OFL preseason to the ABC, or the delta value between those two, rather than the 2024 assessment where a multiplier was used. Also an SSC recommendation.
Yeah, we have a question from Martin.
Yeah, sorry, I thought I heard you say there was going to be a summary of the last year's fishery, and I mean, I had some questions about it, but it doesn't seem like there's going to be anything about that. And the main question is why were sockeye catches so much below the TAC? Is there a reason the TAC wasn't attained?
Through the chair, Martin. Yeah, great question. We will go through the stocks and provide a summary of harvest during 2024 when we go through each of the 7 stocks. But if you'd like to talk about that now, I think there's a general thought that as the fish came through the EEZ, that perhaps they took a quicker turn to the east during 2024 than perhaps they have historically. But right now we're at the situation where we have a N equals 1 for our sample size for this federal fishery. So it's a little difficult, I think, in my mind, to say much about how the 2024 fishery will compare to future fisheries. I think our expectation is, based on historical catch, that harvest could be a good bit higher in future years based on the historical assessment.
Did you follow up?
Yeah, and it's tracked real time. So if you attain a TAC, or, how's the fishery managed? Is there sort of real time tracking of landings and sort of the anticipation that it would be closed if any of the, I guess that would be the ABC that would be constraining, or a TAC would, of any of the stocks would result in a closure? Does that work?
Through the chair. Yeah, great question. Yes, we have harvest reporting, and so we see those, within I think about 24 hours probably after reporting. So yeah, we would, it is the TAC that would be constraining. So we would, if we reached any of the TACs, then yes, the fishery would close.
Sorry, can I follow up one more time? I'm just, can you summarize the level of sampling that was done on the fishery in terms of whether genetic samples were taken, what kind of length data, age data were recorded? or sampled? How is the fishery monitored? Things like that.
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you for the question. In terms of federal sampling, the 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 NIMS is not currently taking age samples or length samples or genetic samples, but the Alaska Department of Fish and Game is taking genetic samples. And I don't know if Andrew, if you'd want to take a question about that extent, but we did, for instance, get genetic stock composition estimates that went into the 2025 assessment from the Alaska Department of Fish and Game for sockeye. We do, NIMS does have monitoring. We do go to processing plants. Office of Law Enforcement is out on the fishing grounds. And the Office of Law Enforcement also works with other enforcement partners on the fishing grounds in processing plants during delivery. Those would include the Alaska Wildlife Troopers and the U.S. Coast Guard. So there's a network of law enforcement where they are out on the fishing grounds, boarding vessels, examining deliveries, et cetera. But at this time, we are not taking genetic samples or age, sex, or length samples on the federally caught fish specifically.
Okay, thanks. I think if there's more question on the species-specific level, we can kind of come back around to that.
Yes, and we'll go over 2024 harvest for each of these stocks and harvest statistics like catch throughout the season, et cetera. So
we do have another question from Curry.
Yeah, this is a quick one. Excuse me. So this was the first year in which fish tickets were separated out between EEZ and state waters, correct? At the individual delivery level, were you required to fish in one or the other? And I should remember this. Doug is nodding his head. Were there any concerns about reporting in that way, or are we 100% confident that for a given trip, all the fish came from either EEZ or state waters?
Through the chair, Curry, I think we do have confidence in that reporting in terms of differentiating EEZ and non-EEZ harvests. So, yeah, and again, we do have enforcement personnel on the fishing grounds.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. And so let's see. At the risk of repeating myself, I think I did mention the change in how we present the buffers in the SAFE report, and for next for the 2025 Tier 1 buffers to reduce the preseason OFL to the ABC. Also per very good SSC recommendations, we're only using positive errors, so only over forecasting errors for the 2025 assessment, whereas as I recall, for the 2024 assessment, we use both over and under forecasting errors. In a SSC recommendation that's applicable to the fishery management plan, in terms of the Tier 1 specification of the preseason OFL as a single season value based on total run size, that would be equation 6 in the fishery management plan in the Cook Inlet section, and that has now been clarified to be a single season value per SSC recommendation. For Tier 3, the OFL and preseason OFL, also thanks to an SSC recommendation, the OFL, and we'll repeat this again, is now the maximum of the rolling sum of the catch for a generation. So to put that in perhaps a easier way to think about it, for sockeye salmon, which have a mean generation time of 5 years, all you do is you look for the consecutive 5 years in the historical time series that have the highest harvest. That's your OFL. So It could be 2001, 2002, 2003, 2004, 2005. If those were the highest years, that would be the OFL, which is assessed based on so it's a multi-year status determination criteria assessed also against cumulative harvest for a generation.
Question from Andrew.
Yeah, just a quick clarification. So each year you're adding the new data. I guess what if you have, and potentially you'll have years down the road where that maximum might change from what we currently have in the data set, if harvests were to go up. How is it going to be handled if that cumulative harvest is over the OFL
Through
in the future?
Yeah, through the chair, Andrew, it certainly won't be a problem for 2024. But I think this is a great question for the SSC. Our right now, there's nothing prohibiting new years of data being included in that. I think that's a question to ponder for the future. Great question.
Okay, I think we're good. Go ahead.
Yeah, and so again, the OFL for the Tier 3 stocks is simply the largest consecutive harvest for a given generation time. And again, the generation times are 2 years for pink salmon, 4 years for coho and chum, 5 years for sockeye salmon, and an average of 6 years for Chinook salmon. And then the preseason OFL is the single season manifestation of that. So it's just the OFL divided by the generation time. So those are the Tier 3 OFL and preseason OFL. And then let's see, pertinent to the another SSC recommendation is that for the 2026 assessment, we intend to have risk tables for all the stocks. And in this presentation, we will present with you a draft risk table for the coho salmon stock in particular for your review. Yes, also for 2026, we're working on a Tier 1 Bayesian forecasting framework. So those are the changes from the 2024 to 2025 assessment and an overview of how we addressed SSC recommendations. So these next two slides, and I can toggle them back and forth, is sort of getting ready for the discussion about for the Tier 1 stocks, whether to use the point estimate of SMSY or the lower bound of the state's spawning escapement goal for Tier 1 status determination criteria. And really, this is just to highlight that it does make a difference in terms of the potential in terms of the ABCs, and after that potential harvest that's allowed in the EEZ. So under the SMSY point framework for status determination criteria, you can see that Kenai sockeye, the recommended the NIMS safe team recommendation for ABC for Kenai sockeye would be about 168.5 thousand. And then similarly for the Kasilov sockeye salmon, the ABC recommended ABC from the assessment team would be 130.7 thousand fish, whereas under the lower bound framework, using the lower bound in the calculation, the NIMS safe team recommendation for ABC for Kenai sockeye would be about 710,000, and that for Kisilov sockeye would be 320,800 or so. So pretty good size, differences depending upon what the SSC recommendation is for this stock, for these two tier 1 stocks. And so getting right into the stocks themselves, we start off with the Kenai late run sockeye salmon stock, this is the largest stock of any species that's historically been harvested in the Cook Inlet EEZ area, at least estimated to be harvested in the Cook Inlet EEZ area. Really important sockeye salmon stock in Upper Cook Inlet. For all the stocks, for the entire fishery in 2024, the fishery opened on June 20th of 2024 and closed August 15th by regulation. And for this stock, Kenai late run sockeye salmon, max harvest occurred on July 15th. And again, 189,380 sockeye salmon from this stock are estimated to have been harvested in the Cook Inlet EEZ. And that estimate, again, relies on Alaska Department of Fish and Game genetic stock composition estimates. And so that number, it would amount to about 60%, 66% of the TAC for 2024.
I don't know who was first, so I'll start over there because I saw you first, Curry.
Well, I'll apologize in advance. I'm wondering if we could go back to the previous slide.
Yeah.
Apologies. So I understand under the different definition for the OFL, whether or not we're talking about the midpoint or the lower bound, but why does the buffer differ between the two? And forgive my ignorance.
Through the chair, Curry, yes, we have a slide in a couple of slides that's specific to this question. We could get there now if you want, or
no, we can wait on that.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, Martin.
Yeah, thanks. I'm on that next slide, so you can go ahead. The 66% it's the same percent utilization for all three sockeye stocks, but you do have stock specific information on the catches. And is there, I know there's an overall TAC, but it was built out of separate TACs for each of the different runs. And I think it's important to distinguish between the different sockeye runs if we can, to see how the relative harvest stacks up against the individual quotas, because that's the one thing we aren't able to really manage in season. So do you have that information, or can it be made available?
Through the chair, we do have that information, and so I think maybe what you're asking is how the actual harvest compared to the ABCs for each of these. And so, yeah, so you can see that on this table here. For Kenai sockeye, for instance, the ABC/ACL was 431,123, whereas the realized harvest was 189,380. So there was I recall a across the board 50% buffer applied to the combined ABC ACL for 2024 to result in the combined TAC. So it was the ABCs that were combined, not a individual TAC for each of the stocks.
Sorry, Andrew.
Thanks. And appreciate the presentation, and sorry for all the interruptions. Could you move back to the the last slide that you're on. Is it?
Oh, forward, you mean?
Yeah, forward.
Yeah, sure.
And I guess this is just an overarching question, just for clarification. When you're talking about the harvest in the EEZ, that's just the drift gillnet fishery. Are there other harvests that are included in this, recreational or any other fisheries, or is this purely just the drift gillnet fishery that occurs in the EEZ?
Through the chair, Andrew, thank you for the question. For 2025, it's just the EEZ drift gillnet fishery, and I think in the EARIR, we do have some discussion about how small the recreational harvests are thought to be in the Cook Inlet EEZ, and so yes, they are thought to be I hate to use the word infinitesimal, but they're incredibly small component of the overall harvest. So for 2025, what we are presenting are the drift gillnet harvest.
Jason had a question.
Yeah, can you go back to the ABC table?
Certainly.
Sorry, the one that had the TAC and the
Oh,
USD
yeah.
next to it.
Yeah. There we go.
So maybe you can describe to me why, the TAC is aggregated and the ABC is broken out separately, like what the rationale is for that. Is there a lack of information to manage the specific stocks, or?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. As my recollection is that we focused the buffer was focused on having excellent information in terms of escapement monitoring, et cetera, for the two tier 1 stocks, Kenai and Kasilov. But delayed information for the tier 3 aggregate other sockeye salmon stock complex. And so harvest specifications were focused on a 50% across the board buffer in order to be, and again, this was in a management context, in order to be abundantly precautionary for the aggregate other sockeye salmon stock complex. So that was an attempt to address management uncertainty, first year of the federal fishery, et cetera, and showed an abundance of precaution for the aggregate of the sockeye salmon stock complex.
Go ahead for a follow-up.
Yeah, so maybe just to be more poignant about the question, in season when the TAC's being monitored, do you have information on the specific stock that's being harvested real time?
Through the chair, no, we don't, and that was also justification for the aggregation and precaution.
Okay, we have a question from Pablo.
Okay, it's working. So could you move to slide number 9, that we have the easy catch? Okay, so my question is that possible to, I don't know if you might have some sort of the lower and upper bounds for all those estimates for the historical harvest, because it would be good to just to have an idea about the uncertainty that we have through the historical data. So I don't know if it's something that is possible to provide, if it was calculated or not.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. The estimates are deterministic in nature, and what are good estimates though is we do have the historical estimates which are thought to be you know, extremely good data on overall harvest in the Upper Cook Inlet Upper Cook Inlet area, but you know, prior to 2024, there was no federal fishery. So, you know, the methods in the EARIR talk about, you know, proportions of assumed harvest for a given area that were assumed to have occurred in this newly created Cook Inlet EEZ area. In terms of being able to truth those, they're presented as the best information available. But I'm not aware of a method where we could go back and historically and apply confidence bounds to the estimates themselves.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
So let's see. So the total harvest from this stock, based on Alaska Department of Fish and Game's GenX stock composition estimates, was 189,380 fish, and you can see that would be that's been exceeded many years for the historical estimates. So historical estimates for the time series under consideration, which go back to 1999, have those estimates up to about 1.2 million for this stock. So let's see, for 2024, the NMFS preseason forecast was 3.485 million. And then the 2024 Alaska Department of Fish and Game, I would say preliminary total run size estimate was 3.724 million, a difference of about 239,000, which I would say was a pretty darn good forecast, really, to be off by only 239,000 on a forecast that size. The state's escapement goal range is 750,000 to 1.3 million. Their SMSY point estimate, which is sort of strangely close to the upper bound. I say strangely only in the sense that it's definitely not symmetrical. Is 1.212 million, but as we discuss in the SAFE report, and as discussed at length in the Hasbrook et al. 2022 assessment, that's also not thought to be a precise estimate. The 2024 realized estimate of spawning escapement was 1.6 million. And I would call that preliminary just because in-river harvests necessarily are lagged by at least a year. So for some, I would say, component of that estimate necessarily had to use a 5-year average, but my assumption is it's pretty close at 1.6 million. The 2024 projected state harvest rate based on our model was 39.4%, and the realized state harvest rate was about 53% for this stock. And Aaron Lambert is now going to provide an overview of status determination criteria for the Tier 1 stocks.
Thanks, Rich. Through the chair, my name is Aaron Lambert, and I work for the National Marine Fisheries Service down in Juneau. And I'm going to walk you through the next 6 slides where I'm going to explain how SDC are determined for Tier 1 stocks. First, you've heard Rich mention, and you'll hear it a bunch more times through this presentation, what the generation time is. And for sockeye salmon, that's 5 years. But it's the average time on a species level that takes from when eggs are put in the gravel till salmon return to spawn later down the road. And then when we talk about state harvest rate, we are talking about all state harvests in saltwater and freshwater, including commercial harvest, recreational harvest, personal use, et cetera. That's as a fraction of the total run size. So the first SDC I'll describe is the minimum stock size threshold, or MSST. It's a rather straightforward calculation. It's used post-season to make a determination whether a stock has an overfished status. So it's calculated as the escapement target multiplied by the generation time divided by 2. And we use the generation time to acknowledge that one brood year of salmon returns over multiple years. So seeing poor returns for 1 year may not be the biggest issue. However, if you see those in consecutive years, that can become a real concern. So if you were to see half the escapement target on average over a generation time, that would put the stock into an overfished status. So like I said, this is compared post-season. MSST is compared post-season to the cumulative escapement over the most recent generation. So if MSST is greater than the cumulative escapement, then we would say, yes, the stock is overfished. And of course, conversely, if MSST is less than the cumulative escapement, we would say, no, the stock is not overfished. So next, I'm going to explain maximum fishing mortality threshold, or MFMT. And this is used post-season to make an overfishing determination. So MFMT is calculated as the sum of the realized post-season potential yield in the EEZ for the most recent generation divided by the sum of the realized total run size in those years. And the post-season potential yield is calculated as the realized run size, subtracting off the escapement target, and then subtracting off the observed catch by the state. So what is available in the EEZ to be harvested without exceeding the escapement goal. And so MFMT is compared post-season to the EEZ harvest rate, FEEZ, which is just the sum of the observed harvest in the EEZ divided by the total run size in those years. And then that's compared post-season to MFMT, where if FEZ is greater than MFMT, then yes, overfishing is occurring. And of course, if that's smaller than MFMT, then no overfishing is not occurring. And so I just described what the postseason OFL is. Now I'm going to describe what the preseason OFL or OFL pre is. And this is an important SDC because it's how we ultimately get to ABC each year. So the preseason OFL is the predicted max EEZ harvest after the escapement target is accounted for and the projected state harvest is accounted for. It's calculated by generating a preseason forecast, R hat, and subtracting off the escapement target, and then subtracting off the projected state harvest rate by making a prediction about what the state harvest rate is, or F hat state, and multiplying that times the preseason forecast. We use OFL pre and multiply that times a empirical buffer that accounts for the uncertainty to ensure that OFL pre is not exceeded. And I'll explain what how the buffer is calculated now. So the ABC buffers, of course, to account for scientific uncertainty, and we do this by using retrospective error and one step ahead out of sample preseason predictions of the OFL for the most recent 10 years. So for 2025, we use 2015 through 2024, and I've plotted out those predictions on the right here where we have year on the x-axis, the years that the projections were made, and the OFL and thousands of sockeye salmon on the y-axis. And these are for the Kenai late run sockeye salmon stock. And so when you generate a preseason OFL, you're integrating the forecast run size and state harvest rate error, and you get a prediction each season. So the black dots on that plot are the observed postseason OFL, and the colored dots are the preseason OFLs, or the predicted OFL for each year. Per the SSC recommendations last year, we are only using the positive errors for the 2025 stock assessment. And I've highlighted those in orange to make that clear. And so you're just looking at the probability of over forecasting then. So to calculate the buffer, we use the retrospective percent error using median symmetric accuracy, which describes the relative error. And median symmetric accuracy is calculated as shown here. I won't read the equation to you, but I have highlighted the portion of the log ratio there which is where we explicitly use the over forecasting errors to calculate the buffer. So the MSA comes out as a % error. And then to get an actual buffer to reduce the preseason OFL to ABC, we divide the MSA by 100. And per the FMP, the maximum buffer we can give is 90%. So if the buffer turns out to be over 90, it kicks back to 90%. And that's used ultimately to reduce the preseason OFL to an ABC.
Question from Corey.
Yeah, just a clarification. So for the preseason total run forecast, you're still using the AR1 methods, or have those changed over time?
We are still, through the chair, we're still using the AR1 methods, and I'll be describing that right after this slide.
Okay, question from Andrew.
I think you answered my question because I guess my question was if you're just using AR1 and not using the auto ARIMA function.
Yes, so I'll describe that next here. And we are fitting AR models to the historical harvest or historical run size for the preseason forecast, and for the same thing for the state harvest rate, so the historic state harvest rate. And we are using auto.arima to select that model. And
I was looking around, Martin.
Just getting your attention today. Can you back up? I just realized that, I mean, you'd done using 10 years, but then you throw away all the under predictions. So really you're making the buffer, which is a pretty big, important part of the whole calculation. It's just based on 6 data points. And that's not really enough to estimate a variance very reliably. I mean, the uncertainty in the estimate, I don't know, it's kind of a median type statistic, so maybe that's okay, but there's some real interesting patterns here in the over and under predictions, in the sense that, 3 out of the 4 under predictions are let me see, are really large, but none of the over predictions are. And so that seems a little suspicious to me, because you would expect the model to be about as good over predicting as under predicting, unless there's, it's just, kind of an ARIMA thing that should be sort of dealing with errors high and low the same way. So there's some potential, well, I'm sorry, this isn't turning into a question yet, but I guess did you look at longer periods of years, and do you have a sense of the accuracy of the buffer itself, not the use of the buffer I mean, there's uncertainty in the calculation of the buffer that seems, have you evaluated that? And do you think that, just using 6 years is enough to get a good estimate of that value?
Through the chair, that's an excellent question. So we're restricting right now the time series from 1999 to 2024. So we don't have many years to generate a prediction. So even a 10-year window is a little tough to generate a prediction with so few years. We could go back in time and use a longer time series and perhaps use a larger window to generate a buffer. This is currently the methods prescribed in the FMP. So it's something that we could certainly address for the future. And then using the overestimates is just addressing a SSC recommendation. So for the 2024 stock assessment, we were using both over and under predictions as well.
Yeah, thanks for the reminder that we recommended that. I think we're good. Go ahead.
Alrighty, and so I guess I've kind of addressed it already, but we are using autoregressive models, and we are fitting those with AutoData-REMA. And it is important to point out when we're calculating that buffer retrospectively, the model is, or AutoData-REMA is selecting the best predictive model for each year. So for instance, when we fit for 2025 for the state harvest rate, for Kenai late run, it selects a white noise model. And for Kasilof, it's selecting a moving average model. That changes depending on what range of the time series you're using. And so for each year retrospectively, it is selecting a slightly different model for each year. But it is some combination of AR coefficients and MA coefficients, and we do report the 2025 selected coefficients within the SAFE. Yep, so I believe that is the end of my portion, and Rich will continue from here.
Back already. Let's see. So just continuing on with the Kenai late run sockeye salmon stock. This is the spawner recruitment curve, the Ricker curve for that stock. And on it, you can see the lower bound, the SMSY line, and then the upper bound of the state spawning escapement goal. To start off with, this stock, the Kenai late run stock, it has real interesting spawner recruitment dynamics. It's a stock that in the historical record has always replaced itself. So for every year, the returns, the brood year returns have always outnumbered the number of spawners that have gone into the system. And so it's, I probably talked about this last year. It's like it's always winning this stock. It's always produced a harvestable surplus, which it's a great place to be in for a stock, that it's always produced a harvestable surplus, and it's produced a amazing surplus, up to yields exceeding 5 million brood year returns throughout a large range, including some of the largest returns in the historical record at and even below the lower bound of the spawning escapement goal. But getting back to the fact that this stock has always replaced itself, that's a great place to be from a management standpoint. And the data for this stock and Kasilof are just world-class data sets, thanks to the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. Really gold-plated, amazing data from a fisheries management standpoint. It's anything you could ever want, including genetics, stock-specific harvest, ages, lengths, limnology, fry data, smolt data. I would venture to say that it's some of the not just best salmon data on the planet, but some of the best fishery data, period. But it's lacking information at the upper bound, and it's the information that this world-class data provides is lacking in the sense that spawner recruitment dynamics are much better defined if a stock does not replace itself at some point, because it allows you to better define the spawner recruit characteristics and density dependence.
We have a question from Jason.
Yeah, sorry, I should know this, but can you remind me what the upper bound is actually based on in terms of the calculation?
Yes, great question through the chair. So in the SAFE report, we reference heavily the for this stock the Hasbrook et al. 2022 manuscript, and it's the goal is described, setting the goal is described in this analysis, and so it's a combination of in the discussion, they talk about the Ricker model, but also featured prominently in the discussion of setting the bounds of this goal are a Markov yield table. And the citation for that is Hilborn and Walters, 1992. It's a method that has been used in other parts of the state to assess maximum yield for a given number of spawners. In our assessment, we consider this to be a biological reference point, certainly the yield table, the Markov approach, we think is a minimum of a proxy for MSY, to discuss the national standards, if not a best attempt to measure MSY and SMSY directly. So it's not a, you could call it a modeled approach in that it does look at average yields for a given spawner range, but it is a table of the yields that are maximized by a given number of spawners.
Very good. Okay, thanks. Go ahead. And just a heads up, I think we'll get through this stock maybe and then take a lunch break. So I think there's 2 more slides.
Okay, yeah. I showed the spawner recruitment curve and relationship there based on the Ricker model. If you sort of dig deeper and you look at what's driving potential density dependence in this, there is a general decline of productivity with increasing numbers of spawners. So this figure is to illustrate that point that in salmon, adding more fish to a system is not necessarily a better thing in terms of the yield of fish or the economies of fisheries. So there is, and this is to be expected, this is what happens in salmon stocks, that they are inherently space limited and resource limited systems. There's only so much, there's a finite amount of space in a salmon system. So adding spawners will tend to decrease productivity with numbers of spawners. The escapement goal ranges are, in our interpretation, designed to maximize yields by at below the lower bound of an escapement goal range, you have the highest productivity. So you could have productivities of 50 recruits per spawner, but there aren't enough spawners to result in high yields. Beyond in terms of the opposite direction, so say the upper bound, there are a lot of spawners, but low productivity. So there's this middle ground where the numbers of spawners and the productivity are maximized to result in yield, in maximum yield for a given number of spawners. This is again showing the spawner recruitment characteristics, and for those unfamiliar, I'm sure you've all seen these. The diagonal line is what's called the one-to-one line or the reference line, and that's simply a reference line that it's not data. It's just a reference line to show you positive yields from the system. And you can see for this system, all the data points are above that line, again indicating that all spawning escapements have produced harvestable yield. So in our discussion in the SAFE report, and we also think it's consistent with the Hasbrook et al. Analysis, we looked at this issue of using the lower bound or the point estimate of SMSY to define maximum yield. And in our assessment, we found that the lower bound of 750,000 spawners resulted in the highest yields in the historical time series. This is an area, as per the last slide, of high productivity for the system. And we'd also reference the Hasbrook et al. Analysis that discusses there's no evidence for overfishing at this value. They describe it several times as sustainable, and it's producing the highest yields in the historical time series at or even below 750,000 spawners. In the NIMS assessment, we see that the lower bound is consistent with the Amendment 16 EARIR, which discusses the lower bound throughout, and in our view, consistent with the salmon FMP, and if anybody cares, also is used in the West Coast salmon FMP.
Okay, question from Andrew.
I was going to ask, is that all salmon for the east area, or is there a difference between Chinook and Coho?
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Andrew. That's a great question. It is for Coho, yes, it uses the lower bound. For Chinook salmon in the east area, uses the midpoint. I think our response to that would be that if you think about a sockeye stock, particularly a sockeye stock this large, you have a lot of fish to play with. If you could characterize it, you'd be talking about for this sockeye stock, in terms of overall size, it'd be like a city block, whereas for a Chinook salmon stock, you'd be talking about, in comparison, the size of this table. So very different in terms of the number of fish that you have to work with, and the potential ramifications of getting it wrong. Yeah.
Okay, follow up.
I guess the question then, and I'll ask it to you, but maybe this is something we need to think about as the SSC. Is this recommendation of using the lower bound of the Escama Gold versus SMSY, is this something that you recommend we take at a stock by stock or species level? I mean, as of right now, we just have the 2 tier 1 stocks for sockeye, but there is late run Kenai large, the late run large fish, which we do have, the state does have a brood table and spawner recruit and SMSY, and part of the problem is we don't know how many of them are caught in the EZ, but maybe in the future we resolve that problem. And just thinking ahead of future of other stocks being elevated to a tier 1, what is your recommendation for handling this? Is it a stock by stock or a species basis, or should we have just a general sort of approach? Thanks.
Through the chair, Andrew, thank you for the question. Excellent question. And, in the West Coast FMP, it's stock by stock. So, I think that would probably be the recommendation as well, is to treat this stock by stock. As you point out, there's a difference between Coho are in the east area use lower bound, Chinook do not. I could just pure speculation. I suspect that has everything to do with the fact that Chinook salmon stocks tend to be smaller in size than, you're not dealing with 8 million fish in a Chinook salmon stock. You might be dealing with 800 fish or 1,500 fish. And in the east area, as you're well aware, sometimes those stocks are caught also pretty far away from the spawning grounds. So there's also a lag to think about, whereas this fishery is relatively close in proximity to the mouth of the Kenai River.
Okay, question from Martin.
Yeah, I'm a little puzzled by the reference to the salmon, West Coast salmon FMP, and that the OFL is specified in that FMP as a fishing mortality rate, an MSY fishing mortality rate times the preseason estimate, and the reference, the spawning stock reference point is occasionally the lower bound of the escapement range, but I think that those calculations are not necessarily the same type, wouldn't necessarily represent the same thing that is represented in this analysis. I think that you often think of their lower bound as sort of a level of seeding river system. So they're looking to get at least, 30 spawners per mile of river habitat or something like that. So the way that it's calculated and how it's used in the FMP is different. I think that, is it feasible to think about an FMSY procedure that would sort of maybe get out of this sort of overly obsessing over a particular threshold to manage? Because, that seems like that would help us a lot, because we'd be able to go when stock sizes are high, we would increase, we would get a big harvest based on the FMSY level.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Yeah, I want to address all your points. Hopefully I do. There's a lot going on with the West Coast Salmon FMP, right? There's a lot of different stocks. It's managed in a different way. There's a lot of interactions with different fishers fishing on them. I think our point here is that the lower bounds are used throughout, and I've got the table here in table 3.1. In terms of fishing mortality rate in the EEZ, that is maximum fishing mortality threshold. So that is one of our status determination criteria that we do use to assess overfishing for this stock. And so, yes, we do calculate a fishing mortality rate for the EEZ. And you could describe that as an FMSY rate. So overfishing for these tier 1 stocks is assessed based on a comparison of maximum fishing mortality rate versus the realized fishing mortality rate in the EEZ.
No, but your maximum is based on the achieving that level of escapement. It's not an FMSY based on, you're calling it an FMSY, but it's not that. It's the FMSY would be the fishing mortality rate that achieves the SMSY point value.
Through the chair, Martin, I think what we are recommending is that FMSY be based on the lower bound, with the lower bound being a biological reference point that is a proxy for MSY. And we in our interpretation of the Hasbrook et al. Analysis, we do consider the lower bound to be a value that has a demonstrably has a proven track record of preventing overfishing, while at the same time producing demonstrably the highest yields in the historical time series. So certainly the Hasbrook et al. Assessment that we rely on talks about overfishing. If you have the national standard guidelines in one hand and the Hasbrook et al. Analysis in the other. It's in our mind, it's sort of a box checking exercise. It speaks very well to the national standards in that regard.
Okay, I think, are you done with this slide here? Are you done with the line of questioning?
To the chair, thank you. Yes, I think I have now stated all the points that we have to offer on this, and happy to move on.
Yeah, so maybe give us sort of the, I was going to take a break, but the AP just went on break, so maybe we'll let them, kind of go through first so we don't have a super long line. So maybe just
sure. I can keep going if
yeah, a couple more minutes.
If you're, yeah, and so just to be clear, in our recommendation, and again, we of course defer to your recommendation, obviously, and very much appreciate your time. We're not trying to advocate for a particular management approach here. So in other words, the assessment team isn't saying go out, and nor is it our role to say go out and harvest down to 700,000 or 750,000. We're simply suggesting that in our view it's 750,000. In our interpretation, seems very consistent as a MSY proxy at a minimum, if not a biological reference point and best estimate for MSY, and that we recommend that the SSC consider including status determination and ABC based on escapements that produce the highest yields in the historical time series while preventing overfishing.
All right, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I thought Andrew had a question, but moving on to the 2025 assessment, the 2025 our projected forecasted run size for 2025 is 3.453 million, and the state of Alaska released last week its total run size projection for this stock, which is 700 plus thousand higher at 4.19 million, and so we did not incorporate that, of course, into a revised SAFE report, and nor is it incorporated into this presentation. For 2025, the forecasted state harvest rate is estimated to be 50%. So in terms of comparing the state and federal assessment approaches, the state's sibling-based model has a mean absolute percent error of I think about 19.7%. Although, as I look at the state's approach, it does look like they use an ensemble approach, which includes a weighted assemblage of different modeling approaches for each of the main age classes. And so it's not strictly, the state's approach is not strictly a sibling-based approach. And I think that for the state's forecast, that would actually be the lowest MAPE they have, if I see read their table 4 correctly, in their forecast document that was released last week. Regardless, the federal autoregressive 1 mean absolute percentage is about 10% higher at 30%. And I think that's all I had to say on this slide, unless there are any questions about the forecast.
Any questions on this? If not, we'll take our lunch break now. Kerry, go ahead.
Yeah, so sort of reminding myself back about how your projection for the state harvest rate is produced. So last year it was well below, or the realized harvest rate was well below forecasted harvest rate, if I'm correct. There was less harvest. Or am I incorrect on that one?
I wouldn't say it was, in a forecast, and I'll let Aaron chime in here, but in a forecast, I think of 3 point something million, it was only off by 239,000 or something like that.
Through the chair, I believe you asked about the state harvest rate. And so, yeah, the projected state harvest rate was 39.4% for us, and the realized was 53%. Yeah, and that is based off the historical harvest rate, which is an estimate. And so this was the first year of known harvest.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay, thanks. I think we'll take our lunch break now and let's meet back here at 1:20. Hopefully the line at the lunch counter is down by now. I'll see you at 1:20. Okay, if we could get back together here and we'll continue. Welcome back from lunch. We'll continue with C1 Cook Inlet salmon presentation. Back to you, Dr. Brenner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And for the record, Rich Brenner with National Marine Fisheries Service, and continuing with the presentation on the Cook Inlet EEZ preliminary safe report. I do not. There we go. Here's the presentation up. And so I think we're finishing up with the Kenai late run sockeye salmon forecast for the 2025 season. And again, just to reiterate a couple of points real quick, are based on the AR1 model that Aaron Lambert described just a bit ago. We're projecting a total run size forecast of 3.453 million for this stock and a state harvest rate of 50%. Last week, the Alaska Department of Fish and Game came out with their ensemble forecast, I would call it, that includes a sibling component, and admittedly that forecast is more informed data-wise than our more naive AR1 forecast, and that state forecast is 4.19 million, so a good bit higher than our AR forecast.
Good question from Martin.
Yeah, that previous slide, I mean, maybe you can, it's an AR1 model, but you denoted it as AR000. So it's essentially a white noise model, which in this context, I think it's just the average. You're just using the average return.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes, through the chair, for the record, my name is Aaron Lambert with National Marine Fisheries Service. So the AR1 model is just for the preseason forecast. For the projected state harvest rate, it was a white noise model that was selected by the ARIMA function. So there's two components to calculating the OFL. And so the preseason forecast component was the AR1 model, and the state forecast model was a white noise model to generate the prediction.
And so moving on to the next slide. And so again, the NIMS Safe Team recommendation for 2024 is that the Kenai late run sockeye salmon stock was not overfished, that overfishing did not occur, and that for the 2025 assessment, that there's substantial potential yield available to be harvested in the Cook Inlet EEZ. Obviously, that amount of yield depends on whether you use SMSY point or the lower bound of the goal for status determination criteria.
If I may just clarify that, I think you phrased it as a recommendations. I mean, you guys make the determination, right, of overfished versus overfishing. We don't take a recommendation on that.
Yeah, through the chair, based on status determination criteria that are defined in the salmon FMP, overfishing did not occur, and that the stock is not overfished. I will say that things like in-river harvest for 2024 will not be finalized until for another year or so. But there's, based on the numbers, there's no way that this stock is anywhere close to being overfished or overfishing occurring.
So just to follow up then, if there's still changes being made to the inputs, is that going to be reassessed again?
All of the stocks will be necessarily reassessed as new information come in. For this particular stock, it's so far away from being overfished based on status determination criteria that it would not matter what new information come in, in terms of like sport fish harvest or personal use harvest. But yes, all of these stocks, as new information come in, we will rerun the status determination criteria.
Okay, go ahead. Oh, Curry, got a question?
Yeah, so I'm just a little bit confused in terms of the state harvest rate projection. So last year for 2024, it was projected at 35% using the same method that's a long-term average. Now with one additional data point at 50%, now it's up to 50%, or is it based on last year's realized state waters harvest rate?
So through the chair, the ARIMA function in R selected a different model when running it for the 2024. So it generated a different or it selected a different predictive model. So yeah, every time you add a new year and you apply the function, it can select something different, which is a benefit and somewhat of a drawback as well.
Okay, I think we're good. Go ahead.
And so let's see. For 2025, we are recommending that this stock again have a tier 1 determination. You can see the MFMT and MSST values on the screen there, with the MFMT of 0.327 and an MSST, an overfished value of 1.875 million. We are recommending a preseason OFL of 976,761 fish that could reasonably be harvested in the Cook Inlet EEZ. But that again is an unbuffered value. So once you add a buffer to account for uncertainty in state harvest rate and uncertainty in the forecast size itself, that comes out to a recommended ABC of 709,954 for 2025.
Okay, thanks. I think we have a question, Andrew.
Yeah, just for clarification, these are the values based on using the lower bound of the escapement goal, not SSC recommended SMSY, correct?
Through the chair, Andrew, yes, that's correct. This is our primary recommendation, and this would be part of table 2 in the SAFE report, and the recommendations or the values based on SMSY point are in table 1 of the SAFE report.
Go ahead.
This next slide addresses Dr. Cunningham's question of why is the buffer smaller for lower bound versus using the point estimate of SMSY for status determination criteria. I'll let Aaron Lambert handle this.
Thank you, Rich. Through the chair. So as Dr. Cunningham pointed out, there is a difference in the buffers, whether you're using SMSY points or the lower bound, and you would almost intuitively assume that using the lower bound, you would assume you'd get an even larger buffer, I guess. That's more fish, or even that they'd be the same buffer. But I guess when looking back at this, the difference in the buffer comes down to 1 year, and that's 2018. It would be 2 years if we were using both positive and negative errors. But essentially, when you're using SMSY point and you're calculating OFL, whether it's OFL pre or post, you're subtracting off a larger number of fish. And so the way it's calculated is that anytime you end up with an OFL that's less than 0, it gets kicked back to 0. And so if you look at the second row of the table I have here on the right, these are all for the 2018 errors. The OFL postseason is calculated as negative 284,000. And the way the code works, it kicks it back to 0, where the lower bound, the postseason OFL is 178. And so the magnitude of errors is actually larger for the lower bound and smaller for SMSY point. But when we're calculating the buffer and using median symmetrical accuracy, it's describing the relative error. So your log ratio will actually be larger for SMSY point. And I guess the thought is that when you're forecasting a run size, say, of 101,000 fish, the truth comes out to 100,000 fish. It's not as big of a deal as if you were forecasting a run that was 2,000 fish and turned out to be 1,000 fish. So you're kind of accounting for years when you have really large run sizes, even though both errors would be 1,000 fish.
Not seeing any more questions on that, so go ahead. Go ahead.
Glad we included this slide. And let's see. So we've provided our recommendations for Kenai late run, and we are going to move on to Kasilof sockeye salmon. So for 2024, peak harvest for this stock occurred on July 15th. Again, as one of the 3 sockeye salmon stocks, 66% of the TAC was utilized. The total estimated harvest rate, again, based on Alaska Department of Fish and Game genetic stock composition estimates, are that's 77,960 sockeye from the Kasilof stock were harvested in 2024. For 2024, the preseason, the NIMS preseason forecast was 1.125 million. The realized total run size was 1.787 million. So I think that difference of 66K, is that really correct? Or I guess, yeah, I guess it is correct. Anyhow, the state escapement goal for this stock is 140,000 to 370,000. And the SMSY point is 220,000. For 2024, the realized escapement is estimated at 1.404 million, which you will note is a good bit higher than the upper bound for this stock. For 2024, the projected state harvest rate based on NIMS models was 32.2%, with the realized harvest rate of 36.9%. So this stock also has interesting spawner recruitment characteristics. All of the escapements within the escapement goal range have replaced themselves, similar to the Kenai. But unlike the Kenai late run, one escapement in the historical record so far has not replaced itself, and that's well higher than the upper bound. So an escapement of 500,000 fish did not replace itself. The escapement goal range also does a pretty good job of bracketing the highest historical yields for this stock. I would say that density dependence for this stock is somewhat better characterized than that for Kenai late run at the upper bound, or the upper levels of escapement. But really, there's only 1 point below replacement. In terms of productivity for this stock, it also shows a pronounced decrease in productivity with increasing numbers of spawners. And again, this is a normal characteristic of salmon spawner recruitment dynamics, and an acknowledgement of the fact that salmon live in a space-limited system where resources are also limited. I would say that the density-dependent effects are somewhat more pronounced for this stock. It's a glacially occluded system where the photic zone is very shallow, and that could contribute to the steeper decline in productivity with increasing numbers of spawners. Again, though, it demonstrates that the escapement goal range is in a sweet spot of that brackets the highest yield because of this sort of linear increase in spawners, but logarithmic decline in productivity with those spawners. To emphasize for this productivity, I want to point out that we have put on the state's modeled line recent escapements that have come in for this stock from 2022, 2023, and 2024. We don't know what the productivities or yields will actually be. So this is only real data in the sense that the model is projecting that these returns will come in below replacement, but we in fact do not know how the returns will actually shape up. So I wanted to make sure that's clear, but we do have some concerns that we could have yields below replacement in the near future for this stock based on the existing model. Moving on to 2025 for the Kasilof stock. The NIMS forecast is projecting a total run size of 1.313 million and a state harvest rate of 32.5%. And I want to compare the state model or the state forecast, which was released last week. Again, an ensemble approach that does take into account sibling and spawner recruitment and other dynamics that aren't included in the federal model. Projects a state total run size forecast of 1.24 million. And the state's forecast historically has performed better than the federal more naive forecasting approach. Based on status determination criteria in the salmon FMP, the stock was not overfished in 2024, nor did overfishing occur. And for 2025, the NIMS assessment authors would suggest that there's substantial potential yield that could reasonably be harvested in the Cook Inlet EEZ. Here is the NIMS SAFE team recommendations that are also based on the lower bound. And again, these are in Table 2 of the executive summary of the SAFE report. We are again recommending a Tier 1 determination for this stock. Again, just world-class data, really amazing data thanks to the Alaska Department of Fish and Game for this stock. It's just everything you could want. From genetics to stock-specific harvests and the ability pre-season to estimate a total run size. An MFMT of 0.572, a minimum stock size threshold of 350,000, again, based on the lower bound, a pre-season OFL of 746,294, which again represents the value that could reasonably be harvested in the Cook Inlet EEZ while still allowing all state harvests, including commercial, personal use, and sport, and the achievement of the lower bound of the escapement goal. When including a buffer of 57% to account for uncertainty in the total run size estimate and uncertainty in projected state harvests, that would amount to an ABC of 320,841 fish from this stock that could be harvested in the EEZ.
Okay, thank you. We have a question from Andrew.
Yeah, I guess just clarification again. Yeah, I appreciate that for this stock, there's potential harvest in the EEZ, but again, how the fisheries managed, you can't target that stock, correct?
Through the chair, Andrew, yes, that's correct. If we look at, we could look at, for instance, historical. Let's see. I guess the historical. Did I go past them? But based on since 1999, yeah, harvest have gone up to about 200,000, so we're less than half of that. But yes, like all sockeye stocks, a fisher cannot reasonably tell at the time of landing whether it's a Kasilof fish or a Kenai fish, or Maybe they could tell you that, but in terms of reporting, they are all initially reported as just sockeye, and this is exactly the rationale, on the council side of things for the overall buffer that was proposed last year to guard against overfishing aggregate stock in particular.
Thanks. You have a follow-up from Martin?
Yeah, I was going to visit this when we got to other sockeye, but to what extent can these stocks can be separated, and with sufficient sampling in season, potentially you could learn something about the relative timing of these different sockeye stocks, which I think we don't know much about. There might be some information about that, but I wondered if you could, first of all, summarize what we know about the relative timing of the different sockeye stocks and whether it would be useful to have genetic sampling in season to try to figure out, better understand what that timing is.
Through the chair, Martin, thank you for the question. I am not prepared right now to speak about the differences in run timing. I suspect that there are Fish and Game publications that I've run into across the years that address that. But yeah, in terms of in-season genetics, the Alaska Department of Fish and Game is and has historically collected genetic samples from throughout the full course of the fishery and the test fishery and spawning escapements. I mean, again, it's really an amazing historical data set, but there would be, I think, some value in having that in season. It's just a matter of in the course of a very short season, and they have worked this out in Bristol Bay, so that it's a value component of in-season management. It's just a matter of getting that in time and being able to use it in season. But certainly we will explore that and look at those run timing characteristics in the future. We're year one behind us, so we'll continue looking at things like that in the future.
A follow-up?
Yeah, just to follow up. I mean, I did check what the ratio of catch to ABC was, and presumably that's reflecting some information about relative run size, and like 20% of the Castle fish were 20% of the ABC was harvested versus about 40% for the Kenai late. So there's some pretty large differences, and something that we have really we would sort of expect those numbers potentially to be relatively similar, and they weren't. So would this potentially be something to do with run timing?
Through the chair, Martin. Yeah, I just in thinking about the historical harvest proportions, I'm not sure we would expect them to be, equal across these stocks. And I think it probably has everything to do with not just run timing, but also the way that they would tend to transit the EEZ, and their overall the overall time that they would spend in the EEZ, and when they would make their eastward push through the EEZ and into state waters. But certainly we do have historical breakdowns of the proportions of all these stocks. I just don't happen to have them in front of me right now for the presentation, but happy to provide those.
Thanks. And Jason had a question too.
Yeah, I'm looking at the graph, the escapement and return graph you have on the screen right now, and I'm trying to think about that. So your recommendation is for the SMSY point, but in this situation for Kisilov, compared with the Kenai, this relationship seems much better informed, perhaps, on the SMSY. So I'm wondering if you can reconcile. Are you recommending SMSY for both the Kenai and the Kisilov, or lower bound for one, SMSY for the other?
Through the chair, Jason, thank you for the question. We are recommending lower bound for both, based on the evidence in front of us, the lower bound of this goal also does an excellent job of preventing overfishing while having the potential for high yield. So our recommendation is that this range also is a biological reference point that is an excellent proxy for MSY in compliance with National Standard 1. But it is a more symmetric SMSY point, certainly, than the Kenai goal, which, again, the assessment author says was not well supported. But you can see on the screen by going with SMSY point where you would be excluding some high yields by only having escapements above the point estimate.
Okay, follow up.
Yeah, sorry. I guess I'm not sure that looking at it in terms of excluding some yields based on a few points maybe is the right way to think about it. I mean, it's fitting a relationship. So I guess I'm still just struggling a little bit with thinking about this in terms of Kenai versus Kasilov, in the sense that, I mean, this looks like there's a lot more information to inform it. So it seems like there's a different amount of information available to form this relationship. And I guess I'm getting into discussion, so maybe I'll stop.
Through the chair, just in essence, going with SMSY point would be calling everything below there, between there and the lower bound, overfishing. So it would, in essence, take that amount off the table for the council to consider in its management approach. So yeah, it would necessarily exclude some of the highest yields in the potential for some of the highest yields in the historical time series between SMSY point and the lower bound.
Question from Ian.
Sorry, did I hear you say that right? Everything below SMSY would be considered overfishing?
Yes, that was a point that
what I saw on the earlier slide.
That we try to emphasize in the response to the SSC, that we could be in this situation if the SSC, and of course we defer to the SSC on this topic, if the point estimate of SMSY were used for status determination criteria, it would put us in this odd situation where the stock, based on the SDC and the FMP, would be declared that overfishing would occur, or even in extreme case, the stock's determined to be overfished, when in fact the state's escapement goal is achieved, and it could even produce the highest yields in the historic record. So in our view, amongst all of the other points that we do discuss in the SAFE report, that's another reason that the cohesion between state and federal management, and not declaring that overfishing is occurring when in fact you're in the exact spot that you want for maximizing yield while preventing overfishing.
Pat, you got a follow-up?
I'm going to put this as a question, but isn't that what the Magnuson-Stevens Act says, is that you should be above, the stocks should be above MSY?
Thank you for the question. In this context, and we do believe it's consistent, again, with other areas in the Alaska Fishery Management Plan and with the West Coast FMP, we are considering the lower bound to be a biological reference point that does represent MSY under National Standard 1. And in the state's assessment, both for this stock and for the Kenai stock, they go through lengths to describe how the lower bound is precautionary, preventing overfishing, and it does produce the some of the highest yields for both of these stocks. So we are presenting the lower bound as an MSY reference point under National Standard 1 guidelines.
Okay, I think we're good. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Martin raised hand.
So I guess what I'm not understanding from your discussion, so let's simplify the problem. We're just going to specify an OFL that's associated with the BMSY level preseason. And so what we do that, we set an OFL, and then the run size comes in either higher or lower than we expect. So in that case, wouldn't we would set it based on SMSY, and we would get variation both above and below that point due to error in our preseason forecast?
Through the chair, Martin, I think you raised two issues here. One is that under National Standard 1 guidelines, MSY is a long-term average, and so you couldn't actually get to SMSY point if you didn't include escapements but below there that were part of that goal. You could never get to that average. By choosing SMSY point for status determination criteria, you'd necessarily be moving the average to the right over time, because anything below there would be overfishing. So in terms of your second point, we in terms of our model results, we think that our buffer is abundantly precautionary to guard against over forecasting. So that's exactly the purpose of the buffer.
Andrew, a question.
I guess my question is, given what you said, but that's for a stock for overfishing, but we're dealing here where you have two different management. You've split the management of the stock, the fishery, into two different, and so it's overfishing we're concerned about overfishing within the EEZ, and not, this overfishing definition is not overfishing of the stock. So this is where it becomes challenging about what the correct approach is. That's not a question, but do you agree?
Through the chair, of course, we are, this process here in the room, we are dealing with a wholly federal status determination criteria, and under that federal status determination criteria, you could be at a situation where you are one fish for 5 years below the SMSY point, and the stock that overfishing is occurring. You could also be yeah, that I think the answer to your question is yes. Under the federal status determination criteria, overfishing would occur if for 5 years you're one fish below SMSY point. So you could have a rebuilding plan for escapements that end up producing the highest yield in the historical record.
No, we're on questions. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm sure we'll get to this issue of lower bound versus SMSY in our discussions. But yeah, questions for clarification or otherwise of the analyst. Not seeing any right now, so go ahead.
Thank you. I advanced and went back, and now I'm going to advance again. So let's see. So again, OFL preseason of 746,294. Again, accounts for all state harvest and the achievement at the lower bound. With a buffer, the ABC is 320,841. Those were our recommendations for Kisilov. So we are moving on to the aggregate other sockeye salmon stock complex. In 2024, this stock was a tier 3. Spoiler alert, we are again recommending that this stock have a tier 3 determination. I will say that of all the stocks that we assess, this is the closest to being on the threshold of being a tier 2 stock. There are state estimates that that are produced that can you can, based on historical data, come up with some sort of a total run size estimate. But as the number of systems that are monitored declines over time, our recommendation is that the reliability of that estimate is in question to some extent, and that our comfort level is for a tier 3 recommendation for 2025 again. The stock has 4 indicator stocks: Fish Creek, Chalatenna Lake, Judd Lake, and Larson Lake. If they were all successfully monitored during the course of the season, that would be the sum of the lower bounds of that would be 65,000. So an overfished determination based on comparison of MSST with cumulative escapement for the most recent generation is possible, provided that the indicator stocks have a reliable index of spawning abundance. 2024, again, as a sockeye stock, peak harvest occurred on July 15th. Again, TAC utilized was 60%, 66% of the TAC. And again, based on Alaska Department of Fish and Game genetic stock composition, the total harvest for this stock was 57,496 during 2024. Again, I went over previously status determination criteria for tier 3. I'll probably go over a little faster this time. OFL, the OFL is the highest cumulative harvest in a generation, so back-to-back years in the historical time series under consideration. And then the preseason OFL is just the single season manifestation of that. So for sockeye, you would take that OFL, divide it by 5 for the preseason OFL. Overfishing is based on a comparison of the OFL, again, a multi-year quantity with the cumulative harvest for the most recent generation of 5 years for sockeye. And it's the same as tier 1 and 2 stocks. Overfished is determined status is determined based on a comparison of MSST, minimum stock size threshold, with the cumulative escapement for the most recent generation. For this stock, let's see, for 2024, based on the SDC and the fishery management plan, the stock was not overfished in 2024, and overfishing did not occur. Getting to 2025 recommendations, we're again recommending a tier 3 determination. For this stock in particular, we will keep assessing that and look forward to hearing SSC recommendations as well. But for 2025, we're again sticking with a tier 3 recommendation to you. MSST of 163,000, and that is based on the lower bound of those goals of the indicator stocks, an OFL of 906,757, and a preseason OFL of 181,351. For 2025, we are recommending a 15% buffer from the OFL preseason, which we suggest is a value that would ensure that the preseason OFL is not exceeded. And again, only 57,000 fish were harvested during 2024. That 15% buffer would result in a ABC of 154,158. in our view of in our interpretation of the state's preseason forecast, which was released last week, we see this stock as being similar, or even sometimes for some years slightly larger than the Kasilof stock in terms of overall run size. But again, our comfort in that total run size projection is not so high that we would recommend a tier 2 determination for this stock yet. Let's see. So in considering the buffer, we of 15%, we considered a range of 10 to 90%. We do note that the indicator stocks escapements have been met in recent years, but there has not been surveys on Shalat and Judd Lake. We do note that the total run size for this stock is similar in size as far as we can tell, or even larger than the Kasilof stock. This species, the sockeye obviously are vulnerable to harvest, but we see that the buffer accounts for uncertainty, ensuring that the OFL is not exceeded. That concludes the sockeye salmon stocks, and moving on to the aggregate Chinook salmon stock complex. Yep.
Got a question from Martin?
Well, we've got a couple here. First off, what are the plans? I mean, it's pretty scary that both Judd Lake and the Chilatna surveys have not been done in recent years. Is that sort of have those been dropped, or will we see them again? Or is it just some kind of operational thing?
Through the chair, Martin, since those weirs, we are wholly dependent on, at this point at least, on the Alaska Department of Fish and Game for those weir assessments, as we are for other data. I can't speak to the long-term operation of those weirs. I don't know if Andrew Monroe would like to take a stab at that. He might, and I just love putting him on the spot also. So thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if I can answer the long-term plans. As of right now, the escapement goals are still on the books, and so the intent is to, as budgets and staffing allow, to assess those projects, we will. If for some reason we're unable to long-term not be able to assess those projects, then the department would likely remove those escapement goals. But as of right now, they're still on the books, and as staffing and budget allows to operate those assessment projects, the intent would be to assess escapement.
Thanks. Follow up from Martin.
Then you made an overfish determination based on the lower bounds, but you're missing data. How did you handle the missing data?
Through the chair. For the aggregate other sockeye, we just considered the two, for 2024, the two systems that had monitored escapement. So we had a cumulative escapement of 54,000 fish, and the sum of the lower bounds would be 30,000. So it is above it. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I guess there's a query in the document about whether the SSC would recommend an approach for this, and maybe we'll get to that. But so you just essentially dropped Judd Lake and Chilatna to do the overfished determination.
For the aggregate other sockeye, when we get to the coho section, there'll be more discussion on that. But for this system, that's how.
So the lower bound wasn't what you have there, but a different value for the sum of the lower bounds.
If you consider just Larson Lake and Fish Creek, which were monitored in that year, the sum of the lower bounds would be 30,000.
Okay, thanks.
Through the chairs, if I could just add to that, based on a total run size estimate of just over 1 million fish, also in a harvest of 50 some thousand, we're talking about a harvest rate in the EEZ of like 5%. It's a pretty low overall harvest rate, but based on the information we have. And we also, in our assessment, and again, the SSC can recommend a different buffer if you'd like. We would also note that the indicator stocks associated with this stock complex have a good track record of meeting their escapement goal over time.
Question from Martin.
Okay, yeah, I still have a couple questions. One is that the document establishes a sort of 15% default buffer for the tier 3 stocks. And then it seems like then the sort of deliberations were whether to go above the 15% or below the 15% for each particular stock. And the first question is whether that's the approach that you took. And the second question is were there any sort of potential risk factors that are associated with the other sockeye stock? There was some testimony at the last year's council meeting about concern about some of the other sockeye runs, as well as the sort of general concern about potentially managing less productive sockeye stocks in with the more productive ones without being able to manage them, to control the harvest rate separately on each stock.
Through the chair, Martin, thank you for the question. Yes, in the SAFE report, we suggest that for stocks that that appear to be healthy, that are meeting their escapement targets, that and other indices, that we put that out there, that 15% could be a standard starting point for those apparently healthy stocks. In terms of our assessment of the stock, we would note that if total run size, as it appears to be based on state estimates, is over 1 million fish, that the overall harvest rate in the EEZ is relatively pretty darn small, compared to the overall run size. So that also went into our thinking, and you'll see our recommendations for the other stocks, and some of those, like coho, we're recommending a 90% buffer. So very, very different situation than this stock based on our assessment.
Thanks. Actually, I have a question to you on this aggregate sockeye salmon stock, I guess. The indicator stocks, do you have a sense of, I know we don't have run size estimates and these are just escapement indices, but do you have a sense for how much of the total aggregate they represent, and whether going to 2 stocks is still sort of an adequate representation of that aggregate in terms of making an overfished determination?
Through the chair, Dr. Muter, not off the top of my head, I think that there used to be historically more sockeye salmon stocks that were monitored, and so in the state's preseason forecast, they talk about these 4 monitored systems, which would include Kenai, Kasilof, and the larger Susitna drainage, and I think Fish Creek, if I'm getting that correctly, and that the unmonitored systems, which would include all of the aggregate other stock complex, represent 17% of the monitored system. So that's the derivation based on historical escapements, genetic stock composition, and other data, I think, that pegged the overall run size at over 1 million for this stock. But in terms of, you'd have to go through all of the Fish and Game historical documentation to see exactly how that 1 million plus was achieved. And I will note that, for a WEIR or another assessment, it's an index, right? So whereas in Kenai and Kasilof, we make the assumption that we're dealing with actual numbers of fish. For weirs and other stocks, depending upon the system, you would not make that same assumption. You use the index and you monitor you assess the index.
Yeah, thanks. That helps. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think we're just starting the aggregate Chinook salmon stock complex, and this is section 7.5 of the SAFE report. And this would include all Upper Cook Inlet Chinook salmon harvested in the Cook Inlet EEZ. So, and I do believe that the FMP says all Upper Cook Inlet Chinook salmon harvested in the EEZ, with a generation time of 6 years, and the Kenai late run large. I think we have a question.
Well, we broke now, so go ahead.
You're about to get to that value there for the escapement goal. That's the OEG and not
is
the
that right?
state SEG.
Okay. Yeah.
Correct.
As the author of the state's escapement goal report, I do trust your eye on that. And as the indicator stock, the Kenai late run large, that only includes Chinook salmon greater than 75 centimeters mid-eye to fork. So having an indicator stock does allow for making an overfish determination. Finally, getting out of sockeye, peak harvest for this stock occurred on July 11th, and 12.9% of the TAC was utilized, and only 31 Chinook salmon were reported harvested during 2024. Based on the status determination criteria in the fishery management plan, the stock's not overfished, and no overfishing occurred during 2024. We do note, of course, and this pertains to, in considering a buffer as well, that the indicator stock is listed as of 2024 as a state stock of concern. That designation in interpreting our interpretation of the state stock of concern would imply a chronic inability for the stock to achieve its escapement goal, if I interpret that correctly. We did start to look at harvest from 2024, the first year of federal fishery, and we looked at weights in particular. And of the 31 fish reported harvest, there were weight data for 21 of those fish, and based on our length to weight ratio that we have, and happy to share that. Only 2 of those would have just barely made the cut for being considered greater than 75 centimeters. So we also looked at Alaska Department of Fish and Game weights from the Central District from 2018 through 2022, and I believe those were the only years we had available. And we would note that average weights were 8.2, 9, 10.8 pounds, 7.8 pounds, 7.7 pounds. And none of those averages, at least, would qualify this stock as those fish as being Kenai late run. We'd also note a genetic study, Schuster et al. From the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and I want to emphasize that they're different fish. They're sport fish, sport caught fish. Whereas the reported harvest from the Cook Inlet EEZ were drift gillnet fish, but the Schuster et al. Study suggests that large portions of the sport caught originated from from the Upper Cook Inlet Central District, which is a fishing game designation, that most of those 77 to 92% originated from outside of Cook Inlet, with only 0.3 to 12.7 being Kenai late run Chinook salmon. And I don't think there was a designation on how many of those were estimated to be large fish either. So we have a quick question.
Go ahead, Martin.
Yeah, with the Chinook from last year's fishery sampled for genetics, and would we have an opportunity to learn both whether those were in fact were or were not Kenai River fish, and also whether or not they were from outside the system?
Through the chair, Martin, thank you for the question. To the best of my knowledge, we do not have genetic samples from the 2024 fish. We would like to get some genetic samples in the future. Based on their size, the vast majority were not Kenai late run large fish. And based on historical genetics sampling, that would, in my mind, suggest, without wanting to speculate too much, that they were feeder fish from outside of Cook Inlet.
Okay, so I guess two questions. What would be the implications if that were the case for your management recommendations, if they are actually outside the system? And the second question is, now why don't we just stop there?
Through the chair, Martin, thank you for the question. First of all, I'd also note another fishing game publication pertaining to the Susitna stock assessment for Susitna Chinook. And I think it's Reimer and Dukovich, I believe, also discounts largely, and I'm using that term informally, that this fishery is harvesting. It's also suggesting that this fishery is also not harvesting Chinook bound for the Susitna. So the two, based on our sort of very quick overview and the Reimer and Dukovich paper, we would suggest that this fishery, at least based on the evidence in front of us, might not be harvesting in general Upper Cook Inlet fish, which could call into question whether the indicator stock is really appropriate for an overfish determination. If in fact those fish are not being harvested, then based on the evidence we see, we're not sure that it's a question of whether it's deserving to be analyzed in terms of overfish determination.
Okay, I think we'll go to Andrew first and then come back to Martin if you have another question.
I guess since you brought Susitna up and what you just said, so what actually defines this complex then? Is Susitna Chinook part of this aggregate complex? And then without the sampling, but would you then consider late run Kenai not part of this aggregate? I guess or if the harvest of late run Kenai Chinook are non-existent in this fishery, then why isn't it a tier 1 designation?
Through the chair, if we could have 5 minutes to talk amongst staff.
Sure, that's good. We'll take a quick bathroom break.
Thank you.
Okay. This is Jim Sykes doing a test.
Hello, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Okay, if we could take our seats again, then we'll proceed on whatever we're on, aggregate. Go ahead.
Through the chair, I believe the question may have been why include Kenai late run large if it appears that the fish harvested in the EEZ are not necessarily from that stock. And I think during the during the writing of the fishery management plan, we put that on there or suggested that that be in there out of an abundance of caution. We had read the Reimer and Djokovic assessment suggesting that Susitna Chinook are not harvested in the EEZ, and so that left one major stock, which was Kenai late run large, and so I do think that the SSC has discretion in whether or not to include that in terms of an overfish determination. But I think it's worthwhile making sure that we also state the evidence that we have in front of us well ahead of that.
Okay, thank you. Does that clarify that, Andrew? Yep. Follow up.
Yeah, I guess just, going back and looking at that map of this, I mean, I'm assuming these are the systems that are included in the aggregate. Then that's the idea.
Through the chair, Andrew, thank you for the question. These maps are produced from all of the wonderful Alaska Department of Fish and Game and Admiral's Waters catalog data, and downloaded from the freely available data available online. And so this would include, I believe, any stream that has any life stage of Chinook, and it's intended to be provided for demonstration purposes to show overall freshwater utilization of any Chinook in Upper Cook Inlet.
Thanks. Leave it at that.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead then.
So let's see. We're going through the fact that the indicator stock is listed as a stock of concern, and that the goal only includes large fish, which, according to our data, are generally speaking, not the component harvested in the Cook Inlet EEZ. So yes, it leaves some question about the overfish determination, and we just wanted to lay all the cards on the table so that everybody's aware of what we're seeing here. So getting right to the recommendations, and again, all we had to go on was the 31 fish that were reported harvested in 2024. We're again recommending a tier 3 assessment or tier 3 determination for this stock based on the inability to calculate a stock-wide total run size, that includes all of the Chinook salmon stocks shown in the red on the map. Just one second. We're recommending an MSST of 45,000. Yeah, Andrew, go ahead. Sorry, I'm not the chair.
Right.
I just want clarification, because that value is different than what's in the draft safe report. And I think this all comes into confusion about what are we using as the lower bound? What escapement goal are we using for the lower bound? Are we using the state's determined SEG with a lower bound of 13,500, or are we using the board OEG, optimal escapement goal, which has a lower bound of 15,000? So leave it at that. That's a question.
Through the chair, Andrew, thank you so much for pointing that out. And it is our intention to use the lower bound of the SEG for minimum stock size threshold. And as the preliminary 2025 safe, we have not one, but two more opportunities in the proposed safe and then the final safe to correct that. And we thank you very much for your attention to detail there. So we will correct this in the next iteration of the safe report. Just to be clear, to the SEG, the lower bound of the SEG. we're recommending an OFL of 2,237 fish. That would result in, based on a 6-year average generation time of a preseason OFL of 373 fish and a 30% buffer, so twice as high as the aggregate other sockeye salmon and stock complex, and a resulting ABC of 261 fish for the 2025 fishing season. In considering the 30% buffer, we considered a range of buffers from 10 to 90%. We do know that the indicator stock, while evidence might suggest that it's not necessarily harvested in the EEZ or not thought to be harvested as of now, that indicator stock is a state stock of concern, and we do want to show an abundance of caution for Chinook salmon harvest in general. As everybody's aware, they're not doing particularly well throughout the North Pacific. They are vulnerable to harvest with gill nets based on their size, and we do note that there are 5 Cook Inlet Chinook salmon stocks listed as stocks of concern by the state of Alaska. In recommending a ABC of 260 fish, 61 fish, that amount has only been exceeded 6 times prior to 2010, and again, the reported harvest last year was only 31 fish, and so we see 261 as a precautionary value for an ABC in 2025. Let's see. We do also think that going below 261 could have unintended consequences in the fishery in terms of perverse incentives. So we think that 261 is a value that we do not recommend necessarily going below for 2025.
Okay, thanks. I don't see any more questions on the. Oh, Curry, go ahead.
I'm wondering if you could speak a bit more to the perverse incentives for reducing the ABC below 261.
Through the chair, Curry, thank you for the question. I think that in a fishery this size, that we do worry about reporting, and if 261 shuts if that was the TAC, that TAC shuts the fishery down. And so at what level, and I'll pose this as a question, at what level of ABC do you think about reporting problems? And so, in recommending that, I think that is a consideration. It could be, you could think of it as a social economic consideration to consider for the SSC.
We don't typically think about that's the attack consideration in the federal context. But Curry, go ahead, follow up.
Yeah, just to follow up. I mean, how should we interpret the 37 Chinook harvested last year then?
31. Yeah. Thank you through the chair. Thank you. I think that would be that is the amount that we are using, with lacking any other data for the reported harvest for 2025.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that brings us to Coho. Before you start on that, I just maybe request of the SSC that I think there's I don't know, 4 or 5 slides on each stock that we if you have immediate clarifying questions, ask them right then, but otherwise hold the questions for that particular stock until we're through those, in the interest of time.
Through the chair, thank you. Moving on to the aggregate coho salmon stock complex, and this includes all coho salmon harvested in the Cook Inlet EEZ with an average generation time of 4 years, and the Deshka River and Little Susitna River indicator stocks to assess overfish determination, with the caveat that there must be reliable indices of escapement in the indicator stocks to, in our view and recommendation, properly assess the overfish determination. Peak harvest for coho salmon during 2024 occurred on July 25th. Only 17.8% of the TAC was utilized, and that was a overall harvest of 4,432 coho salmon harvested in the Cook Inlet EEZ during 2024, and you can see that amount is a good bit lower than many of the past years from 1999 onward. And so peak harvest, I think, historically occurred at about 110,000. And so, yes, last year's was a fraction of that. In our assessment, what was indicative of a very weak overall run size for this stock. So in terms of being able to assess an overfish determination for the Deshka River, we'd note that there were no counts in 2020 or 2021. There were incomplete counts in 2023 and 2024 due to flooding. Escapement was assumed not to have been met in 2023 and 2024. For the Little Susitna River, there were incomplete counts in 2022 through 2024. Escapement was assumed to have been met based on the Fish and Game publications that we read. So escapement was assumed to have been met in 2022. Based on this assumption, assuming that escapement was met in the Little Susitna in 2022 and met and monitored in the Deshka in 2020 and 2021, we would put the 2023 estimated cumulative escapement of 58,899 and the 2024 estimated cumulative escapement at 40,540. So these estimates do not include uncounted fish in 2020 or 2024, or any fish over the Deshka escapement in 2020 and 2021. And so our recommendation is that the coho are not overfished and that the future determinations be based on indicator systems with a complete and reliable history of monitoring. Yeah, in addressing this issue of incomplete monitoring and weirs that get washed out, which is a normal thing, our recommendation, and we provide several alternatives in the SAFE report, but our preferred recommendation is that basing overfish determination and the associated estimates of spawning escapement only on the indicator stocks for which there's considered to be a complete and reliable history of monitoring, with the preferred option of only including, of not including the unmonitored and incomplete stocks in the assessment. And we provide other ideas for the SSC to consider in the SAFE report, including modeling approaches to estimate missing escapements. Ignore another option would be to simply say that you couldn't make an overfish determination, similar to some of the other tier 3 stocks for which there aren't indicator systems. But we've presented you with our preferred recommendation is to only base it on the indicator systems with a complete and reliable history of monitoring. For 2024, for the aggregate coho salmon stock complex, no overfishing occurred based on the cumulative harvest for the generation being less than the OFL. Our recommendation is that the stock's not overfished. And again, we've provided our recommendations on how that's assessed in the future. one of the SSC recommendations from 2024 was to look at risk tables or present the SSC with risk tables in future assessments. And for this, thanks to Bridget Ferris at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, we've started that process and presented to you a draft risk table. We started with coho salmon and hope to present to you the other risk tables for the other 7 stocks in the 2026 assessment. I would note, while we would appreciate comments on any of these, any of the values in the various levels for these categories, this is mostly a preliminary presentation for your review and feedback, not any final recommendations that we have for this stock. Getting to the NIMS Safe Team recommendations that are in tables 1 and 2 of the executive summary, we're recommending a tier 3 determination for this stock, again based on the inability to estimate a total run size for the larger stock complex, and we're recommending a minimum stock size threshold of 38,800, which is based on the indicator systems with a complete and reliable history of monitoring. We're recommending an OFL of 268,053 fish, and that would result based on an average 4-year generation time of a preseason OFL of 67,013. Our buffer for this buffer recommendation for this stock, it is a 90% buffer, which in reading the fishery management plan, we believe is the largest available buffer under the terms of the fishery management plan. And that would result in an ABC of 6,701 fish for the 2025 fishing season. In considering the buffer of 90%, we considered a range of 10 to 90% for the buffers, indicating 10% again is a low concern and 90 high, and our buffer reflects a high overall concern for this stock. We have indicator systems that have an unreliable monitoring, and also some history of escapement goals not being met. In our assessment, coho are susceptible to harvest via gill nets based on their size. We'll also note that they are an important prey item for Cook Inlet beluga whales, which are ESA listed species in Cook Inlet. Our risk tables, our draft preliminary risk tables indicate elevated concern. And finally, our recommended 90% buffer was also somewhat reactionary to our perception that run size overall was quite weak during 2024. Whether there is correlation amongst coho salmon stocks, I think is a different question, but we are being reactive to very indications of very poor run size last year. So an ABC of 6,700 would have been lower than estimated EEZ harvest in all years except 2020 and 2024. And mean harvest for the overall time series is about 45,000 in comparison. So only a couple of years has it been lower than the recommended ABC. That concludes the aggregate coho salmon stock complex.
Yeah, thanks for walking us through that. We'll take questions on coho. Martin?
I'm, I guess, a little unclear about what your conclusions were here, and that you're recommending only to use the index stocks where that you have a complete and reliable time series. And if you look at the 2 indicator stocks that you do have, it seems as though neither of them meet that criteria. Is that correct, or are you making an overfish determination here or not?
Through the chair, Martin, no, we're definitely not recommending overfish determination for. I think that the extent to which we can evaluate an overfish determination will depend upon the degree to which these stocks are monitored in the future.
But I think the question was whether right now are you?
Yeah. What are you doing right now? Are you saying we can't determine overfish status, or you are making a recommendation?
For 2024, based on preliminary postseason assessment of 2024, we are recommending that the stock is not overfished.
While we're on that, yeah, maybe I'll ask that question now. This is a more general question that came up earlier in terms of the overfished determinations, and I was wondering if we can get some clarification on that from either you or others. You suggested, I think, for was it Kenai River sockeye salmon, that there's still some information missing to make a final status determination. And I was just wondering if you could clarify when exactly that final determination is being made. We're used to the groundfish process or crab, where it's sometimes delayed, but there's a clear point when we make those determinations. Or if we don't make the determination, but assessing stock status. Is there different endpoints, but clear endpoints for each stock when the data are final?
Through the chair, to the chair, Franz, thank you for the question. Again, we are beyond EEZ harvest. We are reliant upon Alaska Department of Fish and Game estimates for things like spawning escapement, and that the extent to which escapement goals were achieved depend upon things like in-river harvest for sport fish, and the state and happy to have Andrew or others chime in here. The state assesses those based on a statewide harvest survey, which generally is lagged by a year and sometimes more. I think that we are dependent upon those data to make our assessment, but we also are in a situation where we want to give the SSC and council a preliminary assessment of overfish and overfishing based on the information in front of us. So the answer to your question is that it's going to take at least a year out and possibly a little bit more for us to make a final determination.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, that helps, and it's a little bit like crab, I guess. We do like to see that early on. There, the endpoints are a little more defined, so I think we'll just have to work through the process and see how that gets reported and when and where. Other questions on coho, Martin?
The recommendation for the 90% buffer, and if you just go back and look at your catch time series, one way to think about this is that that you would have, if you catch more than, you're not really controlling the amount that's sort of showing up there, obviously. So if that's the limit, then historically you would have shut down the fishery before early it looks like all but 2 years in the last 21 years. And I mean, that's taken a really sort of bold step forward in terms of expressing a really extreme concern. I mean, it's quite likely the fishery will be shut down due to coho next year, based on this information. I mean, you're sort of assuming that it's going to be another very low run size again next year, and that could or could not be true. And I'm just wondering about your thought process in having such a, maxing out the buffer, a very, very large buffer for this stock at this time.
Through the chair, Martin, thank you for that point. And in the SAFE report, we do acknowledge what a large step this is to recommend a 90% buffer during the second year of a fishery. There was a lot of discussion about this buffer, but we also, again, just to reiterate, we had a very poor run last year, and coho salmon are, they tend from a given brood year to all come back at the same time or the same year. So it's not like sockeye salmon where you get an indication of sibling returns, the year ahead. They're difficult to forecast because all the siblings return at the same time. So we view a 90% buffer as, yes, a somewhat extreme and precautionary recommendation to ensure that this stock that overfishing does not occur on this stock, and also in recognition that they're susceptible to harvest and that they're a elevated concern.
Did you have a follow-up?
No, thanks.
I just to add to that, I mean, I would note we also present some counter arguments. We'd note that coho are not listed as stocks of concern under the state system, and it's a relatively small proportion of the overall commercial harvest that's harvested in the EEZ. So those were the counterpoints that we were dealing with. I think it may have been 18% of the overall commercial harvest was in the EEZ.
Okay,
Yeah.
Martin, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. So I mean that so why wouldn't have that sort of factored into your conclusions about the buffer that basically that this fishery has limited impact on the overall escapement levels?
Through the chair, Martin, a great question. In looking at historical harvest, we'd also note that during a single fishing period, I do believe that it's that the drift gillnet fleet is capable of harvesting in a single opener tens of thousands of coho salmon, and so we wanted a buffer that was abundantly precautionary for the reasons that we stated, and even in considering the fact that that EEZ harvests, at least last year, were I think less than 20% of the overall commercial harvest. We think that it's precautionary. We have 1 year so N equals 1 for the sample size for a stock where the risk table is saying extreme concern. And we've had if you want to call it a run failure, I think that would be in line with what occurred last year. So, a less of a buffer, I think, made us subjectively uncomfortable for the second year of a brand new fishery.
Okay. Do you have a follow-up? Did you still have a question too, Curry? Yeah. Okay. Martin, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess Yeah, the risk table was, is like sort of screaming out at you to some extent, and sort of compared to what we've gotten used to seeing for groundfish. And one of the sort of, we've sort of learned how to fill in a risk table a lot better than it takes a while. And I think one of the things that you have to sort of think about when you fill these in is how they relate to the information that you have for a particular tier level and whether that is unusual for the level of information that you have for the stock. And the way that it was filled in for this stock, many of the sort of things that led to an extreme concern were essentially things that are just characteristic of a tier 3 salmon stock. And so I'm just wondering, to what extent did you look at the groundfish risk tables and sort of try to model your responses with respect to those tables?
Through the chair, Martin, first of all, I do retract my comment about it being subjective, and we did weigh, many different different points about this stock and considering the 90% buffer. In terms of the risk tables, yes, we did look at examples of risk tables. That was really all we had were other federally managed stocks in Alaska and elsewhere.
Okay, thank you for that. I don't see any more questions on coho, so I think we can move on to the next chump stocks.
Thank you. Through the chair, so the aggregate chum salmon stock complex, it was a tier 3 determination in 2024, and it would include all chum salmon harvested in the Cook Inlet EEZ with an average, generation time of 4 years, and no indicator systems in the federal assessment. Peak harvest of the aggregate chum salmon stock complex during 2024 occurred on July 11th. 29% of the TAC was utilized, and the overall harvest in the Cook Inlet EEZ was 28,832 chum salmon, which has been exceeded by many past years based on historical estimates. No overfishing occurred on this stock during 2024, based on comparison on the cumulative harvest for the most recent generation, which again includes 3 of those 4 years were estimated from historical harvest, based on comparison of that with the OFL. Without federal indicator stocks, overfish status cannot be assessed for the aggregate chum salmon stock complex. So getting right to the 2025 recommendations, we are recommending, again, a tier 3 determination for this stock based on the inability to estimate total run size and other factors. We're recommending an OFL of 390,000, 30 fish based on historical harvests, and that would result in a preseason OFL of 97,508 fish. We are recommending a 20% buffer for this stock during 2025, which would result in an ABC of 78,006 fish. In considering the 20% buffer, we'll note that in our assessment, chum salmon are vulnerable to gillnet harvest based on their size. But we also assume that historic catch is largely incidental to sockeye salmon harvest. You'll note that the 20% recommended buffer is a little bit higher intentionally than that for, say, aggregate other sockeye. In our reassessment of this stock during 2025, we noted that based on visual inspection, there appeared to be relatively few, based on Alaska Department of Fish and Game anadromous waters catalog data, relatively few. Actually, that's pink salmon. Let me go the other way. Yeah, relatively few chum salmon streams in Upper Cook Inlet relative to all other species. So in our view, at least, of the anadromous waters catalog, either chum are not listed for many streams for which they actually occur, or the data are accurate, and there are actually relatively few chum salmon streams in Upper Cook Inlet. Regardless, that did result in our recommended buffer of 20%, which again is 5% higher than that we recommend for aggregate other sockeye salmon. So an ABC of 78,000, it's more than the recent 5-year estimate of harvest in the EEZ, but it's somewhere between 3 and 62,000 less than harvests in several past years.
Okay, question from Fabio.
It's not a question. I just want to point out that in table 26 in the SAFE document, it's missing 1 year, 2008. So if you look over the maximum cumulative harvest, so instead of 2013 to 2016 is from 2012 to 2015. That's according to the CSV file in the GitHub. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you so much for pointing that out. And with this and other items, it would be super helpful if the SSC could put these in the written comments, which we relied on heavily last year. So thank you.
Thanks. Do we have other questions on that was last chum slide, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Other questions, sir? Martin?
Yeah, the document mentions escapement data from Clearwater Creek in Upper Cook Inlet. Why is that not suitable as an index stock for chum?
Through the chair, Martin, thank you for the question. In our and certainly it could be, but in our assessment of Clearwater Creek, as I recall, it's a single aerial survey for the entire year. And if you've ever tried to count fish at 110 knots at 1,500 feet, we did not think it was necessarily representative of the overall escapement to the stock complex. It's unlike, say, the weirs that are used for aggregate other sockeye or coho salmon, where you're physically letting fish by. If there were, and again, we're very open to suggestions from the SSC and defer to you on whether or not that should be included. But in our assessment, we were did not think that it was necessarily representative of the overall stock complex.
Okay, I don't see any other questions on chum, so we can move on to pink salmon.
Thank you. So the last stock is the aggregate.
Actually, sorry, sorry for interrupting. I meant to take a break here. I think people are ready for a short break, perhaps. And then because we have a fair bit more to go, I don't want to plow through all of that. So let's take a break until 3:20 and come back at 3:20. Okay, if we could get take our seats again and oops, I'll let those guys sort out there. Okay, thanks. We're ready to go to pink salmon.
Thank you. Continuing on to pink salmon, so for this stock, it would include all pink salmon harvested in the Cook Inlet EEZ with no indicator stocks, and a generation time of 2 years. And of note is that pink salmon have a strict 2-year life history with, as far as anybody can tell, completely separate even and odd year runs. And so we have separate status determination criteria for even and odd year brood lines for pink salmon. So let's see. Peak harvest of pink salmon occurred on July 15th, with 5.1% of the TAC utilized, and only 6,249 pink salmon harvested. And I will note that pink salmon are, generally speaking, in that area, like Prince William Sound and I believe Kodiak, are odd year dominant, but they are even year dominant, which is a little bit strange in Upper Cook Inlet. So sort of an interesting difference in life history strategy relative to stocks on either side of Upper Cook Inlet. For 2024, no overfishing occurred based on cumulative harvest for the previous 2 years of the generation, and that would only include for 2024 even years, the most recent even years, assessed against the OFL. Getting right to the 2025 recommendations, we are again recommending a tier 3 determination based on the inability to calculate or estimate a total run size for this stock. And OFL for 2025, again, the odd year of 116,348, and a preseason OFL of 58,174. We are recommending the lowest buffer for this stock of any stock considered of 10%, and that would result in an ABC of 52,357. In thinking about and considering the 10% buffer, in our assessment, it's our assumption that the small size of pink salmon makes them less susceptible to gillnet harvest relative to other species. They are not believed to be targeted in the EEZ. Our assumption is that they are incidentally harvested during the harvest of other species. In terms of an ABC of 52,000, that's been exceeded once for the odd year class, and that would be 2008. Yeah, that concludes the individual assessments for all seven stocks.
Thanks very much. Let's take questions for pink salmon at this point. That's an easy one, I guess. So the remaining items, just for everyone, we didn't specifically assign leads to the other items. I had asked the analysts to maybe highlight any issues that they would like feedback on, but we can certainly, comment on any of the issues as we see fit. Some of them relate to spec setting, obviously, especially the first one. The others are more general. And then, we'll get some other analyses on the or some other results on the Bayesian analysis and others. So just keep in mind that we don't have anybody specifically assigned to that, but comment or ask questions as appropriate. go ahead.
Thank you to the chair, members of the committee. So our overall recommendations can be found, if you want a complete summary of recommendations, can be found in section 8 of the SAFE report. Summarized here, we've already covered our recommendation for the lower bound for status determination criteria for the tier 1 stocks, and that our recommendation is that the Markov yield-based range represents biological reference point for MSY and SMSY, and that at a minimum it's a proxy for those, if not the best available attempt to estimate those directly. We are recommending putting forth a general recommendation for a genetic study to investigate some of the issues we've talked about here today, including Chinook salmon, genetics of Chinook salmon harvested in the Cook Inlet EEZ, and we endeavor to keep pursuing any available sampling of those Chinook salmon. We'll continue to do so. Same for the federal fishery of sockeye salmon, and even with the state of Alaska doing their and continuing their world-class data sets of sockeye salmon in Upper Cook Inlet, we do recommend a federal genetic study of sockeye as well. We recommend length measurements of Chinook salmon caught in the EEZ just to continue figuring out whether not just their genetics, but also whether these fish would qualify as Kenai late run large based on size. And we also recommend a study of alternate fishery methods for the Cook Inlet EEZ. And of course, the challenge that we've discussed in the SAFE report and at length in the EARIR is how to harvest available yield for stocks of high abundance while enabling the release or avoidance of species in a low state of abundance. And also a recommendation that coho indicator stocks do not represent a complete and reliable index of abundance for coho, and that stock is not in an overfished condition. And again, full recommendations can be found in section 8 of the SAFE report. So the next section is in reference to Aaron Lambert has been pursuing an alternative Bayesian OFL model, which we would appreciate a feedback on, and frankly, this was exactly the sort of thing that we would benefit from a salmon plan team in the future. And I would add that we do recommend some sort of workshop or salmon plan team to the other recommendations. So I'm going to let Aaron Lambert talk about the initial stages of this Bayesian OFL model.
Thank you, Rich. Through the chair. So yeah, in addressing an SSC comment from last year that we look into using the P-star method for looking at the probability of exceeding an OFL, which we addressed this year just using positive errors in our buffer calculation. We also looked at utilizing a Bayesian method that could hopefully fully incorporate uncertainty in the run size forecast and the projected state harvest rate, and then ultimately come up with a buffer that's based on the probability of overfishing. So for the first iteration of this, I used an AR1 model for the forecast for both stocks. Presented on the right are the posterior distributions for the prediction distributions for the predicted run size, the predicted state harvest rate, and then the generated OFL preseason. These are the OFL pre is calculated using SMSY for this example. And essentially, For the state forecast portion of it for Kenai, I used a white noise model similar to what was selected by Autodata and for the Kasiloff stock, I used a MA model, which was selected for the Kasiloff stock to project state harvest rate. And the issue that I'm running into right now is that every time you run Autodata, it's selecting the best model to forecast with. And when you do retrospective testing, it's also selecting the best model. So how would I go about doing this in the future? And when I present idea for doing the buffer, I just use the same model the whole way through doing retrospective tests. You're not selecting for the best forecast model as Autodata would do. The benefits to using the Bayesian method is that it does result in a distribution of probable OFL values that fully account for the uncertainty in both forecasts. So if you look at that bottom distribution on the right, you get a range of probable OFL values where the tallest point in the peak of that distribution is, of course, the most probable or relatively probable value. And then, of course, we can make probabilistic statements about the potential yield and ABC from that that could be useful for determining a buffer, especially with the planting. So, like I said, this is really similar to the tier 1 method. You generate a forecast for run size, and then you generate a projection for the state harvest rate. The OFL's calculated the exact same, except for that every time you're running an iteration of the model, you're calculating the OFL. So you're getting this full range of uncertainty with both estimates. And like I said, Autodata selects the best model every time you would add a new year, where in this method, at least right now, I'm using the same model. And so the real question I have at the moment is, how do you ultimately determine a buffer? The way that Lucas and I were discussing it was doing retrospective testing, so out of sample, one step ahead testing, where you would generate an OFL, and then for the past 10 years, just like we do with the current buffer. And then for each year, you would apply a buffer of 10%, 20%, 30%, and then ultimately look at the probability of exceeding the OFL with ABCs under those range of buffers. And for the Kenai stock, I've presented those on the right. So if you were to apply a 10% buffer retrospectively to those 10 years, 4 out of 10 of them, the ABC would exceed the OFL, and so forth down the range of buffers from 10 to 90%. One of the issues is that if you look at, say, a 40% buffer to an 80% buffer, only looking at 10 years, you get the same probability of exceeding the OFL. So it's a little tough right now to determine how you would select a buffer out of that range. And then also, once again, doing that retrospective testing here, I would be applying the same time series model for the run size forecast and the state harvest rate over those 10 years, where Autodata is selecting the best model when you do that. So essentially, we're just looking for any feedback on this. It's something that's still in development and that we're still working out.
Yeah, thanks for that. Any questions on that, Curry and then Dana?
Yeah, can you remind me of the basis for the 10-year comparison period? It seems like with all these methodologies, you should have data in hand to go much further back.
Yes, through the chair, that is certainly something that we could look at. When I inherited this, it was the time series that we were looking at. And so I think especially for the preseason forecast, we could go back further. For the state harvest rate, we only have at the moment estimations of EEZ harvest for that time range of 1999 to 2024. Well, 2023 with 2024 being known.
Dana?
Yeah, thanks for this. So kind of this is not typical of how like P-star would be applied, but I assume you have a posterior distribution of like your end year OFL, right? You could do that and then compare with your results from the retrospective.
Yes, I'm not sure I completely understand, but I have some. Oh, sorry, I guess I'm already there. That's what we're doing, is retrospectively calculating an OFL, comparing it to the realized. Applying a range of buffers, getting an ABC, and then comparing that to the realized postseason OFL. So yeah, when you're generating for the next year, though, you get a distribution,
predictive distribution of OFLs.
Yeah, so I was thinking if you were to actually apply this like P-star generally is applied, you'd use that posterior and then calculate your probability for that year based on some management goal. But you could compare it with your retrospective, just a thought.
Yes, and to be honest, the P-star method is something I'm not familiar with, and everyone I've talked to wasn't clear about, so it's something that I would love guidance on.
Thanks.
Pat?
Just a quick clarifying question, and maybe I didn't find it here in the document. So when I think of a Markov method, I just think of that as stochastic simulation, whereas a Bayesian method has priors and so forth, and then uses that to say into the future and or some you have a prior and then posterior. I'm not sure which one you're actually using.
Well, through the chair, this is a Bayesian calculation. The priors would be on the model parameterization, and the priors that I did use were very wide and very, very, very mildly informative.
So it's actually an estimation procedure that you're doing as opposed to a simulation procedure that you're doing.
Through the chair, yes.
Great, thank you.
I just for my for clarification here on this table, so the reason you have the 0.1, 0.2, 0.4 is because either 1 or 2 or 3 out of 10 years meet fall above the OFL.
Yes, to the chair. So for a 10% buffer, 4 out of 10 years would have exceeded the OFL under that ABC, and so forth.
Do we have other questions on the Bayesian analysis? And we can certainly come back to that and comment on it later in the discussion. Go ahead, Fabio.
So the slide before this slide here. So we have the run size and state harvest for the current and the Bayesian model, right? So the difference between them, it's almost nothing. And that's because of the prior. That would be because of the prior, like a vague prior reflecting this kind of, they're really similar. So that doesn't tell too much about, it's, you know what I mean? Like in terms of if it's a Bayesian, because you don't have an informative prior, as Pat pointed out in terms of prior and posterior. So I'm just looking here, and I'm not saying that it's not informative because you are doing that and we talk about that, but it's not to reflect the uncertainty that we should maybe expect if we have if you use a prior that it's more informative, not a vague prior that's a wide prior.
Through the chair, I guess that is a possibility. I guess it depends on how well the data informs everything. So if there's enough data, it might not depend what your priors are, of course. But just to be clear, the benefit is that you do get a full distribution that incorporates all the uncertainty that we do find within the model.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any more. Oh, Martin.
Could you go forward a page? Yeah, you haven't defined an OFL post, so I don't know what that is. Either you overfished or you didn't.
Oh, yes, through the chair. And I did define an OFL post at the beginning of the presentation. It was a while ago, so I would understand that you wouldn't remember. But it is the realized run size, subtracting the escapement target, and then subtracting the realized state harvest. So it's what the true OFL would have been, what was actually available, like the max catch in the EEZ without going over the escapement goal and accounting for the actual state harvest in that year.
Okay, I mean, we're used to thinking about this in groundfish terms, and you never have the benefit of actually knowing where you're at. And so we've always dealt, and maybe I think it's kind of the way it's conceived, is that you essentially are dealing with an uncertain quantity, which is the OFL, and then you set your ABC before the season in order to not exceed this unknown quantity. So really what you're interested in is in the uncertainty of your preseason forecast. That's where you do the P-star calculation. And so the whole 10-year thing is not, I mean, all you need to know is the uncertainty in your OFL estimate, and you should be able to do a P-star calculation. And so I think maybe, I mean, we're just giving advice here. And so I think maybe you should.
Actually, Martin, do you want to hold that for the discussion? Or
Okay,
do you
well,
have
I'm not
questions?
sure I'll have the
I don't know.
context here, but okay, so thanks for answering the question, and I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, and through the chair, just to be clear, this isn't the P-star method. It is another way to approach the probability of overfishing.
Did you have a follow-up on that?
Well, it's just, I mean, I would, generally there's, in groundfish management, there's no accounting. You never post hoc your season and decide. There's no sort of accountability in that sense. You have definitions for OFL, but the OFL is exceeding your preseason forecast of the OFL. So it's sort of the uncertainty is structured a little differently here. So I think it's, yeah, sorry, this isn't, we're having a.
Yeah, we can circle back around to that. Other questions on this part, Curry?
Yeah, I appreciate the way that you've, as Martin pointed out, we have the benefit of knowing what happened in previous years where we don't with any certainty in groundfish or crab for the most part. So what you're proposing here is to look at retrospective performance under a range of alternative buffer sizes and look at whether or not it meets our specified risk tolerance. I think, have you talked about whether or not it's feasible or useful to just use the posterior for the current year to do that rather than the retrospective comparison, which I believe would be more in line with what Martin is suggesting?
Yeah, through the chair, it is something I've thought about and have not come to a method of doing, and it's something I would love to have feedback on.
Okay, thanks. Not seeing any more questions on this part, so go ahead.
Thank you. Let's see, and this is where I'm gonna hand this part over to Doug Duncan.
Oh, good afternoon, Chair and members of the SSC. For the record, my name is Doug Duncan. I'm staff with National Marine Fisheries Service. Today, just providing a quick update on requests for a tribal salmon fishery in the Cook Inlet EEZ area. Just up front, there's no nexus with the any decision points in front of the SSC or the council at this meeting, but it was an important topic of conversation back at the February 2024 meeting. When there was a lot of tribal representatives and other folks that had provided testimony on a request to both the SSC, the AP, and the council. So just as a quick reminder, during that process last year, as NMFS was working to implement Amendment 16 to the Salmon FMP and the measures that resulted in this harvest specifications process, we had received requests from tribes and requests for tribal consultation on adding a tribal salmon fishery to the area as well. So that was not added to the Amendment 16 or through the Amendment 16 action, but it was committed that the NMFS would work with the tribes on a proposal. And so that work has been ongoing over the summer through primarily written tribal consultations. So we received those requests the first half of 2024 and have been working since then on it. I've provided feedback on potential management measures and the concept requested by the tribes. And in the most recent response letter to them have suggested bringing a proposal for a potential tribal salmon fishery to the staff tasking agenda item at the April 2025 meeting. And then at that point, it would go through the standard council development process and then NIMS rulemaking if there was a action to move forward on that. So that is currently in process. If you have more interest in the content of the consultation as it's happened so far, we've provided a link to where those letters are available. And that's the update that I have for you today.
Thanks. Questions? Curry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you could, thank you very much for describing it. If you could characterize for me, basically on aggregate, what that might look like. So taking place in EEZ waters, gears, operationally, how that might take place.
Sure, I can give just a quick summary of kind of the range of requested measures that we've heard and also noting that there is potential some variation in what individual tribes have requested. But generally that it would include the ability for them to issue a permit to their members to participate in a potential tribal salmon fishery. And yes, that would be just in the Cook Inlet EEZ area waters. I think generally it's been suggested that would use drift gill net gear and could be used for customary, traditional, cultural, nutritional, tribal, and food security needs of the tribe.
Thank you very much.
Just to follow up then, would that be an allocation under the TAC to the?
I think that would be a potential future decision point, but that is one of the requests I think that has been made was that there would be a set aside of the TAC to accommodate that. But again, that's not a decision point at this meeting, of course.
Thanks very much. Other questions on this aspect? Thanks for the update on that. And then I think we have a few more things maybe.
Oh, Mike is on now. So yes, as we've been through one assessment cycle in 2024. We got and very much appreciate the recommendations from the SSC last year. And so we're starting to compile SSC recommendations, given this very, very new federal fishery. We would also, amongst the other recommendations in Section 8, appreciate SSC feedback on which of those recommendations could or should be codified into a future fishery management plan change. And I think that at the top of our list might be the SSC recommendation for the changes in the Tier 3 OFL and OFL pre to represent, the calculations that we discussed at this presentation. Also, if in looking at the fishery management plan, first of all, the SSC recommendations from last year, which were applied to the 2025 assessment, are covered in the fishery management plan. We think it's a good idea to codify some of those major changes for these stocks. Another thing to consider would be the ability for the SSC to recommend adjustments to the MSST calculation, the minimum stock size calculation, and you see this in other assessments beyond the Cook Inlet EEZ salmon fishery. And so right now in the fishery management plan, and we do think that there is leeway for the SSC to recommend other values based on our reading of the FMP. Right now, it's essentially the escapement target, the sum of the escapement target for a generation, but divided by 2, or said another way, multiplied by 0.5. So in essence, for a stock, that would be saying that the stock is overfished if it's less than half of the escapement target for a a complete generation. So for instance, for Kenai sockeye, that would be an MSST of 325,000, I guess, for that stock. Is that right, Aaron?
Sorry.
Kenai late run sockeye, which that's our recommendation. We think that that's a good place to put to have MSST for that stock. That the stock has shown amazing resilience and including resilience from coming back very quickly from escapements, even a good bit less than that. So it's not much above that this stock has produced really sizable returns, but it's just an example of the sort of things that are able to be adjusted explicitly in, I believe, the West Coast FMP, and this would give the SSC the tools to make such adjustments in the future. So those are the two things that come to mind. But yes, if the SSC has other recommendations, then we'd like to have those as well.
Thanks, Mike. Here you go, Jason.
Yeah, thanks, Rich. I was struggling with this concept just in terms of what the biological rationale would be to change the scalar on MSST. And I was also thinking about last meeting, the SSC recommended a workshop or some kind of process. And I guess I'm wondering, I was thinking about these two things together in terms of getting experts in a room to think about these things. Can you update us on where we're at with the workshop and if that's something that's feasible in the upcoming year?
Through the chair, the NIMS assessment team would appreciate a salmon plan team or a workshop to get guidance on our recommendations. Right now we're at the stage where we have a conversation exactly once a year, which makes it sort of difficult to get feedback. So we would recommend that and very much appreciate that in continuing this assessment. I'm not aware of how a new salmon plan team gets started from the ground up, but it's something that we would very much appreciate as the assessment authors.
Thanks. I guess we can, comment on that in our discussion or reiterate previous comments as appropriate. Mike?
Yeah, I want to speak to your last bullet, the other SSC recommendations. In our last recommendations, we had a comment that read, as the Cook Inlet EEZ management process matures consistent with National Standard 2, the SSC looks forward to seeing a summary of scientific information concerning the most recent social and economic condition of the relevant recreational, commercial, and commercial fishing interests, fishing communities, and fish processing industries be incorporated into the SAFE as required by National Standard 2. The response at that time was, it's the first year, we're busy, we're trying to figure out basics and so on. Is there a target date to get that information in, put in? And sort of a second question, if I can ask both at once, is, or I guess to help you answer, the reasoning behind that question is, this is a brand new fishery. You're relying on, and you incorporated by reference the previous EEA, the post-implementation. So you're looking at community information under the old management regime, not the new. And whatever changes are occurring sort of in real time, the fishery and to communities and tribes and so on, we may be missing, and it's hard to reconstruct that thing later. So do you have a shorter or a longer time frame of when you would want that information, when we might be able to see it?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. We will note that on the council website at this meeting, there is an environmental assessment that goes along with the harvest specifications as our NEPA document for the harvest specs, and there is economic information in that document, and we will continue doing that in the future and expanding upon that as the information comes in. And I don't know if you've had a chance to look at that. This round at least, we did not ask the SSC to review that NEPA document, but we're happy to have feedback on that.
I didn't see that referenced in this document. I saw the older one incorporated by reference, nor did I see that posted to our agenda. Is that okay?
Through the chair, yes, it was not on this year's SSC agenda for your review, but it is on the council website's agenda, that EA. And I do believe that new EA is referenced in the SAFE report, if I'm not mistaken.
All right, I must have missed it then.
And certainly I believe the EA you were referring to previously was the EA-RIR that went with Amendment 16,
correct.
Which we think still has a high degree of relevance, and it's a very, very comprehensive 535 page document. But yes, there is new economic information available in the Harvest Specs EA that is posted on the council website, and we endeavor to continue collecting such information in the future and be happy to present it to the SSC. It is procedurally a little bit different in that we've got this new fishery. In groundfish, there's a separate there's a separate economic a safe, right? Right now we have a new fishery with a safe that there's no introductory chapters. It's sort of like, it would be like the groundfish safes introductory chapters and assessments themselves all combined. But as we say in the safe, we are very, very open to what should be included that in future iterations.
Thank you. Jason had a question.
Yeah, I think you just answered it. It seems awkward to bring an EA forward for the SSC to review in addition to the SAFE, because there's alternatives and everything else in the EA. So I think you just answered it, saying maybe some of that economic information could be presented in such a way that it's associated with the SAFE and maybe separately from the EA.
Through the chair, yes, I think we are open to suggestions on that. I will note that, and this will come up in terms of timing. We did not have a big window, to collect economic information and then get you the information you need for this meeting. And if in the future we try to get the SAFE to you ahead of a December meeting, which is something that we're looking towards, it's going to be an even shorter window. So, we're talking about fisheries that on the state side of things can have gear in the water through October. And then, if you want to get a preliminary SAFE in time for the SSC to review, a month ahead of time puts us, I believe, in early November. So, yeah, we're not talking about huge amounts of time to present the most current economic or other information to you.
Jason.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this beyond just the economic information, thinking about groundfish and crab and sort of how our development cycle goes for our assessments. And that, so usually there's information brought forward, sort of preliminary model developments or changes that are going to be made in the SAFE before we have the specification meeting. So is there, I guess I'm wondering, is there room in the schedule if we were able to accommodate like an agenda item? I don't know if that can actually happen, but I'm just speaking hypothetically, to sort of discuss these changes in advance, like developments in the SAFE before we actually get to, you know, the meeting where we're doing specifications.
Through the chair, I mean, I think it's a great question. I don't really have an answer, but you know, in terms of data in advance, you know, I mean, you can go to the NOAA website and see harvest certainly, and if you have suggestions on how we can present data, you know, in a way that you can see it in advance, then we'll certainly endeavor to do so.
Yeah, thanks. I think we have a follow-up from Chris.
I have many feels about whether or not we need a detailed economic SAFE here that I need some time to sort out. But in the interest of clarifying, even our groundfish SAFE is more than a year lagged. So they don't turn data around in a month. They turn it around in a year and a month. Welcome to economic and social data.
Through the chair, thank you for that. And we do present in the EA that's on the council website as current of economic information as we had available.
Yeah, and also keep in mind this is, you know, year 2 of process. We're kind of still developing the process here, and might take a little bit of time to figure out how to best present that. Other questions, or can we? Mike, go ahead.
Just to follow up, and I've only had 2 minutes to look at this, but in terms of the information you were saying, my question was directed toward social, community, economic information. In the current EA, I see no information about any communities in terms of association with vessels, processing. I don't see any information about social impacts. I don't see any differential distribution of effort, basically, across the sort of the human dimensions. Is there that information in there and I'm just missing it, or is that not there at this point?
Through the chair, I do not believe, in my recollection, I don't have the document in front of me, but I do not believe that those pieces of information that you pointed out are in there.
Yeah, I think we can, if we wanted to recommend to sort of review how that might be done at some point, we can work with council staff to see if that's possible at some point. But obviously we didn't review that this time, so we won't have extensive comments on this, the EA. Other questions on that, or are we ready to move on to our last or second to last slide? Yeah, I don't see any questions, so go ahead. Oh, your mic's still on, Mike. Go ahead.
Thank you. And this discussion is appropriate. And again, a salmon plan team would be appreciated. Be wonderful to be able to sort out some of these issues and in more detail beyond just meeting once a year. So, so yeah, we are working on what compromises we would have to make to in the absence of a February meeting to get the SSC the preliminary SAFE in December, and yeah, that's a topic of active discussion amongst the assessment authors right now. And here's our final recommendations. And yes, this is based on the lower bound, table 2 in the SAFE report. And with that, that concludes our slides, and happy to take any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the comprehensive presentation and walking us through that. And do we have any other questions overall, or looking back at any of the specifics? Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Franz. Yeah, Rich, just can you remind me how you all account for any confiscated fish by law enforcement? And is it just added to the harvest, or do you guys scale it up like we do for partial observer coverage in the groundfish fisheries? Thanks.
Through the chair, Chris, thank you for the question. It would be added to the harvest.
And it is through all of this?
And yes, I would say that I don't think it was confiscated. I think it was then reported. Yes.
Sorry, you just want to make sure all the fish are accounted for in one way or the other, whether it's reported directly or indirectly.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you for the question. Through the chair, yes, to the best of our knowledge, all harvest has been reported from the drift gillnet fishery in 2024.
Thanks, Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Rich. Question. I'm going to make a comment for our minutes about a recommendation for the authors to put together a table to better describe criteria, rationale, et cetera, for buffers across all the stocks into one place. Is it fair to, I think I understand tier 1 use of the retrospective information, but is it fair to say that there's inconsistency among the tier 3s in terms of that buffer, whether or not there's a lack of information, but we know it's in trouble, so we go to 90 versus another one where we actually identify some ecosystem components like Cook Inlet belugas, or would you say that there was consistent criteria and rationale considered for each stock? And again, my request is going to be to highlight that so that it's more clear in the document. I know there's a page, there's a table on buffers there that describes what buffers were used, but I'm looking for a little bit more about the overall criteria among the tier 3s.
Through the chair, Bob, thank you for the question. There is a summary of buffers and a summary of the rationale for those starting on page 5 of the executive summary, and that was our attempt to take the rationale in the individual assessments and put them all in one place. And we'd be happy to, if you'd prefer a table in the future, we'd be happy to convert those into a table as well. We did endeavor to be consistent in our application or recommendation of the buffers to the extent that the stocks themselves presented that ability in terms of things like vulnerability to harvest based on size. We tried to make something like that as a consistent component of a checklist of things to consider for the buffer. Our escapement goals being achieved, are the state's escapement goals being achieved? Are there any state of Alaska stocks of concern, which in our mind is a valid rationale for a buffer if another management agency is noting that something is a stock of concern and has a chronic inability to achieve escapements, then that is something that we definitely pay attention to in our application of a buffer. Are the fish targeted, or are they caught incidentally? Is there genetic information about them? So, but we very much appreciate your suggestion, and we'll endeavor to, present that at least in a more systematic fashion if it wasn't this year. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'm not seeing any more questions, so thanks again for the presentation. And that concludes the presentation on this item, and we'll go to public testimony. I think we have 8 people signed up, and I think we'll just go. Thanks again. So you guys are off the hook.
Thank you.
I'd like to, if possible, we'll take the public testimony tonight, and then break for the evening and start with our discussion tomorrow morning. Thank you to anybody who signed up for public testimony for hanging in there. And if we need to, if people aren't available, if it runs too long, we can circle around in the morning to completing the public testimony portion. With that, I'm trying to read that from here. First up is Pat Shields, and that is remote. Do we have? Yeah, I see you online. So if you could unmute and see if we can hear you. Check in with Pat Shields. Can you hear us? We're ready for your testimony whenever you're ready. We might want to circle back. Yeah, you do have to unmute. Give it one more try. Otherwise, we'll circle back around to Pat Shields.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm here now.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Mr. Chairman and esteemed members of the SSC, my name is Pat Shields. I retired from ADF&G in 2020 after working in the Cook Inlet watershed for all 38 years of my career. The latter 20 years were spent in the commercial fisheries management. Thank you for indulging me today. I amusingly remember when the real scientists in the room used to let us managers sit in on escapement goal review meetings. They used to toss around modeling terms like Ricker, autoregressive Ricker, Beverton-Holt, a name I can't even pronounce, Deserio Chanute, and additive and multiplicative brood interaction Ricker. Other models included simple spawn recruit, sibling, and fry and smolt to adult survival. Once all of the model results, the results of the modeling were completed, then the fun would begin. Which model should be used? Usually this is where us managers caught up on our sleep. I briefly came out of retirement to peruse the 2025 preliminary salmon safe report for salmon fisheries in the Cook Inlet EEZ. May I quote 4 sentences out of that report that represent the reason I chose to testify today. For Kenai Kasilof sockeye salmon stocks, available data and analyses suggest that the state spawning escapement goal ranges, including the lower bound of the ranges, are well defined with respect to maximizing yields in future years while preventing overfishing. For the Kenai River Lake Run sockeye salmon stock in particular, escapements well below the state's point estimate of SMSY have resulted in some of the highest yields in the historical record. For that stock, 8 of the top 10 yields were the product of brood year spawning escapements below the point estimate of SMSY, including several years for which spawning escapements were below the current lower bound of the goal range. All of the top 10 brood year productivities for Kenai River sockeye salmon stock were also from brood year escapements that were below the point estimate of SMSY. Mr. Chairman and SSC members, I obviously am not a stock recruitment biologist, but Ray Hilborn and Carl Walters are. They highly recommend using Markov tables when you have as many years of spawner recruit data that has been collected on Kenai Kasilof stocks. The Markov tables for Kenai sockeye clearly demonstrate outstanding and sustainable yields that originated from escapements in the 600,000 to 800,000 fish range. This is consistent with the SAFE team's recommendation to you. Finally, I would like to add this. I understand the purpose of this meeting is in part to set ABCs and TACs and other harvest parameters, with an important objective being to avoid overfishing of the various stocks. You have 2 Tier 1 stocks, Kenai and Kasilof sockeye, that have been significantly underfished for quite some time now. In the Kasilof River sockeye salmon escapements, they have exceeded the upper end of the BEG in 9 of the past 10 years, while Kenai River escapements have exceeded the upper end of the SEG in 6 of the past 10 years. So please don't let the safe recommendations for using the lower end of the escapement goal ranges for these stocks be something that causes you to pause. As noted, these stocks have produced outstanding and sustainable yields at those levels. Thank you for your time.
Thanks very much for your testimony. Do we have any questions for Mr. Shields? No. Kerry, go ahead.
Hey, thank you very much, Mr. Shields. I'm just curious if you could comment on any considerations or concerns you might have about lumping together the other sockeye with Kenai and Kasilof.
Yeah, through the chairman. So when you ask me if I have any concerns about lumping them, I don't know how you would separate those out. So maybe you could, give me a little bit more, with regard to your question.
Yeah, operationally, I can understand why you can't separate them out. I'm just sort of curious, given your expertise and your long tenure in the area, do you have any concerns from a management perspective about the sustainability of the exploitation rates that might be imposed on these other sockeye populations, or no?
Okay, through the chairman, Mr. Cunningham. Yeah, that was always a concern of ours when I was involved in the management. However, the Alaska Board of Fisheries, through the restrictions that they have placed on the drift fishery, and much of that's incorporated into your EEZ fishery through time and area. The drift fishery isn't allowed out there more than 2 days a week and sometimes only 1 day a week. All of that was in preference for, northern bound stocks, the Sitna River sockeye salmon and the other northern bound fish. So while I would be, it would be inappropriate to say no, it didn't have any concern. Most of those concerns were alleviated by the way the fishery is set up. I have way more concerns, or would have way more concerns on what's going on with Kasilof sockeye and Kenai sockeye. Those stocks are dramatically underfished. Yeah, you guys, and I understand why. I'm not saying don't have overfishing concerns. I just wished I would have heard today, and all of the information that was given, as much concern about underfishing these stocks. I won't go on. You ask about my concern on that.
Thank you very much.
Not seeing any more questions, so thanks again for your testimony. Appreciate it. Next up.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next up is Janet Carroll and then Nick Jasek. Janet Carroll is remote. I see her getting promoted. So can you hear us? We're ready for your testimony when you are.
Good afternoon. My name is Janet Carroll. I'm with OBI Fishery Seafoods, and have a great deal of concern with the 90% buffer on the aggregate coho. Can you hear me now? I see the timer just started.
Yes, we hear you loud and clear.
Okay, did you hear me before? Shall I start again?
Yes, we heard you.
Oh, okay. Anyway, the July 15th closure, where we go down to 1 day a week, does address upper Northern District coho escapement, and we're just feeling like this 90% is a little too much. So please reconsider that. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any questions for Ms. Carroll? Not seeing any questions. Thanks again for your testimony. So next up in the room here, we have Nick Jasek, and then we will go to Alfred Tillman.
Good afternoon, members of the SSC. For those who may not know, my name is Nicholas Jasek, and for this testimony specifically today, I will just be testifying as myself, and I am also a citizen of the Comanche Indian tribe in Kenai, and I also live there as well. And as well, for those who may not know, as long discussion today regarding Cook Inlet Safe Report, that the traditional Dena'ina word for Cook Inlet is Takatnu, meaning Big River Water, and I want to just make that known today. I want to thank the NIMS staff for the presentation of the Safe Report and the SSC's ongoing conversation throughout the day. And I will just want to make my statement and testimony fairly brief regarding my thoughts of the Safe Report and recommendation and concerns for future assessments. I would currently like to express my favor of the status determination criteria reference points for the Tier 1 stocks adjusted to the lower bound of the escapement goal for the Kenai Kasilof, mainly basing that off of the NIF's acknowledgement of Kenai Kasilof sockeye have not been considered an overfished fishery in its history and represented alongside state data and historic goal escapement goals, and as well with its consistency through West Coast salmon FMPs. I would also like to address the further considerations of conservation of upper Takatnu stocks, and I appreciate the buffers that have been set for aggregate coho stocks, and as well still do want to acknowledge the importance for the concern of aggregate coho all throughout Takatnu, and I mean as well as all throughout the state as we see this going on. And as well, understanding different things I would like to urge for the SSC today is mainly addressing some of the data uncertainties within further analysis. Among the variety of data uncertainty, I would want to further address for more robust assessment of data and for genetic mixed stock analysis, and would hope for that to be more expanded going forward as this fishery continues. And as well for the consideration of utilizing indigenous knowledge in future safe reports per engagement of tribal governments. And I do want to reiterate that I am testifying as myself today, but understanding indigenous knowledge is understood as the best available science in this space, and is not to be construed with other ways of what some people may compare it with qualitative analysis, but instead it is a place-based system of knowing and understanding, a place-based system of knowledge that's here where we are today in Anchorage and all throughout the region. And as it pertains to fish populations, habitat and behavior, changes over time are embedded in those stories. I would also want to support NIMS's recommendation for the immediate development for future workshops for the development of future safe reports, and specifically one that utilizes formal government-to-government engagement with tribal governments. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for testimony. Any questions for Mr. Jasek? Just one quick question. You expressed your concerns over the coho salmon. Can I take that as support for the 90% buffer as laid out in the SAFE? Or?
I would support the 90% buffer, given that there have been low declines in recent years, and that how that is impacted a lot of our communities.
Thanks. Other questions? Not seeing any. Thanks again for your testimony. Appreciate it. Next up is Alfred Tellman, and then Samuel Schimmel.
Hello, my name is Alfred Tillman. Kind of give you a little background. I was born in 55 in the upper Cook Inlet area, Connect actually. And I've fished since I was like 2 years old. They didn't have babysitters back then. I don't think they even had the name. At any rate, I've held a gear license set netting 64, 5, 64, 65, 66, 67. That was through my parents. That's how you had to do it back then. They didn't, fishing didn't pay very well. It paid by the fish. And then about 66, 67, they started pulling in the pounds and inlet average and things of this nature. I've drifted the lower Cook Inlet. We sold everything and moved down there from the upper inlet. And I've fished the my own license since 1983. Okay, in a lot of ways, I'm not a good speaker on these matters because I'm too emotionally and historically involved. Really, I am. But I do have a few priorities, and I look to this board through our chairman. It's to consider these. One of the priorities is to protect our producing rivers from overescapement. I've watched this since, like I say, 83. That's over 40 years now. And I've seen, I've lived out the results of overescapement. And I've lived out underescapement also. Now, I know this isn't going to be covered much here, but I'd like to get this idea into this group in its enhancement. We have a lot of challenged waters up here. And how do we enhance those? There's aquaculture, there's other traditional means. How do we get more enhancement? I mean, we can fight over the last slice of pie, and most of you will win. I don't fight very well that way. But I come from a village here, and I sit as the president now, and we have over 3,000 members. Some will quote us at 8,000 in the Matsu Valley. And the ability to get fish anyway, if I bring them up from the Kenai area in totes on ice, is better than catching them in our backyard many times because of the quality. We know that the highest quality comes from the lower inlet. I'm a little out of order here. Okay, this group is probably going to be one of the best sources of certain kinds of data. We need all data. That'll help us in our reading the tea leaves, if you will, to maybe asking for funds to do different, to help the state to enhance their streams, things of this nature. So grow less pinks. I'm not so certain that these pinks aren't depleting the feed out in the on the high seas. I give 2 cents a pound each and every year to aquaculture, and I haven't seen anything to do with reds, which is a far superior fish than these pinks. Okay, I advocate more, grow more salmon, and I know that Chinook salmon are very challenged. What can we do? New Zealand is the premier source of king salmon now, and they never had native kings. Or, well, how are they doing it? Why aren't we? The Great Lakes got the ugliest, but one of the biggest kings around. Why can't we do more of that? And I'll leave it to others to supply the details. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Are you willing to take questions if there are any?
Sure, I'll take a question or two.
I'm not sure if there are any, but before you sit down, do we have any?
I'm
do we have any
not a
questions?
public speaker by any means.
Well, not see any. Thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate it. Next up is Samuel Schimmel and then Jim Sykes.
Red is on. Hi, everybody. I'm Sam Schimmel. I'm Kenaitze and Siberian Yupik from Kenai, Alaska. I'm an enrolled member of the Kenaitze tribe, I represent them here today as well as the Tacotnu Intertribal Fish Commission. The Fish Commission is an intertribal body organized under the tribal sovereign authority of Chicaloon, Eklutna, Kanaitsi, Kanik, Ninilchik, Salamatov, and Soldovia villages and tribes. The Commission is organized for the health, well-being, and cultural continuity of our tribal citizens, our future generations, and all other Alaskans who rely upon the health of our region's fisheries. Since time immemorial, we have cared for the Tacotnu region, the Cook Inlet region, so that its natural life was abundant, including all coastal, ocean, land, air, freshwater, and river drainages. We commit to doing what is necessary to return the region to this abundance. We will conserve, restore, advocate, protect, utilize, and steward this sacred duty of our tribal peoples and provide for tribal uses, ensuring our food security based on indigenous cultural values and knowledge systems remains intact. Founded on tribal sovereignty and unity, through this body, we will advocate to achieve this ancestral imperative of natural excellence. It is in line with that mandate that we advocate today. As you guys know, you don't treat a dog the same way that you treat a cat. You don't treat moose the same way that you treat wolves. So too should you not treat salmon the same way that you treat groundfish. They're different species. They have different, return rates. The adoption of an SMSY point escapement goal places salmon under a management regime that does just that. It places salmon under a management regime and theory that is fit for groundfish, not for salmon. The lower bound escapement goal is a well-founded and widely implemented management theory for salmon. It should be used in this case. Because data is lacking on the upper inlet Tier 3 sockeye stocks, we ask for additional research and genetic testing to be done on these Cook Inlet sockeye salmon. Several member tribes have expressed willingness to assist in these efforts. If there's a want from anyone here or anyone behind me to work on those issues, I'm sure we can connect everybody. We also greatly appreciate the significant protections that have been suggested for the Chinook and coho salmon, with buffers of 30% for Chinook and 90% for coho. These buffers ensure that the declining stocks that we also have relied on and do steward have protections. This being said, we are very in favor of you adopting the lower bound escapement goal. Historical data shows that harvests well above the amount that would be allowed under the SMSY point escapement goal are sustainable. For the Kenai River late run sockeye salmon, historical data shows that some of the highest yields on record, 3.2 to 8.8 million fish, and some of the highest broodstock recruitment years, came from brood year escapements well below the SMSY point escapement. The data shows that an escapement goal of roughly 750,000 producers time and time again proves the best results. This is similar for the Kasilof River. The highest historical yields for the Kasilof have come from a wide range of spawning escapements, including those both above and below the SMSY point escapement goal. Collectively, this serves to prove that a harvest limit above what would be allowed under the SMSY point escapement goal is sustainable. Not only is it sustainable, contemporary management regimes align with the adoption of a lower bound escapement goal. The lower bound escapement goals are used in the salmon fishery management plans to set status determination criteria for the east area. They're also used to set the SDCs for the West Coast salmon stocks managed under the Pacific Salmon Treaty. The Pacific Coast Salmon FMP. and those managed under the Pacific Salmon Treaty. These existing fishery management plans are designed to one, if I may, I only have a little bit left here, but these are the existing fishery management plans designed to manage salmon. You know, most of the FMPs in Alaska don't deal with salmon. They deal with groundfish, they deal with crab, they deal with other things, but not salmon. So we should look to where there has been a lot more time in management, which favors the adoption of that lower bound assessment. Not only that, adopting the SMSY point escapement goal provides an absurd result. If you look, you know, do you guys have a printout or anything? If you look at the data in tables 11 and 16, you will see that the brood years for 1982, 1983, and 2000 would be considered overfished. Yet these are some of the years that provide the highest returns. For instance, the 1982.
If you could come
okay.
to a conclusion, wrap it up would be great. Thanks.
You know, in conclusion, we've been here for 10,000 years. We've relied on these fish. We know how these fisheries work. We want to see these fisheries continue. And in order to do that, adopting that lower bound goal is imperative. So I'm open to questions.
Thanks very much for your testimony. Curry, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Samuel, for your testimony. I guess my question comes down to when we start thinking about risk and when we think about the action that's represented in the SAFE, which is determining harvest in the EEZ waters, subject to the uncertainty in what's going to play out in the state waters fisheries. Do you have any concern that if the lower bound is utilized, that, and given the uncertainty of what happens in state waters, does that give you any concern or no?
So we do have some concerns about the tier 3 stocks for the northern inlet. We want to see increased genetic monitoring as well as some additional data on those. In terms of the tier 1 stocks, the Kenai Kasilof, we don't have concerns.
Thank you.
Thanks, Martin.
Just trying to get my head around the idea of overescapement. I'm not a salmon guy, but I mean, these fish that return over the upper bound, they die in the system, and their nutrients sort of provide various benefits to the system. Is that do you see a value in that sort of role of unharvested fish in terms of providing sort of a productive system?
Well, so our member tribes haven't taken a position on overescapement as a theory. However, what we do know is that if well, what we know in our traditional knowledge is that fish should go up into that river. What we also know based on the data that is provided and that has been collected is that as escapement approaches 750,000 for the Kenai River, the returns are higher. Statistically, that's what you'll see. And so managing for escapement of 750,000 in the Kenai, the number that's correct for the Kasilof, is the management regime that our tribes have gotten behind.
Pat, go ahead.
Great, thanks. Thanks for the discussion, because this is something I've been turning around in my head all day. What's interesting is the Ricker formula that we're using here was developed actually for salmon. And for a long time we were using MSY as a target, and then we realized that using it as a target we often overshot. If we overshoot, if we're above the peak, we go back to something that's higher productivity. Whereas if we overshoot below the peak, we go down to lower productivity, which causes a sort of cascading effect. So it's not surprising because in the sense that either side of the peak, we have similar sort of productivity, right? So I understand the argument of wanting to be sort of in that envelope, but a lot of what we have the law built around, which is supposed to be for all fish, not just ground fish, is to try to keep things above the peak. So I appreciate your sort of broader picture of this and hearing where this is used in other areas. I myself, this is my first time hearing about lower end as a management strategy, right? So it was interesting to hear your comment that there might be other salmon management regimes that are using this. I don't know them. But if you can provide a list or something at some point, that would be interesting for me to see.
So the
We don't have time to do that, but
Oh,
if you
okay.
can email it or just if you have a paper list or something like that, I would value seeing that. Thanks.
Yeah, I guess that wasn't necessarily a question in there. So if you want to respond, feel free. But
Guess the question is, does he have that?
yeah, we do have it. What's your email?
we can sort that out. We can sort
Okay.
that out.
Okay.
Thanks. Thanks again for your testimony. Appreciate it very much. Lost my screen here. I think next up we have Jim Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jim Sykes. I'm a member of the Mat-Su Borough Fish and Wildlife Commission, and I am representing the commission today. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. We've submitted a 6-page letter, and the hard science part of it begins at the bottom of page 2. I want to focus on a couple of things. As noted in the 2025 SAFE report, there are 4 Chinook stocks of concern in the northern part of Cook Inlet. Given recent escapement, there's an argument that all Chinook stocks in Susitna drainage should be stocks of concern, and in fact, we have made that request to the State Board of Fish in Cordova last fall. Also, in addition, extremely low levels of coho returns have resulted in the state announcing an emergency closure of all sport coho salmon fishing in the entire Susitna and Little Susitna River drainages effective August 15th, 2024. Only 642 coho passed the weir at Deshka, and Little Susitna only 964. That's far below the minimum escapement goals of 10,200 and 9,200 respectively. We think that we need to increase the data, which was mentioned earlier as this discussion was kicked off, and we have a lot of opportunities. Some of the weirs have not been maintained or funded. They need to be, but I think we need to have a goal of real-time data. A few years ago, we had a test fishery, and I would draw your attention to page 6 of our letter, where there's a chart of that offshore test fishery that went across towards Calgon Island. And it identified where the fish in the various sections of the inlet were headed. And before that, there was an offshore test fishery that was operated by the state, and it was operated for quite a number of years. The purpose of the test fishery was to estimate the sockeye salmon returning to Upper Cook Inlet. The line went from Anchor Point directly west to the west coast, so that was where the fishery was operated. The purpose of the fishery was to estimate those sockeye salmon returning to Upper Cook Inlet. And in 2012, an additional offshore test fishery was implemented to examine the spatial and temporal distributions of various sockeye and coho salmon stocks to identify migration routes and run timings of Susitna and other Upper Cook Inlet salmon stocks. Neither of these important test fisheries are in operation today. And since we have multiple agency management with the federal government and the state government. I would hope that there can be a collaboration to restore both of these test fisheries because they are important to figuring out how we're going to keep our stocks in good shape. Right now, we have two stocks that are threatened. The sockeyes seem to be doing okay, but we are not sure that they're really safe. And the pinks and the chums seem to be doing okay too. But I don't think we can really afford to let either of these coho or Chinook fisheries go. And I think it's the obligation really of both the state and the federal government to make sure that there is conservation and restoration. And it does provide a real opportunity, if these things are successful, to put more fish back into the marine environment for everybody. And it's one of the few things that can be done to deal with this entirely completely allocated fishery in Cook Inlet. And so I would really take the precaution of conservation. There may be opportunities for more sockeyes to be caught, but I think that the test fisheries would be extremely helpful, that along with more genetic testing. It's proven to be a good indicator in the past, and I think that any of the information that we can get is going to be helpful to us. And I encourage the scientific committee to consider that, and along with our other results. So if you have any questions, I'll attempt to do them. And thank you for my opportunity to talk.
Thanks very much for your testimony. Do we have any questions for Mr. Sykes? Not seeing any questions. Thanks very much for your testimony and for the letter, which we do have as well.
Thank you.
Next up is Roland Maw and then David Martin, both in person.
Mr. Chairman, members of the SSC, for the record, my name is Roland Maw. I, for a number of years, been working with the UCETA folks and currently serve on their board of directors, and fairly familiar with the comments, the written comments that we sent in that you should have received in your packet. I'd change my presentation just a little bit here from what I anticipated. I'd like to start off with a comment that's made on page 8 of our report or comments, and that is that the historical harvests are not associated with stock abundance in Cook Inlet. And I would add, they're not associated with achieving MSY either. Harvests of Upper Cook Inlet stocks are the result of state restrictions on season openings, closing dates, time, and area restrictions. And those are primarily all allocative decisions, not necessarily conservation decisions. So what's that mean? Well, we have heard a number of times in the writing of the SAFE report that we're looking at historic harvests as some kind of a guide. But I don't know how you take data that was not collected in an MSY environment and massage it to become all of a sudden MSY, stock abundance based. That's kind of a magic trick that I don't understand. And I've been at this a long time. Specifically concerning the data, when people talk about escapement goals, I would have you understand that in the Kenai, Kasilof, and much of Cook Inlet, we have BEGs, OEGs, SEGs, and in-river goals. And the data, the harvest data was collected under a variety of escapement goals. And in the Kenai and the Kasilof, those goals have changed between categories of OEGs, SEGs, BEGs, and in-rivers. The other thing that's gone on is that the harvest data has been assigned to various stocks. Well, the history of that is that years ago, oh, that looks like a Kenai fish. Oh, that looks like a Kasilof fish. There was no really objective criteria other than somebody looking at the fish and saying, oh, it's this or it's that. Then we went to a scale pattern analysis. That helped a little bit. But it was made on an assumption that all the stock of, say, out of the Kenai or Kasilof, they would have a similar scale pattern on the otoliths. Well, that proved not necessarily that workable. And now we have genetic stock identification. And one of the things that we're finding is that a lot of the stocks that were historically assigned to a particular river really didn't belong there. They belonged in another system, such that the Kenai maybe wasn't as productive as it was, reported or assumed, that some of those stocks were actually in other systems, in their natal streams. The other one is that, particularly like this one, how we count fish is with a sonar, echolocation system. Originally, we had the Bendix system, and then we went to the Ditson system, and then we went to the Aries system. And so the methodology of how we count fish in the river has changed dramatically in terms of their ability to, the Bendix, at some point, it would simply overload. You couldn't tell the difference between, sorry.
You can make a, wrap up concluding statement, give us that opportunity.
I guess my caution is that, and we see it in the data, that we see these errors, these sort of outliers. It's doing things that we wouldn't expect it to do. But I'm not sure that some of that is a reflection of how we've been doing stock assessment and how we've been doing stock assignments. But, historically, that went on. And I don't think there's any denying that. But how do we move then into the future? And I think a greater use of genetic stock identification would help. But as already been stated, I think we're using a wrong model. Basically a ground fish model to apply to an anadromous stock. And there are certainly other models we could follow. But anyway, I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. You had some questions from Curry.
Yeah, thank you very much for your testimony. I've given your long time experience in the Cook Inlet system. We've had a lot of discussions regarding Kenai late run sockeye and this question of whether or not we should be thinking about a threshold that's at the lower bound or the SMSY point estimate. And you talked a bit about how some of the historical data, due to a variety of reasons, whether it's escapement enumeration or catch apportionment, may have been a little cloudy back in the day. And so when we think about that stock recruitment relationship, those outlier brood years are in the early 80s, 1983, 1984. I mean,
I guess from your perspective, given your understanding of the changes in the data collection protocols, how much do you trust those really high productivity years that are being used as a basis to justify the lower bound?
Started fishing in Cook Inlet in 1970 in the drift fleet. There were truly a lot of fish in those particular years. Whether it was that particular number or not, I have doubts about that, but they certainly were high, and I won't use the word, even the word high. Certainly above 8 million return to the Kenai. It was quite phenomenal.
Thank you.
Not seeing any more questions. Thanks again for your testimony. Appreciate it. Then I think we move on to our last speaker today, our last public testimony by David Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. My name is David Martin. I've drift fished in Cook Inlet for 53 years. I'm current president of the United Cook Inlet Drift Association and also represent the Cook Inlet Fishermen's Fund. First off, the SAFE report in Amendment 16 is illegal and doesn't comply with the Ninth Circuit Court ruling, Magnuson-Stevens Act, and the 10 national standards, national interests, interstate commerce, and other applicable laws. A legally compliant FMP covers the fishery throughout its range with MSY for the fishery. In 2017-18, the Salmon Committee, with fishermen participation, everyone agreed that a TAC does not work for managing salmon. And the salmon management for MSY can only be achieved using in-season abundance-based management or escape and go management. Abundance-based management is used in the rest of the state. Unfortunately, the Salmon Committee was disbanded and their recommendations buried. Cook Inlet commercial fishermen have hundreds of years of combined experience on how, when, and where fishing needs to be prosecuted to harvest the surplus of all species for MSY. It is not complicated. The fisherman's information and expertise is essential for developing an FMP that will be compliant of Magnuson and court orders. It is past time that the fisherman's expertise be utilized, otherwise we will continue this cycle. Now for the third time, a non-compliant FMP and the drastic irreparable harm to the fishery. There are no overfished stocks in Cook Inlet, only millions of surplus salmon going unharvested. MSY exploitation rates, and you see the response letter that was mentioned, are 53 to 68%. Currently, management has exploitation rates of less than 1 and 2% on chums, pinks, and cohos, a long ways from being overfished, but massive underfished. The coho TAC of 6,701 will almost certainly close the so-called EEZ area early during the peak of the sockeye, which will grossly overescape the systems and all stocks. The state has proven they cannot harvest the surplus salmon in the so-called state waters. These side set nets will be closed for the third straight year, creating massive and unnecessary waste and harm. There are over 1,300 systems in Cook Inlet that have coho. With the coho TAC of 6,700, that is less than 5 harvested salmon per system. The half-life scenario of this is in 2006, we'll use the harvest data of the cohos. We'll have to drop that even more, is what they did with this 6,700. So a half-life, you're going to end up to zero pretty darn quick. In 1999, the weak coho run produced a record coho run. Coho are unique. Freshwater and marine survivals are the main drivers of production. Cook Inlet coho and chum returns are 1.5 to 2 million. Many come in after August 15th. Historic catches before all the restrictions average 500 to 800,000 coho, the same for chums. Why the 2024 EEZ management didn't work and the harvest was low? Several points, talking to the fishermen. Less than half of the fleet fished in the EEZ. The reasons, VMS and logbook requirements were were a deterrent not only because of the large expense, but because neither was used for management or enforcement. Also, the VMS system was redundant to the EPIRB. You couldn't fish in the state and the EZ waters on the same day and had to get a federal fisheries permit, which fishermen refused to do. Many considered it a harassment maneuver and overkill to have the Coast Guard C-130 and cutters to patrol boats, especially on the early opening days with only 20 to 30 boats fishing. Because of no benefit and necessary expense, the burden on many fishermen, they didn't fish in the EZ waters that they had historically fished. In 2024, salmon made their normal pattern of entry in the so-called EZ waters and didn't break to the east side until they were north of the EZ waters. Salmon are not bottom fish. They must be managed on in-season abundance. They are going to die. You either manage to harvest a surplus or waste it. There is no banking of anadromous salmon. I hope you do not approve the tax because they will close the fishery prematurely in the so-called EEZ waters, the main historic productive fishing waters of the drift fleet, preventing MSY management and resulting in waste. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Mr. Martin? Not seeing any. Thanks again. Thanks very much for your testimony.
Thank you, guys.
I think that concludes our testimony, and I think we'll call it a day and reconvene at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning with our discussion on Cook Inlet salmon.